Hello everyone, you are on the Jin Fiction channel. Before we start, please give a like and subscribe to the channel. I would be grateful to everyone. Also, subscribe on Boosty. Enjoy watching.
It was a dark night in the streets of Konoha. A short kid was walking back to the local brothel where the female workers let him stay. He had spiky blonde hair, eyes of the deepest blue, and 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek. He was dressed in an orange oversized shirt and some black basketball shorts. His name was Naruto. No surname. After all, his parents disowned him when he was 3. He was hated for a reason unknown to him. Flashback. Minato had summoned the Shinigami to seal the Kyuubi, but he knew he would lose his life. Suddenly, the unexpected happened. The Shinigami looked at him and spoke, "This child will have a difficult life. Human, I will offer you a deal. You will live but you must take care of this child. I wish him no harm. If anyone harms him and I find out you did nothing to stop them, I will come for your soul," and he vanished. Minato breathed out in relief and fell unconscious. End flashback. Of course, the Shinigami never found out about his beatings. How could he when Minato blocked off the receptor in the Kyuubi seal? Later, he was disowned by his parents at 3. Flashback. Minato and Kushina looked at the young Naruto as he mopped and cleaned. It had been 3 years since the Kyuubi was sealed and they started seeing him as the fox. Even if he was Naruto, he was no longer their son. They were snapped out of their thoughts when they heard something shattering. They turned to see Naruto picking up a cheap clay clown figure broken. It was then that Minato and Kushina had it. "Damn demon, can't do anything right," Minato yelled. Kushina simply picked Naruto up by his shirt and threw him out on the street, and it was then that they both screamed, "You're no child of ours." End flashback. After that, only a few people even bothered help him. Ayame and her father helped by feeding him and helping him when they could, yes. He remembered when he first met them. Flashback. A 3-year-old Naruto was wandering down the street looking for something to eat. He was walking when he smelled a heavenly aroma. He followed it and it led him to a stand, Ichiraku Ramen, huh. Hugh walked in and saw a bowl with an intoxicating aroma. He also saw a girl. She looked about 6 years old and was wiping down the counter. When she wasn't looking, he grabbed the bowl and scarfed it down. It was then that he heard, "Now for dinner." He froze and looked backwards. She was behind him with a wooden spoon. He tried to pay, but it was then that 2 shinobi showed up and saw Naruto. "Excuse me miss, but is this demon bothering you?" They asked. "He's not a demon. But he did eat my ramen without paying." That was all they needed. They grabbed him and tossed him on the street. When he tried to run away, they pinned him arms and legs with kunais and started beating him. This went on for about half an hour until Ayame had a breakdown. She cried loudly and her father heard her. He came down and saw as the shinobi stabbed kunai into Naruto's stomach. "What the hell are you doing to that kid?" he yelled as he gently took Naruto down and helped put pressure on the bleeding. Following the Yondaime Hokage's orders to finish what he started, they exclaimed. Tsuki had enough and took Naruto inside. He helped heal what he could and set Naruto down. Ayame walked up to Naruto and cried. It wasn't until 2 days later he woke up to a sad Ayame by his bedside. "I am sorry miss, I didn't mean to eat your ramen, I was just too hungry. It's okay, I am sorry. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have said anything and you wouldn't have been beaten. It's okay miss, Ayame. Ayame Ichiraku, it's okay Ayame-chan. I am sorry for making you cry. I don't like to see pretty girls cry." She smiled and Tsuki opened the door. He saw her taking care of his pillows and bringing him ramen with a smile he hadn't seen since his wife was alive. He snuck his way into her heart, Tsuki thought. End flashback. Ayame and him had gotten close. He knew he liked her, but there were also others he liked. One was a 10-year-old Anko Mitarashi, who helped him when he was being beaten. Flashback. She had known pain and suffering, but this kid had it worse off than she did. She watched as the villagers beat him and tried to kill him. She couldn't take it anymore. She swooped in and took him off to the forest, where she patched him up as best as she could. He woke up and only said one word before blacking out. "Tenshi," he said. She blushed and carried him to her house. She helped him for 2 days and from then on helped him whenever she could. And on her birthday, she had gotten the only true present she had. She had gone to her door to leave and saw a bow there. She opened it and saw a note, "Happy birthday Tenshi-chan Naruto." In the box was a 6-packet instant ramen stock and a smaller box. She opened it and saw a pendant with a snake wrapped around a fox. The snake was pure crystal and the fox was pure dirty metal. "For one of the lights in this world to me," she read and smiled. End flashback. And the last person he met was one 10-year-old Henna in Izuka. Flashback. Naruto was walking through the woods hiding out from the villagers when he heard whimpering. He looked to see two pups with blood on their sides and a rough-looking husky fighting off a wolf. He looked at the dogs and saw they were carrying a girl. He tried to get close, but they growled at him. He looked to see the husky being bitten. He threw himself at the wolf with a stick and started beating it. The wolf wouldn't care, but it stuck him in a gash the husky made and dug itself inside. The wolf ran off and Naruto looked at the husky. All three dogs were hurt and so was their owner. He grabbed the girl and carried her back while the other two dogs carried the husky back. He followed them until they reached a huge compound. That was when a huge dog with an eye patch tackled him and bit his side. He yelled and dropped Henna as her mother, Sume, saw her daughter and her pups. She looked at Naruto and was about to attack when the triplets explained the situation. She took him in and healed him as well as Henna and the triplets. End flashback. Since then, he, Henna, Anko, and Ayame hung out often. Henna acted shy around him, but he didn't care. He had friends. They were there for him and supported him. He reminisced, unwittingly walking into a mob. This was the eve of his 4th birthday. He was ignorant of the danger until he felt a sharp pain on his leg. He looked to the mob and tried to run, but he couldn't. At the very least, he could take one of these bastards with him. He pulled out the kunai and threw it at a chunin, stabbing him through the eye. Little did he know this would trigger a massive chain of events. In the underworld. Hades was busy directing traffic in the underworld when he saw a shinobi that wasn't meant to die until next week come in. He looked at him and called in his henchman, the Shinigami. He asked, "Shinny, old boy, why is this guy dead? He wasn't supposed to die till next week." Shinigami looked at the soul and then his clipboard. Apparently, this guy was part of a mob about to beat a child when the child fought back and took him out, sir. It was then that Hades' blood began to boil. "Who is this child?" he asked. One Naruto, previously Naruto Uzumaki, Namikaze, that bastard." The Shinigami yelled and looked at Hades. "Sir, that is the child of the contract. His father has failed him." Hades looked at him. "He has. I guess I better pay back my debt then, huh?" He smirked. "Come along, Shinny, we're gonna raise hell today." The Shinigami shivered. Hell was coming and it wasn't gonna look pretty. In Konoha. As Naruto was being beaten, Minato and Kushina sat on a nearby rooftop as the shinobi beat looked on, until a blue flame enveloped rose up and powered a rasengan. "The Kyuubi is breaking out," he yelled as he rammed the rasengan into where Naruto's body was. He paled when he heard a voice, Now Minato. That was mean, you would think the guy that let you stay alive would be welcome here." Minato paled and looked at where the voice was coming, seeing the Shinigami leaning back against a wall while watching the rasengan go through Hades. Hades just stood there like it was nothing, then looked at him. He just pushed him off as where the wound would be there was nothing but smoke. He looked at Minato, his hair changing from cool blue flames to raging red flames. "Now mortal, I remember I made a deal with you, you took care of the kid, and you lived. Well, me and my assistant have been watching for the last 5 minutes, and you just sat there enjoying his suffering. Now why shouldn't I kill you?" He screamed. Minato paled as Kushina appeared next to him. "You won't take him from me," she yelled. Hades snapped his fingers as Minato started throwing up, a dark purple sphere falling from his mouth and going to Hades' hand. "Ah. A soul is such a fragile thing," he said as he crushed it. Minato went pale and his eyes rolled to the back of his head. "Well, now to pay my debt to the child," he said. When Kushina stepped in, "You won't take him away. Not my son." Hades stared and laughed. He laughed loudly and looked at Kushina in the eye. "You disowned him and now you want him back. You're a pitiful excuse for a woman," he said as he picked up Naruto when Anbu surrounded him. "For killing the Yondaime Hokage, you will be sentenced to death." But in a bright blue flash, Hades, the Shinigami, and Naruto were gone. Underworld. Naruto was coming to, and slowly tried to get up. He looked around and saw stone cave walls, a weird river, and blue flames everywhere. He tried to get up but couldn't. He looked down to see a 3-headed pup sleeping on top of him. He smiled and scratched the back of its head. "Hey there guys, can you help me get back home?" He paused as he heard Dark chuckling. "But Naruto, you won't be going home." He looked around to see a man in a black toga with blue flames for hair and a gray complexion. "Who are you?" Naruto asked. "Why, Hades of course, death personified and alive, and my assistant, Shinigami." He pointed up at the ceiling to a man clad in black eating an apple. "Now, young Naruto, tell me, what do you want the most?" Naruto looked at him and his face grew dark. "Why do you want to know?" he asked. "Why, to help you achieve it of course." He looked at him. "Why?" "The Kyuubi already talked to me. He said no one would love me or help me because I was him." The Shinigami looked at him and whistled when a 5-foot-tall crow swooped down. "Naruto, meet my messengers of death. They can devour a soul and leave behind its energy. Now you have 2 souls. How about this guy?" He patted the crow, eats the Kyuubi's soul and leaves you his power. Circa. See, could you really do that? Naruto asked. Of course. Now this might sting a bit, he warned as the crow stuck his beak point blank on the seal and started pulling at it. Naruto felt his flesh being torn apart, then a searing pain before he blacked out. He awoke 5 minutes later when the pup was licking his face. He looked to see Hades and Shinigami talking. They then turned their attention to him. So Naruto, Hades asked, the bastard fox is gone, Shinny had a nice snack, and you're all better. How about now you tell me what you want? Naruto thought long and hard, when Ayame was crying over his beating, Enko saving him, and Henna being mauled by the wolf. He then came up with the answer. I want to be able to protect myself and those close to me, but I don't want it automatically. I'll work hard for it, it doesn't matter if I'm half dead, I'll be able to protect Hana-chan, Enko-chan, and Ayame-chan. He said enthusiastically. The Shinigami and Hades could only stare. Most kids would have asked for toys, and most men for riches. But not this kid. He asked for power, but for the right reasons. This kid was gonna go far someday. So you want to get stronger, huh? Well, I have an idea. There are a couple of souls that were killed before their time in their respective timelines and some potentially powerful allies. How would you like to go train with them? Then, all I ask is that you help them stay alive, I'll do it Hades-sama. Naruto yelled. See Shinny, old chap, that's how you show respect. Now tell me Naruto, have you ever heard about the Spartans? He asked with an evil smile. Naruto looked around the landscape he was in. Hades told him that he would be training with some legendary warriors first, the Spartans and their king, Leonidas. The Spartans weren't meant to die that day. They were meant to die later, it would seem. So Naruto's job was to keep them alive. Great. He had been adopted by Leonidas himself at an early age and been raised the Spartan way. His father, more than Minato anyway, had taught him how to fight until he was of age. He was then sent to the barracks to live and train with the other boys. He would only fight when he deemed it necessary though, which was whenever he was attacked or when his friends were attacked. He only had a couple of true friends, and they were all orphans. They took care of each other, watching each other's backs, helping each other when they were sick, and helping when one was hungry. Naruto was legendary at stealth by now. He would often steal food from the very kitchen and give it to the children that were starving. This earned him an automatic spot as their leader. But today was a hell of a day. Today he would be sent into the wilderness to fight a mountain wolf, one of the biggest and most ferocious monsters. This would prove if he was a man or not. He was now standing at the city gates with a spear in one hand and a shield in the other. I guess I better go deeper into the mountains, he thought as he climbed higher. He slowly walked into a cave and stopped to rest. But that was when he heard it. A loud growl, and three of quickly picked up a piece of burning wood and swung it at the dark, hitting a wolf on the face. He then grabbed his spear as the others started to close in on him. He smirked. Come on you bastards, he yelled as he thrust his spear forward, catching G1 on its hind legs, and he slammed the shield into the other wolf's body. The final wolf thought the kill was open. But oh was it wrong. As it pounced on Naruto, canines aimed at the jugular, all he heard was a metallic ringing then nothing. Naruto had drawn his spare short dagger and swung it upwards, effectively slicing into the wolf's jugular. He then stabbed the wolf on his spear's end and killed the other two by beating them to death with his shield. He slowly started to skin them and curled up in the warmth of the furs. Now all he had to do was survive a month out here and he would be a full Spartan soldier, capable of taking on anything. 1 month later. A 13-year-old man standing at 6 foot 5 inches walked towards Sparta's had a muscular build and a light blonde hair that was shoulders length long. He had a shield and spear strapped to his back. He wore a wolf pelt as makeshift pants and another one for a shirt. The last wolf part of him was his head, the upper mouth of a wolf torn apart and placed on his head. He stiffed when he heard a familiar voice, "Who are you and why do you come to Sparta?" He grinned as he pulled out his shield and spear, a smile tugging at his lips. "Don't you remember me anymore, Dad?" he asked. Leonidas looked closely only to recognize Naruto, his son. He smiled and quickly hugged his son. "My boy, how have you been? How did the hunt go?" he asked. "It went well, father. Bagged 3 mountain wolves and a chipmunk." Leonidas stared in awe. 3. No one ever survives their second encounter with a mountain wolf, much less a third, he said. "Well, call me surprising, I survived all 3 inches," Naruto said as he pulled out a bag with 3 wolf heads. Leonidas smiled, opened the beer and bed the women. "Tonight a new fighter joins our army," he yelled happily. At the festivities. Naruto looked left and right as he walked down the street, wearing his beginner's armor as he drank beer. This was a special occasion and he was going to enjoy it. He had been drinking for a good hour when he heard a husky tone. "Hey there stranger," he turned and saw a beautiful black-haired, pale-skinned girl. She had deep hazel eyes and a sensuous pair of lips. He smiled as he saw her beautiful heart-shaped face start to speak. Well then, soldier, how about you and I get to? She sat down on his lap. Know each other better. He smirked and they talked. Her name was Cynthia. She was 14. Apparently, she wanted to be a soldier, but couldn't because she was a woman. But she was still a hell of a fighter. She had a lot of the same interests he had. Pranking, music, poetry, and all the same things. Her parents were killed when she was 5, and when she asked him about his parents, all he could respond was, "They're dead to me." The evening progressed and as the festivities ended, he looked at her. "Come on, I'll walk you home," he said. He slowly took her to a nice apartment in the better side of Sparta. Lemon skip. It was morning when Naruto was summoned by his captain. He left the woman's house as she kissed him and closed the door. He knew today would be the final battle, and he wouldn't be coming back. He put all of his battle gear into a pack and wore his elite armor, same as 300, a pair of leather underwear, a red cape, his helmet, his sword, his shield, and his spear. He was ready for war. He arrived at a field to see the 300 warriors of legend. Leonidas would lead the army. His wife looked at him and said, "Spartan, come back with your shield. Or on it." Leonidas smiled and led his army to intercept the arriving forces. At the camp in the pass. They had arrived and set up camp. Leonidas had set up a command tent when he heard a request for an audience. He turned to see Naruto. "Son, what is it that you need?" Naruto looked at the map and saw the flaw that would be their downfall. "Father, there is a pass here," he pointed at the pass on the map, with which the enemy could outmaneuver us. "There is also a deformed Spartan living around here that can help us set traps around," he stated calmly. As if on cue, a deformed Spartan-looking thing came and requested an audience. He verified the information and Leonidas looked at Naruto, who nodded. "Spartan, we will need you to go with some men to the craggy peaks in the pass to set up traps. Usually, underhanded techniques would not be necessary, but on this war they are," Leonidas said. The deformed man bowed and left with the 50 men to set up the traps. One day later. The traps had been set up and the Spartans were ready for war. 600 reinforcements were sent from Sparta, making them a threatening force. As they were all sleeping, they heard yells of pain. They went to the peaks to observe the pass to see their traps working. Men who tried to cross the path on foot soon fell into a mixture of oil, rocks, and fire. It was 12 feet deep and 60 feet wide, covering everything. The flames raged on, the oil keeping them going no matter what. The warriors who tried to climb the peak soon slipped and fell into the artificial lava. The Spartans laughed as the cowards fell in, some supposedly the elites of the group. They were dressed in all black with silver masks that melted soon enough. Everyone but the night guards soon went back to sleep. Tomorrow would be a good day for war. The next day. It was morning when the ships started unloading. The army of 20,000 warriors was facing off against 900 Spartans. Today would be hell for them. With Naruto. Naruto was handing the archers wine bottles with rags stuck in them, to light the rags and then fire the bottles tied to arrows. It would help lessen the numbers and would be a good line of defense. War time. All of the warriors were lined up at the front lines, the phalanx maneuver set as the archers took aim. The enemy army came at them, slowly marching. They held horrible monsters in chains while their leader can't remember his name, so he's Bob for now. Bob was riding on an elephant, gold literally dripping off of him and a weird nose ring in his nose. He spoke up, "Spartans, you will be given one last chance to back down. Bow to me and fight for me, and I shall leave," he announced. Leonidas laughed as he spoke, "You think we will bow to you? We bow to no one. This is an army of brothers who fight for their homelands. This is Sparta," he yelled as an archer took a shot. The aim was true. The arrow went through Bob's head, killing him instantly. The warriors looked at their king as the wine bottle hit and set him ablaze. They stared in shock and attacked. War scene. The enemy army came at the Spartans, but the phalanx held strong. They then pushed their opponents back and broke, taking free rein into the enemy's army as the archers took their fire. With Naruto. Naruto was slicing left and right with his spear, gashing enemy soldiers on their sides and chest. Anyone who got too close to him soon met the wrong end of his shield. As soon as the monsters were unleashed, Naruto hoisted his shield and threw it. It hit the kneecap of one of the monsters and he ran in faster. He sliced the other leg off the monster and beheaded it. It was then that he turned to see the second-in-command's son about to be beheaded. He ran in and looked up, only to instead of feeling a blade at his throat, he felt a heat. He looked to see the rider on fire and an around through him. He silently thanked the archers and kept fighting. With Leonidas. Leonidas was cutting through soldiers left and right, distinguishing between friend and foe. Friends were left to fight, foes were ruthlessly crushed. He looked up to see the son of his second-in-command about to be beheaded when Naruto stepped in and pushed him off. Naruto was about to be beheaded when an archer shot an arrow through the fighter and the fighter caught ablaze. He grinned and went back to fighting. None of the Spartans had taken casualties, but the death toll for the enemy was skyrocketing. He yelled an odd word and the Spartans retreated. They then waited for the fireworks to begin. Normal POV. As a strange yell filled the air, hundreds of wine barrels and alcohol's barrels were dropped from the peaks into the battlefield. They were then hit with flaming arrows that made them blow up. As soon as they did, various soldiers were taken out. Their numbers were soon few and they were picked off by the archers. Leonidas looked to see various ships retreating into the distance. But they were still firing arrows. One got close to him but he sidestepped instead of blocking with his shield. It was then that there was a loud painful yelp. He turned to see Naruto get hit by the arrow he sidestepped through the stomach. Leonidas grew grim as he saw Naruto's stomach acids coming through on both sides. He knew no matter what, Naruto was going to die. He kneeled and cried. He cried for his adopted son. They had won the war, but he lost someone close to him. Naruto. Naruto was hit with one of the final arrows that Leonidas sidestepped. He fell backwards and was greeted by his father crying and the soldiers crowding around him. They looked at him, but could only mourn. It was when they removed his cape that they saw true damage. There were stab marks through him from enemy swords and broken arrow shards in his arms. They could only stare in shock. It was then that they remembered that whenever a killing blow would land on them, Naruto would attempt to deflect them. Keyword attempt since most of the wounds were on him. Here was a true Spartan. They could only look as one of their best was taken from them. His injuries should have taken him a while back, but he kept fighting. He was a true hero. Naruto then spoke up. "Hey guys, what's with the sad faces?" he asked. They looked at him when his father spoke up. "Son, you are gravely injured, you will soon be in Hades' deathly embrace," he said gravely. Naruto somehow managed a grin. A Spartan's greatest death is on the battlefield, protecting their home and those they care for. This is a death worth dying. I am proud to die for you. I only have one request. Father, care for Cynthia. She is very special to me. Take care of her and anything she might need. It is my final request. He managed to sputter out with finality as the life left his eyes. He had done it. He had saved the innocents' lives. Sparta. Naruto was brought back to the great city on his shield. His adoptive mother and father had cried their eyes out. They didn't have the heart to tell Cynthia the news. They would have to do it now. Leonidas was looking for Cynthia. He found her at one of Sparta's workshops. "Cynthia," he said, "a word about my son, shall we?" he asked. She nodded and walked over to the Spartan king. "How is Naruto? Is he okay? I heard your company made it back from the battle with no casualties, only wounds." Leonidas looked away and started. "Cynthia, Naruto is no more. He has fallen in battle. He died an honorable death. He took various killing strikes for a variety of men. If he wasn't there, I can honestly and without a doubt say that we would have lost. He helped everything and everyone. There will be a memorial where his body shall be burned and me and my men shall recollect the fight. I am sorry for your loss," he said quietly. Cynthia was torn. Even though he was meant to be a one-night stand, he was all she could ask for. An orphan, but caring. Even though he was ruthless to his enemies, he was kind to everyone. She remembered him well. "I will go to the funeral, King Leonidas," she said. At the funeral. It was a grim occasion, today it was. The men were there to pay respects to the man that helped keep them alive and recollect the battle. After everyone had said their goodbyes, the army started recollecting their victory. They spun tales of the fights, each one saying how well Naruto fought and would watch their backs. The second in command would have lost his son had it not been for Naruto. But the most affected was Cynthia. After hearing of his exploits, she could honestly say she would have loved to be his wife. Especially now, she thought absent-mindedly as she caressed her stomach. This was not unnoticed by Leonidas, who went to ask her, "Are you all right, my dear?" "No," she replied. "What is wrong?" he asked worriedly. "I'm pregnant with Naruto's child," she said. This was what shook the core of everyone at the party and the core of someone else's stomach far away. In the underworld. Naruto had died in an unknown chapter in time, but only for a bit. Though his body was destroyed, his spirit lingered. He was with Hades planning his next training stop and watching his memorial when he heard it. "I'm pregnant with Naruto's child." Those words shook him to the core. He looked over at Hades, who only shook his head sadly. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but you know you can't go back. You're needed in your own time and place. But I will keep her under my protection, if you so wish it. And the child, I am sorry you have to experience such loss, but it is the way of the world," he said. Naruto was completely numb, but had to nod. He had to leave her behind. As much as it hurt his heart to see her hurt and pregnant alone, he knew his father would help her. His father was a man of his word, and a Spartan's final wish was law, no matter what. She would be fine. He slowly wiped away a tear, the last remaining proof of his childhood innocence. He then turned to Hades. Where next? Were the only words he said. A 15-year-old Naruto looked at a book in his hand. It was the only possession other than his weapons or training Hades had let him keep. It was a large book titled, Naruto of Sparta. It was written by Cynthia of Sparta with help of King Leonidas of Sparta. It held his great feats in the war, and in the end there was a personal note from Cynthia and her life. She never married and devoted herself to raising Naruto's child, who was named after his father. She grew old, but not one day did she look back at what happened. She lived life to the fullest and didn't waste a day. At the end, there was also a note from his son, about how he wanted to be like his father when he grew older. How he would protect his precious people, no matter what. Both of them had been dead for a while, but it didn't matter. Naruto kept those 2 words at heart. He closed the book and went back to training. He had awakened in Sparta 150 years in the future. There he would learn and save another one who went before his time because of a corrupt king. Achilles. Achilles had found him and seen a striking resemblance to the hero of legend. Due to that, he had taken Naruto under his wing. He taught him physics for trap making, hunting, scouting, battle tactics, and his own personal fighting style. Naruto also learned advanced Spartan maneuvers and more of the history of Sparta. Yes, Naruto would be Achilles' heir. He smiled, but then frowned. Naruto was already past his level, the kid worked like crazy. But soon he would have to go to Troy, where immortality awaited him. Naruto would also go with him, and his men, but that was it. The king would also send his army. But Achilles thought on Naruto, how the king had grown fat and corrupt and screwed Sparta over. Achilles knew he wanted more than this, but what? It didn't matter. They were closer to Troy, but would the end be worth it? Time skip. Troy's shores. Achilles, Naruto, and his men had done it. They had taken Troy's shores. And also a temple of Apollo, the sun god. Just as Achilles was about to cut the head off a statue, he was stopped by Naruto. He looked at Naruto, who replied, "We don't need gods trying to kill us, do we? The thousands of men here will do fine." Achilles lowered his weapon as the king's son approached him. He grabbed his spear and threw it, hitting the man next to him. He smirked and walked inside silently, to collect the spoils of his victory. Naruto. Naruto watched as a shrine maiden was taken off to the king against her will. He grabbed his sword and pointed it at a monk's gut while he smashed the other man with his shield. "Let her go. She is under mine and Achilles' protection," he exclaimed. They let her go and he escorted her back to Achilles' tent where she could wash up. "Why did you help me?" "So I can be your whore." She spat out in disgust. He turned to her. "No. You and Achilles are a lot alike. He too fights for the unknown and tries to find his place in the world, as do you, your highness," he said. She could only stare in shock at the truth of his words. Achilles. Achilles watched as the army walked off to invade Troy. He decided against it because he knew they would fall. But he cared not. He walked to his tent to see Naruto and a shrine maiden there. "Brother, who is she?" he asked. "Your new charge," he replied as he walked off. Achilles looked at the girl and let her sleep when she spoke. "Why do you fight?" "For immortality," he replied. "Immortality in battle and life," he corrected. "And who do you fight for?" she asked. "Myself. That man out there is no king of mine," he replied as they talked. Naruto watched amused as he walked off to get stone cold drunk. Today was the anniversary of his death, after all. Time skip. Months later. It had been months since the Spartans arrived in Troy. In that time, Naruto had been his usual aloof self and Achilles had gotten to know his new charge. That was when it happened. Naruto was walking through camp, wearing a jet black sculpted chest piece, his helmet, his leather underwear, and his battle gear, when the son of the king of Sparta tried to attack him. Naruto quickly reacted and withdrew his sword. "What do you want, Trojan?" he asked. "To kill Achilles, of course," the man replied as he drew his sword. Naruto took off his helmet and the man saw it. Cerulean eyes and sandy brown, tame hair. He looked a lot like Achilles, but it wasn't him. Naruto then moved in and thrusted his sword forward, catching, I can't remember his name, so now he is Bob's shoulder. Bob quickly parried and stabbed at Naruto. Naruto ducked and slammed his shield against Bob's shoulder. Bob was forced to drop his shield and in 5 seconds had a blade at his throat. "Trojan, I now hold your life in my hands. If my brother did not love your cousin, you would be no more than a blood splatter on the ground." He signaled the men and Bob was hogtied and led to Achilles' chambers. Achilles' chambers. Achilles had been attempting to soothe the girl after a guard arrived stating that the Trojan prince had been captured. She wept and wept for his fate. If the Spartan king had caught him, his fate would be sealed. So she was relieved when Naruto and the other men carried the Trojan prince in. Achilles looked at Naruto. What is the meaning of this, brother? Did you lead our men into battle without my approval? He asked as he unsheathed his sword. No, brother. The prince thought it wise to kill you and avoid a major war, but came after me instead. Naruto said. Achilles laughed loudly. If he knew that you're the only one that has surpassed me in all ways, he'd have been dead. Achilles said. It was then that he turned and saw the girl tending to the hurt prince. He looked at the prince and spoke. Tell me, Trojan prince, why do you seek to harm me? Have I not been lenient by keeping your cousin alive and well? By not participating in the battle against you earlier? The prince then decided to speak. I came here to end a massive-scale war, but ended up being caught. Kill me if you will, but know that others will rise up against you. Achilles thought long and hard. His heir had risen and he had a woman whom he would love to grow old with. His name would be remembered forever, but only in curses of Spartans and Trojans. There was one way out. One where he would gain immortality in Troy and his name would be immortalized in Troy. Praises would be sung in his name and by his descendant. He knew what he had to do. Rise, Trojan. I will not kill you, but rather ask something of you. Everyone looked stunned while Naruto smirked. So time to retire, brother. Naruto thought. Me and my men will escort you back to the city of Troy and return you to your father. In return, I require something of you. Troy will never surrender. Bob yelled. Who said I wanted Troy? I want to fight for Troy. Unlike Sparta, Troy fights their own battles. And as hard as it would be to betray my home, the king has become corrupt and fat and lazy. I would never betray my home in the time of King Leonidas, but now Sparta is not worth saving. All I ask is asylum in Troy, to fight for Troy so my name will be remembered, and to be able to marry anyone that I might want, as long as it's consensual on both ends. The shrine maiden blushed at this and looked down. Bob noticed this. His cousin had never actually fallen for anyone, but now this was awkward. She fell for the enemy, and Troy would fall to the Spartans without Achilles' help. Fine, I accept your deal. As of now, you are under my protection. No one in Troy will attack you unless you attack first. If they attack first, you may defend yourself. Bob sighed. This would be hell to explain to his father. At Troy, Trojans gathered together at the gates when they saw Achilles of Sparta escorting a lost shrine maiden and the prince back to Troy. When the guards attempted to attack Achilles' men, the prince stopped them. Stating that Achilles and his men were under his protection, they made their way to the palace for an audience with the king. Time skipped. After negotiations, the king had agreed to everything when the shrine maiden and his son were brought back. Achilles would fight for Troy and wed his beloved after the battle. Achilles and his men were set up with the other men in the barracks. So was Naruto. Achilles and his men were officially Trojan soldiers. They still kept their armor, only had a different allegiance. A week later. Tonight was the night. The final battle would happen today. The Spartans had gained the Trojans' trust quickly, making them brothers in arms. The ex-Spartans would lead the first wave along with the Trojans. Last time. A week later. Tonight was the night. The final battle would happen today. The Spartans had gained the Trojans' trust quickly, making them brothers in arms. The ex-Spartans would lead the first wave along with the Trojans. Story start. Battle. Naruto. As the first wave hit Naruto's team, they assembled the phalanx maneuver and held strong. After the Spartans were pushed back, Naruto and his men broke and attacked forward. Naruto was running through the Spartans, swinging his spear left and right. He then spotted Achilles to the left, about to be impaled by a horse rider. Naruto hefted his shield and threw it, hitting the rider's horse, making it stumble before Achilles was hit. Naruto then unsheathed his sword and went on, slamming his shield against various Spartans and stabbing through even more. He ducked left and right, slashing at arms, legs, and anything near him. He only avoided the Trojans and his own men. The battle was fierce and dragged 12 hours, but Naruto held strong. He looked up to see Spartan archers fire at him. He lifted his shield and blocked them all, then ran his sword through the front of the shield, cutting the arrows off. He charged forward and kept going, slaughtering men left and right. Battle. Achilles. Achilles slaughtered through troops left and right. It was when he knocked down a soldier that he froze. It was his cousin, a man that wanted to kill him was his cousin. As a horseman rode up behind him, he was about to be impaled. Achilles saw his grin and turned to see the horseman closing in. He stabbed his sword into his cousin's throat. If anything, he would take the traitor with him. It was then that he saw a spear go through the horse's foot, flipping it in the rider. Achilles turned to see his brother as he headed back to battle. It was then that he saw the Spartan king. He pulled the spear from the horse and took aim. He then threw it and he looked at the spear. It pierced the king's side and took him down. Achilles grinned and headed into battle, unaware of what was to come. Battle overview. The Spartans fought back, but to no avail. With their king wounded, there was disorder and chaos everywhere. This made them easy to pick off for the Trojans. Along with Achilles in the battle, the Spartans knew there was no hope. It was then that their wounded king rose up, grabbed a bow and arrow, and took aim. His target, Achilles. If he was going down, he was taking Achilles with him, war be damned. A traitor to the crown, this would be worth it. He fired the arrow, but there was a factor he didn't count on. With Naruto. Naruto saw the Spartan king took aim and saw his target was Achilles. He couldn't let Achilles die. It was his duty, and Achilles was the brother he never had. He ran to Achilles and pushed him out of the way, the arrow impaling Naruto on the gut. With Achilles. Achilles was about to impale a soldier trough the heart when he was pushed off to the side. He turned to see Naruto on the ground, an arrow going through his armor and gut. He then turned to see the king of Sparta laughing at Naruto's misfortune, a bow in his hand. He knew what Naruto did. He took an arrow for Achilles. Achilles rushed off to the king and jumped in front of him, slashing into his arms and legs. He then grabbed arrows and crucified him on the floor. As the Spartan king whimpered in pain, he tried to negotiate for his life. Please. I'll give you women, gold, glory. Spare me, I beg of you. You ask for mercy, but you wouldn't have shown it to me or my brother. You ask for something you deny everyone. I will not give you mercy. I will rather send you to Hades, deathly embrace. Achilles said as he stabbed the king through the heart, killing him. As the army heard their king die, they could only drop their weapons in defeat. The Spartans had lost. Their king was dead. The battle was fought, and they had lost. Time skip. 1 month after the battle. After the Spartans had lost and their dead were burned, the king of Troy took over Sparta. It was now a joint kingdom with Achilles being the Spartan king. The Spartan army of Achilles took heavy casualties, but most remained alive. The biggest casualty was Naruto, the apprentice of Achilles fell in battle saving his teacher. The memorial had been brief and Achilles set fire to his body. Afterwards, Achilles decided not to teach anyone other than his future children. He had married the shrine maiden, his one angel in this sin-filled world. He loved her with all his heart. He cared for her, and a week after the marriage, he got some news. She was pregnant with a boy. He decided to name him after his fallen apprentice, Naruto. As of right now, he finished writing the last line of his book, dedicated to his son and his fallen apprentice. The Legend of the Dark Death. A book detailing Naruto and Achilles' exploits. He smiled as his wife walked in to drag him home. Life was good for him. Underworld. Naruto watched his teacher's life. He was proud that Achilles had lived and moved on. His son being named after him was a shock. He smiled as he looked at the far wall which Hades was standing besides. It held the armor and weapons he got from Leonidas and Achilles in glass cases. It also held the original manuscripts to both books written about Naruto. He grinned and looked at the Shinigami. Hey Shinny, how's it going? The Shinigami smiled, pretty good brat. Something tells me you'll meet someone legendary next. The Shinigami said as Hades walked up to them. Naruto, my old boy, how was Sparta? Good. Perfect. Now is the final travel you will do. Tell me, what do you know about the demigod Hercules? Hades asked. A 17-year-old Naruto looked at his latest teacher, the great Hercules, and his teacher, Philoctetes. He had been here for 2 years now, training under them both. By now, he was built like a bodybuilder, with sandy blonde tame hair like Achilles' blue eyes, wearing a tan metal armor that was a lot like Achilles except that it was tan and offered more protection. He held a shield that had the symbol of Mt. Olympus and a sword. The sword would only add to his great exploits. Hercules had taught him a defensive sword style that focused on using your opponent's strength against them, trap making, battle tactics, philosophy, diplomacy, how to use the bow and arrow, and a spear style that used the entire spear and a shield as a death trap. Overall, it was a good education. Naruto smiled as he saw Hercules and Megara talking. He was glad his teacher had found someone to love. It reminded him of Cynthia, but he quickly discarded the thought. He didn't think of his past, only how to improve on his future. He then realized that Hades would soon make his move on Mt. Olympus. He was torn by this. He knew this was the Hades of the past, but was still torn. He didn't know who to fight for, not for once, his loyalties were in question. Midnight in the Rose Garden. Naruto was sitting in the middle of the Rose Garden in the Hercules estates when he heard a familiar voice. Something on your mind, Naruto? Hercules asked. Just wondering about what I should do, Naruto answered. Hercules looked at him wonderingly. About what? He asked. In a battle, the most important thing is to remain loyal to your side, but if you don't know which side you belong to truly, then who do you listen to? Hercules thought about this, and smirked. That's an easy one. You told me the answer long ago. You answer to yourself and help protect the ones you care about, no matter the cost. Hercules replied. Naruto thought on this and it was true. He didn't know the Hades of this time and he did know Hercules. His father, the one who helped make him what he is today. Thanks Herc, you just helped me a whole lot. Naruto replied as he got up to leave, but was stopped. Wait Naruto, I have a present for you. Something me and Pegasus pitched in for. He said as he led Naruto to the stables. When Naruto arrived, he was surprised to see another horse with wings standing next to Pegasus. He looked at it and then at Hercules. Who is he? He is, well I don't know, you have to name him. After all, he is your steed. He is the first of Pegasus' line and the best Phil has ever bred. Even faster than his own father. Hercules said as he petted the horse. It was a solid white horse with white wings, blue eyes, and a dark mane. The insides of its wings were also black. It looked at him and whinnied, then bowed its head as if accepting him. I think I will call it Shinny. Why that? Hercules asked as he looked at the newly named horse. It's the name of an old friend. Good friend. He smiled as he took Shinny to his stable. He lay down on the hay next to the horse and fell asleep. Tomorrow would be a big day. That was the day Hades would have enough power to unleash the Titans during the eclipse, after all. The next day. Naruto looked at Meg as she was crushed by the stone pillar. Today had started with a nice breakfast, then a quick shower, and finally doomsday along with the midday eclipse. Hades had unleashed the Titans and sent them on a crash course with Mt. Olympus. He also sent a Cyclops and a moving twister to deal with Hercules. Hercules fought long and hard, but in the end the twister was too much as it slammed him into a wall. The Cyclops then moved to eat Hercules, but was suddenly stopped as Naruto riding Shinny shot a flaming arrow into its eye. It was then that the twister decided to get involved. Too bad it didn't notice that Hercules had grabbed it by the tail and slammed it into the ground by the Cyclops, sucking the one-eyed idiot in. He then threw it into the ocean, his aim true as they landed back in their prison as it closed. They thrashed and screamed to no avail. They were defeated, but their brethren would free them. Soon. With Hercules. Hercules lifted the pillar and picked up Meg. He could only caress her face and whisper things she would never be able to hear. This was when his student grabbed him. Hercules. There is still a way to get her back. Hades hasn't claimed her soul in the underworld. If we can get him to give it back, she can come back to life. Naruto exclaimed. Hercules looked and shook before nodding and looking at Phil. Keep an eye on her, we will be back. They said as they climbed on Pegasus and Shinny, respectively, and rode off. At Mt. Olympus. Gods in chains were dragged around as pain and panic. Two of Hades' servants pushed them to the side. The Titans were freezing, melting, crushing, and destroying the heavens. This was when they heard a loud war yell and two men on horses cut through the gods' chains. The brunette Hercules jumped and freed Zeus as the blonde freed the rest of the gods. It was this when the battle went askew. The gods fought back, Apollo on his chariot, Athena with her sword and shield, and the others with what they could. Naruto and Hercules could only watch as the gods fought back the Titans into their prisons. Naruto saw the Cyclops was going to attack Hercules, crushing him with his fist, when he pushed him out of the way. The fist would have crushed Naruto had he not caught it. Apparently, all of his achievements and feats titled in with selflessly saving his teachers 2 times had granted him godly status. He lifted the fist and pushed it back into the cage as he looked at the gods. Hercules was stunned as were the rest. But the other gods had already heard and witnessed his feats, they knew he earned this. This would grant him and any mate's immortality, both in name and actuality. He looked at his teacher and smiled. Let's go get Meg back from that pale bastard, huh? He asked and Hercules nodded. They both mounted their horses and rode off to the underworld. The underworld. Hades was looking at the destruction and mayhem the Titans were causing until he heard a loud growling, a whine, and his cave entrance was blasted in by Cerberus, the 3-headed guard dog of hell. He looked to see Hercules and his flying horse on the middle head of the dog and another blonde coming in on an altered version of Pegasus. He looked to see Herc's fist meet his face, repeatedly. It was then that Hercules asked, "Where is she?" Herc, relax. You'll give yourself a heart attack." Hades replied, "Let her go." Hercules replied, "Come on, I'll give you a tour of the place." One crappy tour of the underworld later. "And this," he said pointing at a chasm, "is where all of the dead souls go." Hercules looked and saw a phantasm version of Meg. He reached in and tried to grab her but couldn't. He looked at Hades and said, "You like making deals. Take me in her place." "I don't know." Hades replied, "Your rival's son in a chasm of death, going once, going twice." Fine, go get her." "She goes. You stay," Hades said. Hercules dived in and reached for Meg in an attempt to reach her. He aged years in the plasmic goop, already having reached his 80s. The sisters of fate were about to cut the wire of his life when it became golden, meaning. At the chamber. A golden glow was seen at the edge and Hades started sputtering. But how? It can't be. That would mean he's a god, he exclaimed as Hercules rose with Meg in his arms. He tried to negotiate but was punched into the wall as Hercules left. With Meg. Hercules walked towards Meg and laid the spirit into her body. The body regained its shine and she woke up, as if dreaming. She smiled and looked at him, wonder boy, but how? She asked. People do crazy things, when they're in love, Hercules replied. She smiled and kissed him deeply as a thunderbolt hit their feet, along with Naruto's. It formed a cloud that carried them to the top of Mount Olympus. When they arrived, the gods could be seen cheering for Naruto and Hercules. That was when Zeus and Hera could be seen walking towards their son. Hercules smiled as he hugged them both. Mom, Pops, he said as he hugged them both. Naruto stood to the side, smiling when he heard a voice that made chills go down his spine, Naruto. It was the voice of. Aren't I a cold bastard? I'm going to leave you here. Next time will be rewards, and the final leg of the race to train. BTW, in case any of you are wondering, I will be using the depiction of the Titans from the Disney version of Hercules. I like the movie and those Titans. Plus the elemental Titans will be used later in the story. It was the voice of a woman, the first woman he ever cared for, even if briefly. He turned to see Shinny there with Cynthia's soul by his side. Shinny looked at Naruto and let out a ghost of a smile. Hades decided to celebrate you becoming a god by letting you see your deceased lover one more time, for closure. He said as he disappeared. Naruto looked at Cynthia and hugged her close to him, not wanting to let go ever. Her black hair cascaded over his face as she kissed him and looked into his eyes, hazel meeting blue. He smiled and said, I was afraid I'd never see you again. I wasn't, she replied. She smiled and said, I saw you every day in our sun. Same eyes, my hair, your personality, he was an exact replica of your personality. When I saw him, I saw you by his side. He became a great Spartan, just like his father. But enough of sadness, I just wanted to tell you that, I love you, Naruto. She said. He looked at her and smiled, and I love you, Cynthia. He replied, making her smile. But that quickly faded. She looked at him and kissed him as she held him close to her. Our son loved you with all of his heart. You were his idol, all of the men of your platoon respected you as their king, and your father named you a king before he stepped down. You went down in history as the people's king. You were beloved by all, she said as a tear ran down her cheek. I know, I read your book, and Cynthia, thank you for taking care of my son, it means the world to me. He smiled as he saw her fading. Her translucent hand caressed his cheek one last time before she faded away. I will always love you, Naruto, my love, she whispered. He smiled and got up as the gods approached him. They looked at him suspiciously, but when his godly hue came upon his body, their eyes widened. A human had achieved godhood. This was never heard of. It wasn't until Hercules walked up to Naruto and asked, who was that Naruto? He looked at them and smiled. Someone of my past. He grinned as he took out a flask with a skull on the front. He took out sake cups and filled them, then passed them out to the gods. The gods eyed them suspiciously until hearing, in these cups are all of my memories. Hades himself made it for me. Not your Hades, but the one from my time. If you want to know who that was, drink up. He said as he looked at his cup. He swallowed it as he relived his memories. All of the other gods, including Hercules and his newly pronounced wife goddess, Meg, drank up. Within minutes, all of the gods and Hercules and Meg were shocked. They looked at Naruto as he looked at the heavens. All of them had tears in their eyes, not believing one person could live through that much hate, nor that Hades was nice. That was when Naruto walked up to Zeus. "O Zeus, king of Mt. Olympus, I have a favor to ask of you," he said humbly. Zeus nodded and listened. "The Titans will get rowdy and attempt to overthrow you again. I ask they be placed under my care. I also ask a mark be made on my shoulder so I may summon them from their prison so they may fight in my name. That way, they will get occasional liberty and I get some powerful allies. What say you, Zeus?" he asked. Normally, Zeus wouldn't allow this to anyone, not even himself. But he had seen the dimension Naruto had come from, battles fought on a daily basis for survival. Though Naruto was hated and beaten, he never fought back. He smiled through it all and gladly gave his life for those he deemed precious. This boy was special. Zeus nodded and a tattoo appeared on Naruto's shoulder. It was a circles with the kanjis for ice, earth, wind, lava, strength, and another kanji that read, mythical. Naruto smiled and thanked Zeus, but asked one final question. "Zeus, my time draws near. I ask what will happen to my wife, should I find one, since I am a god?" Zeus looked at him and spoke, she will become as immortal as you are. But remember, injuries can still take your life. And hers. Be happy, Naruto, and enjoy your life. Forge a better path than the one you were given. We will all keep an eye on you." Naruto nodded and thanked them as he faded away. From that day on, there were two new constellations. One was of Hercules and the other was the Spartan symbol. Naruto became known that day as the god of purity. Naruto reappeared in hell in his room. There was Shinny, the horse, Hades, and the other Shinny. His armor was on display along with all of his belongings. Naruto smiled and turned to Hades. "Thank you, for letting me see her once more," he said. Hades smiled and nodded. He then turned to Shinny and started, "Now it's the last leg of your training, Naruto. When you return to your dimension and time, you will be 18. Now, normally I don't do this, but I decided Shinny here could train you in ninjutsu and how to dispel genjutsu. Kenjutsu and taijutsu you have in spades. He will also teach you all of the things you were deprived of. Now go on and get to work," he said as he ushered them away. Time skip 5 years. I really don't feel like writing 5 years worth of training. An 18-year-old Naruto stood at the gates of hell. He was officially done with his training. Shinny had taught him some ninjutsu, but not much. The reason being because his connection to the gods and the titans threw off his balance. Instead, they worked on making a hybrid ninjutsu style. It was named Titan Style. It used the elements of the titans and summoned them, such as magma, ice, wind, etc. Then Naruto channeled chakra into the element and did the same hand seals for some ninjutsu techniques. What made this new ninjutsu style dangerous was that he would have complete control of the element he summoned, no matter what. He developed many techniques this way, but his crowning achievement was his Titan's armor. Since he didn't have an army of Spartans for his training to be effective, he learned to make clones. Shadow, water, mud, and lightning clones were the most helpful ones. He also learned advanced trap making, politics, chemistry, biology, mechanics, and many other things from Shinny. The last couple of years had been brutal for him, but it was worth it. He was up to par with all of his old teachers in their prime. He was 6 foot 5 inches tall. His hair had changed to a sandy blonde and become tame. Think Achilles' hair. He had a build that matched an athletic runner's, but underneath those compressed muscles was power enough to rival Tsunade in her prime. He also figured out what the kanji for mythical on his shoulder did. Flashback. A 14-year-old Naruto was practicing summoning the titans. He bit his thumb and swiped it across the kanji for lava, when some of the blood fell on the mythical kanji. Suddenly, the ground started to rumble as the three-headed demon, Cerberus, rushed in to aid Naruto. After he rushed in, magma started to shoot out of the ground as the Titan of Magma, don't know their specific names, was summoned. It was then that Naruto realized what the kanji did as he dispelled the magma titan in Cerberus. It allowed him to summon mythical creatures. Flashback end. In the end, he had summoned Cerberus, the Gorgon sisters, the Kraken, Harpies, Sirens, Minotaurs, a lion, Hades' soul-extracting ravens. These will come in later, and oddly enough a flock of Pegasus. He had many allies to help, and all they asked was to be included in epic battles. The only ones that needed more were the Pegasus. They needed a human to bond with. Once bonded, they could stay in his plane of existence forever. Shinny had grown a lot. His appearance was the same, but his legs now had even more powerful muscles. He could run from Kumo to Suna in a day. His wings also grew stronger, now being able to maintain flight for 3 days straight. Naruto climbed on Shinny and looked at Hades and Shinigami. Even though he had had families, these would always be his fathers. They cared for him when no one else would, besides a select few people, cared for him, and trained him to be what he was. A Spartan and a god. He would never forget them. He bowed to them both. Hades-sama and Shinigami-sama, I can't thank you both enough. You both helped me from my hellish life and gave me a chance. I appreciate it and can't thank you enough for it, he said. Hades walked up to him and placed a hand on him. Naruto, you're like the son I never had. You exceeded all expectations and made me proud. I am glad to have been called a father by you. Don't be a stranger and swing by every once in a while. I see your future, and it is bright, Hades said as he handed him 2 scrolls. Sealed in those scrolls are your original armors. I put seals on them so they adjust to fit you. And your books. The ones written by Cynthia, Leonidas, and Achilles. Make me proud, son, he said as he hugged Naruto. Naruto smiled and hugged him back, then turned to Shinigami. Shinigami had a small box in his hand and Naruto's sword and shield, along with his spear. His sword was wider than usual and curved to a sharp point. Same sword as 300, it had the kanji for hell on it. The same was of his shield. It was polished to a shine and had Hell's Gates on the front. He looked at Shinny. You are like a brother to me, Shinny. You helped me whenever you could, and for that I'm thankful, he said as he hugged Shinny, tears spilling from his eyes. Shinny smiled and spoke, Naruto. These are some of the finest weapons forged in hell. They are made from adamantium, same metal as Wolverine's claws, a metal from before your time. Once set and shaped, it will not break, no matter what. Your sword is made of said material, as is your shield and spear. They can both be channeled chakra into. Wind, lighting, and water chakra will work fine. I also saw you as my brother, and I remember how excited you were when I first introduced you to music. So I got you this, he said as he opened a box. It had a jet black MP3 player in it and some jet black headphone. Under them were seals that stored spares. This is my own MP3 box. In them are your favorite songs. They have seals in them so they don't run out of power, fade, break, have unlimited space, and can't be destroyed. Same for the headphones. And don't be surprised if songs start appearing on it, I will send more songs into it when I can. Live a good life, brother. Make me proud, Shinny said. Naruto nodded as he donned his old armor from Achilles. He put on the jet black chest piece, back piece, leather breeches, and battle coverings. He then put on his shin guards and arm guards. He put on fingerless gloves that belonged to Achilles and donned his jet black helmet. He looked like a carbon copy of Achilles as he sheathed his sword on his side and strapped his shield on his back, his spear running through the shield. He smiled and waved goodbye as he climbed onto Shinny, the Pegasus, and flew off into the distance, knowing where he could start a new life, and help people break free of the cycle of hatred. Kurigakure, here I come, he thought as he put a dual connector on his MP3 player and put on some headphones on Shinny and himself. He then pressed play and smiled. Here I go again, Whitesnake. I don't own either L. I don't know where I'm going. But I sure know where I've been. Hanging on the promises of the songs of yesterday. And I've made up my mind. I ain't wasting no more time. Here I go again. Naruto smiled and reminisced on his life with Leonidas, Cynthia, Achilles, and Hercules. They made him stronger and he would make sure they lived on, through him. He didn't return to the song until he heard the last couple of lines fade away. He smiled and looked on where his next destination lied. Kiri. Naruto had Shinny land in a patch of grass so he could set up camp. Shinny went to graze on grass as Naruto set up a tent and collected firewood, all the while unaware of a patrol of Yagura's forces watching him from afar. Later. Naruto had eaten and fallen asleep with Shinny by the side of his tent. He was dreaming when he heard a poof and gained the memories of his dispelled shadow clone guard. There were approximately 15 shinobi outside trying to subdue Shinny. He wasn't having any of this as he got his shield, spear, and sword and donned his armor from Achilles. He then made 5 cage buncheons and ordered them to go into the forest to pick off anyone trying to flee. He then made 2 more cage buncheons and charged outside. Pav Yagura's forces. They had just killed a man that rode in on a flying horse. They were on cloud 9. Surely Yagura would reward them for this find, right? The horse was fighting back though, and struggling. They never noticed 5 shadows slip past them into the woods. All they heard was a loud battle cry. Naruto. Naruto charged the forces with his shadow clones. They had all channeled wind chakra into their spears and charged at the enemies. It was then that they noticed the men had tied Shinny down. Shit, I'll have to be more careful now, Naruto thought as he and his swords charged with a battle cry. Their shields covered their bodies as the enemy shinobi threw kunai and shuriken at them. As soon as they were near the enemy, Naruto and his clones started thrusting and swinging with their shields, careful to stay away from Shinny. The herd squelches as their spears ran through shoulders, stomachs, and more. It was then that a shinobi launched a huge water dragon at Naruto that he jumped. His clones were down. Naruto grimaced as he wiped some of his blood on his tattoo while going through hand seals. The temperature dropped suddenly as he finished the chain and called, Titan style, harshness of the winter storm. The whole place was blanketed in ice as hail started to rain down. But Naruto wasn't done as he cut Shinny free of his bindings. He then jumped on Shinny and had him fly upwards. He did more hand seals and cries, Titan style, revenge of the bloody yeti. As the snow started to swirl together. In seconds, the snow formed a clear yeti made of ice. Its eyes were blood red, and its claws made of blood red snow. The yeti growled and started attacking, barreling through shinobis like they were nothing. Naruto smirked and watched on as the yeti completely decimated their forces. All but one little piggy was left. The yeti had him in a full Nelson and was about to slam him against ice spikes when it heard a shout to stop. It looked to see its master looking at the enemy. The yeti nodded and dissolved, then reformed into an ice tree, binding the enemy shinobi. It was then that the interrogation would begin. One bloody interrogation later. It had been a good interrogation. Apparently, there was a battle being fought in a concentration camp a couple of miles away. They were just supposed to get the horse and go back to help. He also got some roots for the army, but that was it. Nothing more did the lackey know. Naruto looked at the shinobi, wondering what to do. He nodded as the tree started to bind itself tighter to the enemy. It got tighter and tighter until a loud scream and a squelch was heard. The once clear ice tree had been stained red. Naruto looked at Shinny as he petted Shinny's head. "Up for a fight, boy?" he asked. Shinny snorted and flew off in the direction of the camp as soon as his rider got on. The concentration camp. Mei Terumi was not happy. Not happy at all. This was supposed to be a routine liberation. What no one told them was that instead of 30 shinobis in the camp, there were 300. Now Mei was a smart woman. She knew the 50 rebel shinobis she brought with her wouldn't be able to hold off the 300 enemy shinobis. They would soon be overpowered. But she wasn't going down without a fight. It was then, when a shadow was upon her, sword aimed at her throat, that she heard a yell. She looked to see the man behind her impaled on an ancient-looking sword, being held by what could only be described as a hero. He wore a black chest piece, a black battle helmet that covered his sandy blonde hair, his blue eyes visible, and a battle skirt. She fought back a blush as she saw more men come in dressed like him, all carrying swords, shields, and spears. She didn't know on which side they were on until they attacked the enemy shinobi, leaving her forces untouched. Naruto. Naruto had an uneventful flight to the camp. But when he arrived, he saw a major fight going on. Ninja like the ones that attacked him were fighting against what appeared to be rebel forces. He saw one of the ninja was about to stab a woman with blood-red hair, creamy white skin, beautiful features, solid blue lipstick. She wore a dark blue combat dress that showed a lot of cleavage and leg. He immediately jumped off Shinny and stabbed the enemy through the back, impaling him. He then gave the order and his clones, hanged as Achilles' army, charged forward. What then happened could only be described as a slaughter. Achilles' forces were precise and ruthless, killing with efficiency. They would all watch each other's backs, like true brothers in arms. When a jutsu was fired on them, they would form a metallic dome with their shields to protect themselves, and would then charge back into the fight. In Kenjutsu, she was sure these guys could take down the 7 swordsmen of the mist no contest. They used every advantage they had, whether it was shield, spear, sword, or environment. She looked on as did her forces. When it was all said and done, the strange new arrivals hadn't lost any numbers, while Mei's had dwindled to 23. It was then that Mei walked up to Naruto and said, "I am Mei Terumi, leader of the rebellion against the bloodline purges in Kurigakure." "And who are you?" she asked. "Naruto of Sparta," he declared. That was when his clones started dispelling 5 at a time with a 1-minute interval in between. Mei was shocked when the literal army of 100+ men all dispelled, the original being the one in front of her. He looked at her face and smiled. "What, do I have something on my face?" he asked. Everyone's sweat dropped. He then walked towards the camp. "Where are you going?" Mei asked. "To free the prisoners," he replied. She looked at him suspiciously. "Are you a bloodline user?" she asked. "No, I am not." "Then why help us?" "Because just because you're different doesn't mean we're not the same. We are all human, are we not? If I cut you and you cut me, do we both not bleed? If you are in pain or am I, do we not feel it? Just because you have a bloodline, doesn't mean you're different. It just means that you have something no one else does. That you're unique," he said. She was shocked by his words. No one had ever put that point and worded it so perfectly. In the end, they were all the same. She bit her lip and nodded to her men as they went to free the prisoners. In the dungeons. All of the prisoners had been freed by Naruto and the rebellion. All but one. A little girl was in a cell crying. She had been like that for 2 days, asking for her mother. When Naruto asked for her mother, all of the prisoners shook their heads sadly. Her mother had been killed for defying the prison camp's leader. Naruto picked up the little girl and carried her outside. When he walked towards Mei, the little girl was still in tears. Mei saw the girl and her face grew grim. Many kids had been made orphans because of the purges. She took the girl into her arms and comforted her, whispering kind words into the girl's ear. The girl finally relaxed and fell asleep. She was then handed to a kunoichi to be taken and checked over for injuries. Mei looked over at Naruto. He was sitting by a lake looking towards the moon. He then leaned back into the grass and looked at the stars. Mei walked towards him. "Mind if I join you?" she asked. He nodded and she sat down. She saw his hand moving and she looked up. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Tracing my clan symbol in its constellation," he replied. She looked up to see his clan symbol. It looked like Hell's Gates, with skulls all over it. She looked at his armor and found the same symbol. "And your clan is?" "The Spartan clan. Once a brave and powerful people, now dwindled to only one, me," he replied. She looked at him. "Bloodline purges?" she asked. "Nope. Just too much war and hatred. That's why I got mad when I heard of this camp. I came to destroy it, but then realized if I went up against the main cause, I could stop this chain of hatred. He said. She was shocked and looked at him, her voice a whisper, you really want to end this hatred? Why? You have no bloodline or family. Why risk it all? She asked. Because no one deserves to suffer for something they have no control over. He replied. She looked at him and smirked. Then how about joining up with the rebellion? We could use a one-man army like you. All we would have to do is test you to see where you would be best suited. He smiled, sure, as long as I don't have to see another look like that little girl's ever again. He said. May could only look at him in shock as she felt her cheeks heat up, all of this for a non-selfish reason. I might have to get to know him better, she thought. He smiled as he got up and offered her a hand. Let's go, Mei-chan, he said, Mei-chan. She thought as her blush grew and she took his hand. She got up and smiled. Little did he know this next 1.5 years would be a new adventure. Time skip, 1.5 years. It had been 1.5 years since Naruto joined the rebellion. He reminisced on how he got to be the captain of an all-out assault squad. Flashback. An 18-year-old Naruto was being led to the rebellion's training grounds to be tested on where he would be best suited. He had to fight an opponent and see if he could beat them. The leaders would then evaluate him and place him accordingly. They put him up against their top shinobi, Mei Terumi. As Naruto approached the field, he saw her and smirked. So you're my opponent, Iwai Mei-chan? He asked. She nodded and took out a Tonto-style blade. She got into position and looked at him. Do good on this, and I might give you a reward. She said with a wink. Naruto grinned as he grabbed his shield and his spear and looked at her. She charged him and tried to stab him, only for her Tonto to break as soon as it hit his shield. She then pulled out another one and charged, only to have to dodge a spear stab and to be knocked down by the heavy shield. She growled and charged him. He smirked as he dropped his spear and unsheathed his sword. He swung and their swords met with a loud clang sound. He then set up his defense as she struck again, not even leaving a scratch. She then continued then onslaught, but his defense was impenetrable. That was when Naruto went on the offense, weaving an intricate web of steel maneuvers. Mei was having trouble keeping up. This style was unpredictable, consisting of slashes, thrusts, stabs, and more. Before she knew it, she was slammed into the ground and the sword was at her throat. She smiled and pushed him off, then began doing hand seals, lava style, combusting smoke. She yelled as ash started to seep from her mouth. It rained on Naruto. Naruto then wiped some blood on his tattoo and did some hand seals, Titan style, Magma's gift. He yelled. Magma seeped from the floor and surrounded him, protecting him from the ash. When she threw a fire jutsu into the ash, it exploded sky high. She was unsure if she hurt him, but her shock grew as she saw magma surrounding him, protection him from the flames. He then did more hand seals and shouted, Titan style, magma serpents. It was then that the magma around him took a snake-like shape and launched itself at Mei. It struck her on the gut and covered her completely, but since her affinity was magma, did no damage. In her magma prison, she heard faintly, Titan style, harshness of the winter storm. It was then that the magma started cooling too quickly. It soon became a rock and she had to use her lava release to bust herself out. She panted and looked at him. You said you had no bloodline. She yelled. I don't. I have a pact with some select individuals that in exchange for summoning them, I get to control their elements. But since I have all of the affinities, it's increasingly difficult for me to use ninjutsu. So I created a hybrid I call Titan style. It allows me to use all of my elements to perfection, even thought I already mastered them. He replied. She looked at him in shock, but then turned around. Magma was more potent than lava since it remained hotter in the Earth's core. But instead of seeing a magma well, she saw a winter wonderland in her prison. She smirked and did more hand seals, boil release, acidic mist. She yelled as mist was expelled from her body. She then lowered the pH level of it so it would completely corrode anything it touched. That was when Naruto did more hand seals, Titan style, angelic hurricane. That was when a tremendous amount of air began to form a hurricane. It sucked in Mei and her mist. By the time it was dispelled, he was too dizzy to even stand. Before she hit the floor, she felt something grab her. She looked to see Naruto grabbing her by the waist before she hit some ice spikes that would have killed her. He pulled her closer to him and she blushed as she felt his body pressed against hers. He landed on some snow and helped her up. What's next? He asked. She responded by sending a kick to his face, which he caught and began to squeeze until he heard a snap. She then got on one foot and charged him. He kicked her legs out from under her and turned. He caught her face as she fell and with a quick twisting motion, knocked her out. Think RKO from WWE. Leaders. To say they were shocked was an understatement. This man had just knocked out their strongest shinobi and made it look easy. They decided he would be a war general, but to which platoon he would get would be up to him. End flashback. His platoon was Achilles' men. He smiled as he looked at Mei. She slept on his shoulder on the couch. Over the last year, they grew close. Flashback. A 19-year-old Naruto was walking home from training when he saw a note on his tent. It was from Mei. She was inviting him over for dinner. It was a bit short notice, but he made it. When he got there, he realized she wasn't there. She must have gone shopping for groceries. He looked in her fridge and saw some chicken meat, some spices, some vegetables, and a bag of rice. He sweat dropped and got to work. Mei was done shopping for groceries and was heading home when she heard some music in her house. She listened only to hear a song. Bon Jovi, I Want to Be Loved. I had a roof overhead. Had shoes on my feet. You sure I was fed? But no one was there. When I was in need. Yay. So who am I now? Who do you want me to be? I can forgive you. But I won't relive you. I ain't the same scared kid I used to be. I'm gonna live. I'm gonna survive. I don't want the world to pass me by. I want to dream. I ain't gonna die. Thinking my life was just a lie. I want to be loved. I want to be loved. I found a picture. Our so-called family tree. Yay. I broke all the branches. Looking for answers. Don't you know that ain't how it's supposed to be? I'm gonna live. I'm gonna survive. I don't want the world to pass me by. I gonna dream. I ain't gonna die. Thinking my life was just a lie. I want to give. I'm ready to try. I'm willing to lay it on the line. I want to be loved. I want to be. I ain't gonna cry. I don't want to scream. But I got so much left. On set inside of me. I'm gonna live. I'm gonna survive. I don't want the world to pass me by. I'm gonna dream. I ain't gonna die. Thinking my life was just a lie. I want to give. I'm willing to try. I'm willing to lay it on the line. I want to be loved. I want to be loved. I just want to be loved. I want to be loved. I want to be loved. She heard as the song faded away. She walked in to see Naruto cooking a chicken stir-fry and frying rice with chicken. She didn't know he could cook. She then looked at him. Honey, I'm home, she joked. He looked up to see her with groceries in her hands and smiled. Sorry, I just thought you might like someone cooking for you for a change. He said. She nodded and looked at him. Why the sad song? I thought you liked your Spartan family. She asked. His smile dropped and he looked at her. The stir-fry and chicken rice were done, so he set up the food for two and sat down. He poured her some red wine and himself some before he spoke. I'm not originally Spartan, but their blood does flow through me now and I think of myself as one. My original family was abusive. They treated me like crap, ordered attacks on me, and disowned me. All of this before I was even 5. I lived in a brothel until a man I call my father found me. He and my brother sent me to the Spartan clan, where I was raised as one of them. I saw them all as my brothers and sisters, some even as parents. Then, they were all gone. All except my father and brother. They had to go off, so here I am, fighting a war. He said. She was shocked at this, but only asked, why did they hate you so much, Naruto? She asked. He sighed and turned from her. Because I was the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi no Kitsune. My father in all but blood helped me kill it and I kept its chakra. But everyone in my village saw me as the fox. He said. Since he heard nothing, he turned and grabbed his blood-red cloak. He put on his helmet and bowed. I'm sorry for the trouble. And thank you for the meal, Mei-sama. He said. He turned to leave, but only felt a warm embrace. He looked back to see Mei there. She looked up at him, tears spilling from her eyes, and spoke, Don't ever call me that. You have suffered through what I suffered, but you used it to get stronger. You were mistaken for the contained, and discriminated against. I was as well, but because of my bloodline. You understand me better than anyone, please, don't walk out of my life. She spoke sadly. He smiled and embraced her. He leaned down and kissed her forehead. You mean, you don't care? He asked. She smiled sadly and said, No, I don't, because of something a friend once told me. He said, just because you're different doesn't mean we're not the same. We are all human, are we not? If I cut you and you cut me, do we both not bleed? If you are in pain or I am, do we not feel it? Just because you have a bloodline, doesn't mean you're different. It just means that you have something no one else does. That you're unique, she replied. He hugged her close to him, smiling in gratitude. Flashback end. Since then, he and Mei had gotten really close. So much so people mistook them for a couple. He smiled at the thought, but didn't want to push it with Mei. He didn't want to risk her friendship just because of a crush. On the bright side, the rebellion was winning. They had used guerrilla warfare tactics to systematically take down Yagura's forces. They had also ambushed various convoys with supplies and taken them for their own. They had completely ostracized Kiri from the world, and the war was winding down. They were almost done, all they needed was to take down Yagura. That was when a Chunin ran in, leader Sama's. Yagura and his entire army are on their way here, he said. All of the leaders were shocked, but only Naruto asked. How many? Approximately 20,000 shinobi, Chunin and higher. He exclaimed. Naruto only got up, took Mei to her bedroom and tucked her in. He had to prepare for a war. The next day, Mei got up and reported to her station, only to hear they were preparing for war. She listened as Naruto told them to avoid crossing the barricade of rocks. He made her that their lives were forfeit. She looked at the barricade and grimaced. This would barely help. What was he thinking? She then looked to see various rolls of chicken wire set up a bit past the no man's land. She grimaced again. They looked to the top and saw stations for archers and beer barrels. They looked at Naruto incredulously, but kept on. He wasn't a leader for nothing. Naruto then left and told them to prepare. That by tonight Yagura's forces would be at the gates for a fight. He then left for the leader meeting, Mei following near him. Leader meeting. The leaders were outraged when Naruto walked in. You. Boy, what kind of war do you plan to fight with chicken wire, rocks, and beer? They asked. Naruto let it get out of their systems before he started explaining. The chicken wire, as you called it, are shadow clones that will explode when enough shinobi forces are around them. The rocks are only to mark what is hidden beneath the genjutsu I placed on the land. It is minor, so no one will expect it. There is a half a mile wide, 12 feet deep pool of magma that when shinobi enemies try to jump away from the exploding clones, they will jump into. It is also a sentient summon made of magma that has been told who to attack and who not to attack. Atop the archers are covering the beer barrels in oil and exploding tags. The archers will have flaming arrows that, when the barrels are rolled down towards the enemies, they will fire. The barrels will explode and cause massive damage. Then, any other shinobis can be picked off by the archers. That way, a good chunk of the army is taken out before our forces have to do any actual fighting. Yagura is mine though. Now if you will excuse me, I am weary and need some rest. Fighting a war will be troublesome, he said as he left the leaders, including Mei, looking like idiots. Naruto's bedroom. Naruto was lazily crawling into bed when he felt a pair of slender arms wrap around him. He turned to see Mei besides him. He smiled and laid down as she joined him, her still having all of her clothes on. She laid down on his side and smiled as an arm wrapped around her. Tomorrow will be war, I only hope I don't lose you Naruto-kun, she thought as she drifted off to sleep. That evening, Naruto and Mei were woken up by a messenger that Yagura's forces were half an hour away. They both grimaced as they prepared for war. Naruto donned his Spartan elite armor, attaching the blood-red cape and leather underwear. He then grabbed his helmet and put it on, the only thing visible his cold blue eyes. Whenever he got into a fight, they looked icy blue. Almost as if though he was possessed. He grabbed his sword and sword sheath and equipped them. He then grabbed some olive oil and spread it throughout his arms, legs, and stomach. This was to prevent minor injuries and infection, or so his father had taught him. He then headed to the door, only stopping to see Mei already there, holding his shield and spear, herself already prepared for war. He could only smile at how much she looked like Leonidas' wife when she bid him farewell. He quickly shook the thought and took his shield and spear. He strapped them on his back as they left towards the rock barricade. Rock barricade. Naruto arrived at the barricade to see everyone tense as they awaited the battle. He looked at the temporary leader. Where are the refugees and non-combatants? He asked. They're concealed behind the archers so that in case the battle does not go our way, they can flee. The man replied. Naruto nodded and made an all too familiar hand seal. In seconds there was Achilles with 100 of his finest men, all donned in their jet black armor and ready for war. Naruto looked at Achilles and spoke. I want you and your men to go up to where the refugees are and protect them with your life. If I find out even one of them was hurt, it shall be a stain upon your honor as a Spartan. Achilles only nodded and unsheathed his spear while equipping his shield. The rest of his men did the same as they headed to the rocky surface and walked up, using the chakra control exercise. Achilles looked at Naruto and nodded. Naruto then looked at the battlefield and shook his head. There were roughly 150 shinobis in good enough condition to fight. The rest were either sick or injured. He then closed his eyes and concentrated. Not a minute later various puffs of smoke were seen. Naruto looked up to see 300 of his clones hanged as the original 300 Spartans of legend. Leonidas and his second in command both walked up to Naruto. What are the odds, son? Leonidas asked. Naruto looked at his father as he bit into a peach. Not good, father. They have near 20,000 shinobi and all we have are 150, 450 if you include you guys. Naruto then went on to explain the situation to Leonidas, who only smiled. Son, if the odds are that great, then why don't you even them out? He asked. Naruto was confused until he saw his father pointing at his arm. He looked to see his summoning tattoo and smiled. He then went to the front lines and wiped some blood on his tattoo. Immediately, hundreds of puffs of smoke could be seen. In those puffs of smoke were many legendary animals. From half-man half-horse-like warriors to 3 women who would look no one in the face. Naruto grinned and looked at the 150 shinobi in his force. Men, these people shall be the equalizers in this struggle. The half-men half-horse warriors. He said, pointing at the centaurs who wore silver armor, bearing a sword, shield, and spear, with the crest of Hell's Gates on them, will help solidify our main line of offense. And those 3 beautiful ladies, he pointed at the Gorgon sisters who wore purple dresses with the crest of Hell's Gates tattooed on their arms, will be our tipping point. They are known as the Gorgon sisters. A gaze at any of their faces will turn a man to stone. They are also extremely skilled in the art of war. The females with the wings, he pointed at the harpies who wore white togas with the crest of Hell's Gates on them, will be an aerial support, offering assistance to any who need it. They are skilled in flying and with a sword. Their shriek can reduce even the strongest person into a quivering mess. As of right now, they are on the same level of authority as I am. They say jump, you don't ask how high, you jump and hope to God it's high enough, understood? Naruto was looking at his forces, waiting for a reaction, until one shinobi spoke up. Apparently, he wasn't scared of speaking his mind to monsters who made men cower in fear. He spoke up and said, people, does our commander really expect us to fight next to these things? I say nay. I don't care if this is our last hope for freedom, I refuse to fight next to these monsters. Ignoring the hurt look in the faces of the harpies and the Gorgon sisters, he threw his forehead protector down, only to suddenly feel a sharp object at his throat. He looked up to see his commander only a couple of inches from beheading him. It was then that Naruto spoke, do you truly believe that? That they are monsters because they look differently? You are a fool, no better than Yagura and his purge. These people, he said pointing to the summons, are the same as you and I. They are often discriminated against and hunted because of how they look. Of something they have no control over. He said sadly. Mei looked at him and was about to comfort him, when he raised his head. In his eyes burned a determination never seen before. Same as bloodline users have been. But they are my brothers and sisters. As are all bloodline users here. I feel as they have felt, I know as they have known. They are part of my family. Of my clan. Of Sparta. And I will not tolerate you belittling them. He yelled as he swung his sword, beheading the shinobi. He then looked out into the crowd and spoke, any of you cowards want to leave, then leave. But we will fight. Even if the odds are against us, we will not crumple. We will fight. This morning, we ate heartily, and if we shall fall on this night, tonight we will dine in hell. For glory. For our homes. For Sparta. He yelled as the 300 Spartans and the summons only raised their weapons and cheered, ha-oo. H-A-oo. H-A-oo. The shinobi were another story. Most were stunned. Their initial reaction was to fear and eliminate, but after having heard what Naruto said, they were stunned. Truth was, those those people, were a lot like themselves. And the bloodline users had acted no better than Yagura's forces. They even went as far as to almost reject needed help because of their clouded judgment. Then they smiled and one soldier went up to Naruto. He bowed and spoke, I am sorry for my actions, Commander. I understand these people, I truly do. I wish only to fight next to them, to my brethren, for our home. He yelled. Naruto smiled and lifted him up. Then kneel not before me, brother. Rather, take your rightful place next to your family. He said. Many more shinobis bowed and stood next to the summons and the 300 men. None others dared to leave their saviors, their fellow brothers in arms, their family. -5 minutes later. Everyone was at their stations prepared for battle. The 3 Gorgon sisters and the centaurs were at the front lines with the 300 warriors, the shinobis, and Naruto. Overall, their forces consisted of 300 Spartans, 70 centaurs, 150 shinobis, 100 archers, 3 Gorgon sisters, and roughly a bit over 40 harpies. The harpies were situated above with the archers so they could take off into the air easily and help the forces. Naruto, Leonidas, and Leonidas' second in command can't remember his name, so he's him. Leo, were leading their forces. All of the forces were lined up a bit behind the blockade. That was when they heard a loud yell. Suddenly, hordes of shinobis came at them, running through the no man's land. Naruto saw them getting closer and closer to the lake of magma, and whispered, boom. Many shinobis near the hanged cage buncheons were blown apart, some at the legs, some at the arms, some at the waist. Those with enough combat reflexes immediately jumped forward, only to land in the magma lake. Their cries were the only things that were heard as they were incinerated. Some shinobis managed to get past both first lines of offense and charged forward. Drawing kunai and shuriken. Shuriken were thrown by the enemies at the back of the lines while the first lines of attack swung their kunai, some tanto and katanas also. But all were brought to a sudden stop by a sudden wall of steel. Naruto had formed the phalanx defense with his 100 soldiers and the centaurs. He then screamed, "Push!" The shields were pushed forwards. The men then took their spears and stabbed ahead, then went back on the defense. With another yell of, "Push!" the same was done again. As the enemies swarmed the dome, Leonidas and his men looked onwards. He then yelled, "Archers at the ready! Aim for your targets and fire!" And with that, a shadow of black engulfed the dome as arrows rained down upon it, storming and impaling the enemy forces. Leonidas then put on his helmet and grabbed his spear. He looked at his men, then the archers. "Archers, fire at will! Help friendlies and take down the enemy!" He yelled as he jumped into the fray. His men soon followed after him, intent on helping their fellow brothers and their king. With Naruto and his company. Naruto and his company were fighting with all they had. Naruto had thrown his spear and impaled an enemy shinobi through the gut when 5 more swarmed him. Before he could draw his sword, his father and Leo appeared and cut them all down. Leonidas turned to him, "Keep your wits about you, son. I will not lose you or any of the other men." He then jumped back into the fight. Naruto turned to see a shinobi charging him with a kunai. Naruto slammed his shield into the mon's face and impaled the man on his sword, then removed it and jumped forward. He looked forward and frowned. "Damn. Too many shinobi have crossed through." He whistled loudly and was responded by a loud shriek. The enemy shinobi crumpled as the shriek shattered their eardrums. Then they meet their dooms under the Spartans' onslaught. The harpies joined in, lending support to the centaurs by the air as the centaurs attacked the enemy. The centaurs would trample and gut their enemies and the harpies would distract their next prey. This was going well until a huge summon that looked like a crocodile appeared. The summon started to tear through the Spartans until Naruto had enough. He whistled to Shinny and jumped aboard. He went to the archers and got 3 of the beer barrels. They were all strapped to a harness that Shinny wore. The horse was having problems taking off, until 2 harpies came by and helped them lift the barrels. They then flew towards the crocodile. As soon as they were close enough, they unhooked the strap and watched as the barrels fell towards the crocodile. It was when the barrels were close to the crocodiles, various flaming arrows flew at it. The arrows struck the exploding tags attached to the barrels. Soon after, a huge explosion was heard. The blast struck the crocodile's face and it was forced to return to the summon's world. As Naruto landed back in the battlefield, the battle had shifted in the favor of Yagura's forces. He then bit his thumb and wiped blood over his tattoo. He went through a long chain of hand seals and yelled, "Titan style, awakening of the magma serpent." Almost as if on cue, a serpent rose from the magma. It had no discernible face, but attached to its body were tentacle-like magma snakes. The serpent made of magma then started charging at the enemy shinobi. Any of the shinobi dumb enough to charge at it were soon cut down. Mei then appeared next to the serpent. She was looking worse for wear, but not by much. 3 shinobi were about to charge her when a water dragon came out of nowhere and struck the serpent and Mei. Mei was thrown back into the serpent, but instead hit solid rock. She looked to see the now rock serpent immobilized. She then turned and her worst fear came true. Yagura was there, he himself had joined the battle. She had summoned lava at her feet, only for it to turn to rock as Yagura doused it with a water ball. She knew she was done. Naruto. Naruto was fighting against enemy shinobis when he turned to see a man douse his magma serpent with a water dragon. He saw him approach Mei. She tried to summon lava with another jutsu, only for it to be turned to rock at her feet. She was immobilized. The man then unsheathed a sword and approached Mei. "No, I can't lose her," Naruto thought as he ran towards the man, but wasn't fast enough. He dropped his shield and sped up, getting closer and closer. Almost there, he thought as the man thrusted his sword toward Mei's chest. Mei. Yagura had unsheathed his sword and went in for the kill, aiming at her heart. Her last thought was, "I'm sorry about leaving you here alone, Naruto-kun." She waited for the feeling of cold metal piercing her heart, but it never came. Instead, a warm liquid was spilled on her face. She opened her eyes to see a blood-red cape in front of her, a sword going through its side. She looked up to see Naruto punch Yagura in the gut, throw 2 jabs in his side, then kick him away. The Spartans swiftly formed the dome of metal as Naruto took time to heal. He turned to her as he removed the sword. She could only watch in astonishment as Naruto gained a faint yellow glow, his wound closing in the blink of an eye. She then looked at him and spoke, "Why? Why would you risk it all, for me?" She asked. He frowned, but then spoke. People do crazy things, when they're in love. She could only stare as he helped her up. The Spartans' defense was holding up, but not for long. Naruto only grabbed his shield from the floor and looked at Mei. No matter what happens, Yagura is out of your life for good. That much I can promise you. The defense then dissolved as he jumped away, following Yagura. A mile away, Naruto arrived at a huge lake with ice-cold water. He looked around to see Yagura as a pale green cloak of chakra overtook him. From the cloak sprouted 3 tails, and the 3-tailed turtle was formed. It was massive, only able to wade in the lake it was in. It looked angrily at Naruto and spoke, You have been the one causing me all of the problems. You helped those scum. Flee, mortal. You do not deserve to be in my presence. You couldn't even scratch my shell. Naruto looked and started laughing. He then looked at the massive turtle and spoke, Flee. Flee. Spartans are thought never to flee and to always fight for their home. I will not abandon my brothers, no matter what. He yelled as he wiped some blood on his tattoo and channeled as much chakra as he could. He slammed his hands on the floor and a huge puff of smoke appeared. From that puff of smoke the earth started to shake violently. This caused the turtle-like Biju to levitate off the floor. The earth's shaking caused a huge crack on the earth to form. From that crack magma started to form. From the lowest depths of the earth, arise titan of magma. He yelled as the lava started to take shape. It was about as big as the turtle Biju, with hands that dripped magma. Its face had glowing yellow eyes as it frowned. That was when Naruto landed on its head and spoke, Titan of magma, will you lend me your strength in this fight? He asked. The magma titan only responded by opening its jaw and firing a magma shot at the giant turtle with 3 tails. The turtle then moved away and fired a water shot at the monster, only for a wall of magma to rise up and protect the monsters. The magma then evaporated the water and flew off at the turtle, its shape shifting to be what looked like magma spears. The turtle fired water at the spears being turned to stone and falling onto the ground. The magma titan then launched itself at the turtle, swinging its fist at the turtle. The turtle retracted into its shell and sent its tails out to impale the monster, only for the tails to be burned and the creature to shriek in pain. The turtle then looked at Naruto with eyes that seemed to scream for blood. A full chakra tail disappeared into balls of black and blue chakra. The balls then started to pull together and compress. Naruto watched as the ball of fully black chakra was swallowed by the turtle-like Biju. Naruto then looked at the turtle and yelled, now. The titan then sunk back into its crevice and was desummoned. Naruto then swiped blood on his tattoo and did hand seals, then exclaimed, Titan style, Hell's Gates. Suddenly, doors over 50 feet tall arose from the they were shut, reeking a stench of death and decay. They had no decoration or colors, only a skull in the middle of them. It was then that the Biju ball was fired, slamming against the doors. This was the scene Mei arrived to. She had cleared her leaving the battle with Leonidas since the waves of enemy shinobis had been stopped. He had allowed her to go check on how Naruto was. When she arrived, she saw Yagura forming what seemed to be a pure ball of chakra and swallowing it whole. She turned to see Naruto as he summoned some jet black solid gates. They literally reeked of death and hopelessness, her instincts telling her to get as far away from that gate as possible. She jumped up into a tree as the ball of chakra that Yagura swallowed fired a beam of pure chakra at Naruto, the blast slamming against the gate. She yelled out as she saw the blast hit the gates, worry for Naruto's health forming at the pit of her stomach. As the blast stopped and the smoke cleared, all that was seen was the gates still standing in a loud growl. Naruto stood behind the gates, the blast barely having scorched them. That was when he heard what he was hoping for. A loud growl. Then, the doors were slammed open as a huge black dog with 3 heads charged out in the open. It looked at the turtle Biju and snarled. You dare attack the gates of hell. You will pay for your impudence. It was then that Naruto climbed on top of the middle head and looked at Cerberus. Cerberus, I am the one that summoned Hell's Gates. I needed protection against an attack. Will you help me defeat this opponent? The guard dog of Hell's Gates snarled in response, that thing attacked Hell's Gates. It will die. The dog then charged at the turtle at incredible speeds, dodging and ducking water blasts sent at it. Cerberus then jumped upwards and slammed its body into the turtle, effectively grounding it. The dog's 3 heads started attacking, biting whatever they could. One head latched onto a shoulder, the other to the turtle's neck, and the last one managed to grab the turtle's remaining tails into its mouth. They then pulled apart in an attempt to tear the turtle apart. A loud shriek was heard as another tail was pulled off, leaving the turtle with only 1 tail. Naruto took this as a needed chance and did hand seals, then slammed his hands onto the ground. With 2 loud puffs, 2 beings were summoned. One was a crawling magma monster and the other was a walking ice mountain. Naruto then did more hand seals and exclaimed, Titan style, imprisonment of the damned. The lava monster then spewed huge amounts of magma at the turtle, making it shriek in pain as it was cooked alive. It was then that the ice monster started to blast the magma-soaked turtle with an ice attack, freezing the magma into solid rock. The creature let out a loud shriek as it was turned into a life-size turtle statue. Cerberus then jumped on it, its paws covered in hellfire. The hellfire broke the statue completely. The turtle's chakra receded as Yagura's body fell to the earth, landing on a huge pile of rocks. The body looked battered and bruised as it landed. Yagura opened his eyes to see a man in a blood-red cape holding a shield and sword standing over him. Yagura tried to move his body. It was no good. The Yuki had damaged it too much, the lava cooked it alive, and the rock killed off the skin. He was in death's cold embrace. As he faded into death, the turtle did as well. With no new host, it would die. Yagura's only comfort was that he died in battle. Naruto walked over to Yagura's body and checked the pulse. He was dead. Naruto then took 2 coins from his pouch and laid them on Yagura's eyes. His fairy money for sticks. Naruto had a feeling Yagura needed it more than he did. Naruto then picked up the body and headed back towards the fight. At least, he would have had his legs not buckled on him. He then remembered he had summoned a lot of creatures and the titans, it massively told his reserves. Even if he did have almost infinite chakra, today had left him with a severe case of chakra exhaustion. As he faded into unconsciousness, all he heard was his name being called and a mop of red hair. A week later, Naruto awoke in a hospital room. He tried to get up, only to feel a weight on his side. He turned to see Mei asleep by his side. He smiled and proceeded to wake her up. He leaned close to her and whispered, Mei-chan, wake up," he said. He watched as her eyes slowly opened, only to grab a pillow and cover her face with it. 5 more minutes, she said. He smiled and kissed her hand, then pulled her close to him. As soon as she felt his body under her, her eyes fluttered open. She looked down in cerulean blue eyes, blushing madly. She quickly jumped off Naruto and landed on the floor. Naruto got up and picked her up. He looked at her and asked, "So how did the battle go? Did we win? Is it over?" he asked. She nodded and spoke, "Yes. Yagura is dead, the battle was won with the help of your summons, and as of now, the bloodline purges are over," she said happily. She looked up at him and started. "Well, Spartan, apparently, your victory has spread throughout all of the elemental nations. Various reports have come in from our patrols stating that bloodline users are starting to come back into Kiri. Also, the rowdy normal civilians and shinobis have been quelled and have come to accept the bloodline users." "How? Why?" he asked. She smiled and responded, "Because Yagura was spending over 75% of the village's resources and money to fight the purge, so the civilians and shinobi joined our side. They already sympathized with us, but the major economic shift pushed them to our side. As of now, all we need is a new Mizukage. Although there is one slight problem," she said in a worried tone. Naruto looked at her and asked, "What is it?" "Everyone wants Yagura to be succeeded by whoever defeated him. And the bloodline users have been spreading stories about your feats, so much that the shinobi and villagers have been calling you the Crimson Spartan, and the non-combatant bloodline users speak of their defenders, an army of dark deaths," she said. Naruto looked at her, but shook his head. "Wait, you can't mean, no. Not me," he said while shaking his head. She smiled and nodded, "Yep, they want you to be the Mizukage," she said. Naruto looked at her and spoke, "Well, first let me recover and then we will see, okay? I might not be able to take up the mantle because I want to go out and search for Kiri bloodline users and to reunite the 7 swordsmen of the mist. If anyone deserves it, it should be you. You organized the rebellion and fought through hell before I came along," he said as she blushed. She then got up and before leaving, turned and spoke, "I'll see you later, Naruto-kun." It has been a week since the rebellion had beaten out Yagura's forces. In that week, various missives came seeking an alliance with the newly formed Kiri. Most with small villages were accepted because of food lines and medial supplies. The hidden villages' missives all had been declined, especially the one from Konoha. But today was a day of new beginnings. This is why we find Naruto rushing to put on his Spartan armor from Achilles. A couple of days ago, he had asked Mei out on a date, and she had said yes. Naruto was putting on the rest of his jet black armor when something jolted him. "Shit, I have nothing planned," he thought. He quickly summoned 2 shadow clones and had them go set up the most romantic date they could. Naruto then sealed his weapons and helmet into the seals on his arms. Even if he was home, there was no guarantee he was safe. He then walked out of his home and walked towards Mei's. He was already late, so he decided to cut through the red light district. He was running when he suddenly stopped. He turned and saw a small 7-year-old girl with raven hair crying next to an old lady who was being pushed out of a store. Naruto walked up to the store only to see that the old lady didn't have enough to pay her groceries with. He looked at the old lady and the girl and walked in. He was already recognized through Kiri as their savior. He walked up to the counter and spoke, "Excuse me, are these the groceries those people were gonna buy?" He asked, and the clerk nodded. "Yay, but the lady only had $6 and that is worth $35, the man replied. Naruto nodded his head and pulled out $35. He then picked up the groceries and spoke, "If that lady comes back and tries to buy something, don't charge her. Send the bill to my house, and I will pay. Do we have a deal, shopkeeper?" he asked. The shopkeeper only nodded as Naruto left. He spotted the old lady pushing the little girl on a swing and walked by, listening in on their conversation. "Well Sakuya, I'm sorry we can't eat again. I know you're hungry, but I can't afford it. Tell you what, though. Soon, I'll buy you any treat you want, okay?" the old lady asked. The little girl only nodded and kept swinging. Naruto then approached them and handed the bags to the old lady. "Excuse me, ma'am, but I believe these are yours," he said. The old lady looked in the bag to find her groceries and a large wad of money. She looked at the man who swung her granddaughter on the swing and spoke, "Why are you doing this?" in a wary voice. Naruto only shrugged. "You guys need it, and I will not stand to see a little girl or an elder go hungry. When you go to the store, the clerk will not charge you. I'll take care of the bill, okay? Tell me if he tries to charge you so I can pay him a visit," he said. Sakuya was still swinging when Naruto walked off. The old lady asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Naruto. Naruto of Sparta," he replied as he ran off to Mei's house. Mei was a patient woman, but her date was already 20 minutes late. She was about to go back in her house when a yellow blur shot into her front yard. "I'm not late, am I?" he asked as he tried to catch his breath. He was treated to a glare by Mei. He looked on and spoke, "Sorry. I had to help an old lady buy groceries." Mei's sweat dropped and looked at him. "I don't believe you," she said. She was about to start yelling at him for being late when a young girl about 7 came up to him. She hugged him and said, "Thank you, mister." She then turned around and walked off to the entrance, where an old lady was waiting for her with an armful of groceries. She shrugged and looked at him. "I guess you were telling the truth." Naruto nodded and smiled. He bit his thumb and wiped it on his tattoo. In a cloud of smoke, Shinny appeared. He flapped his wings as Mei looked at him. "What are you thinking, Naruto?" she asked. Naruto smirked as he pointed at Shinny. "Your steed awaits, my lady," he said. She hesitantly climbed up, then Naruto climbed up behind her. She leaned back into his arms as he took the reins. She thought, a horse ride, this will be nice. When Shinny broke out in a mad dash, he then unfurled his wings and she looked scared. He was heading straight for a cliff. She closed her eyes as he jumped, only to feel a cool breeze on her face. She opened her eyes to see they were flying over the ocean around Kiri's borders, as free as a bird. She slowly got up and saw fishermen's boats staring up at them in small coast towns where children were playing. She looked up at Naruto and saw his eyes closed as he enjoyed the breeze on his face. She closed her eyes and felt the weightlessness around her, the warm sun on her face, and the feeling. That unknown feeling to her. The feeling of being free. Of being able to go wherever you want. She smiled and thought, this isn't so bad. I can see why he loves flying. She then leaned back into his body and rested her head on his chest, smiling at the feeling. She then felt the horse drop and saw where they were going. It was a clearing near the village. It was hidden beneath countless trees, but it was there. As Shinny landed, Naruto grabbed her bridle style and got off the horse, carrying her to the clearing. There was a table and a small feast waiting for them. There was steamed rice, beef with broccoli, some sweet and spicy chicken, and a big pot. She was unsure of what was in the pot, but then he opened it and grinned. He went to her side and bowed. "My lady, may I escort you to your meal?" he asked playfully. She smirked and took his hand as he led her to a table with a blood-red cover, candles in the center, plates set up, and a bucket with a white handkerchief covering it. She slowly took her seat as Naruto unveiled the bucket. There sat a bottle of red wine, chilled, and he opened it. He filled her glass in his and took his seat. He then made a shadow clone to serve them, the clone coming back with 2 bowls of rice, 2 plates with beef and broccoli and sweet and spicy chicken, and finally a bowl full of ramen. Naruto dismissed the clone and looked at Mei. She then spoke happily, "So how can you stand it?" she asked. "Stand what? Having to come back to Earth after flying?" she responded. Naruto smiled, "Well, I have to eat, don't I? And besides, if I never came to the ground then I wouldn't get to see you. And that wouldn't be fair to me," he said. "How so?" she asked. "Well, tell me, if one day you woke up and you didn't see the sun, would you care?" "Of course I would. It wouldn't feel the same," she replied. "Exactly. If I don't see you, my day doesn't feel the same. Like something's missing," he said as he chewed on some chicken. She blushed and looked at him. "Really? Yeah, That's why I always make time to just hang out with you, no matter what. He replied. She blushed and looked down as he looked at her. You know, you're cute when you blush, he said. Mei then looked up at him and spoke. Naruto, when you said what you said. Did you mean it or was it a heat of the moment statement? When I said what, Mei-chan? He asked. She sighed, this guy was so thick-headed. When you said that people do crazy things, when they're in love, she finished with a small blush on her face. He looked at her, yes. Yeah, I did, but I wasn't sure if you felt the same. And even if you did, there is still a lot of my life you don't know about. Her response was to frown, but her resolve was solid. After nearly losing him at the hands of Yagura, she wanted to know the man who had captivated her heart. Then tell me, she replied. He frowned and looked at her. I'm afraid, he replied. Afraid of what? She asked. Afraid that once you get to know my past, that you won't like me anymore. He replied. Her only response was to cup his cheek in her hand and kiss him, a short, chaste kiss. But that kiss was the world to him. It showed him that she cared for him. He then stood up and took out what looked like a metal flask. It had the insignia of Hell's Gates. He poured a clear-looking liquor into a small sake cup and handed it to her. This is a special liquor. It has all of my memories instilled in it. If you want to know of my past, take the sip. He said. She looked at him, then the cup. Seems a bit far-reached, don't you think? She asked. We're ninja. We stick to walls, walk on water, and summon talking animals. Normal and far-fetched shouldn't be in our dictionary. She nodded. He had a point. And if this was what she needed to get to know the real him, then she'd do it. She took the sake saucer and sipped it suddenly, her vision blurring as soon as she swallowed the drink. She fell unconscious. Naruto sighed as he made clones to clean up the food and picked Mei's body up bridal style. He carried her back to his apartment and laid her on his bed. He could only wonder what she would think of him after seeing all of his battled and lives. For once, he was worried of what someone would think of him. In Mei's mindscape, Mei stood in front of some dark-looking gates, the gates reeking of death and decay. They had the symbol of Hell's Gates on them, but she didn't care. She pushed forward and a stream of memories came at her. She witnessed Naruto's first 5 years of his life with Anko, Ayame, and Henna. She witnessed his horrible childhood and the very night that Hades came to save him. She saw him being trained under his 3 legendary teachers, his one night with Cynthia, him fighting with the 300 legendary Spartans and his death. She smiled at his pride in his son and his lover. She witnessed him training with Achilles, his scheme to help save Achilles' life, and his ultimate death at the hands of Sparta's king. She saw him as he started to see Hades, the god of death, as his father and the Shinigami as his brother. She then witnessed him as he was trained by the demigod Hercules. She saw him fighting the Titans, his inner conflict at facing his father figure, his joy when he received Shinny, and his ultimate ascension into godhood. She was shocked by this, but it did explain his healing factor. She finally witnessed as he gained control of the Titans, and saw his final goodbye to Cynthia. She then witnessed his training with the Shinigami, the birth of his ninjutsu style, and his constant training to improve. The scenes then faded and focused on a specific timeline. It was when he first met her in the battle to liberate the bloodline users. She felt what he felt when he first saw the little girl without her mother, she felt what he felt when he joined the rebellion. She smiled sadly at the memory of him cooking for her, how he felt close and closer to her, but was afraid to lose her, so he said nothing. She smiled at the warm feeling she felt when she saw his true feelings. She smiled and her heart finally decided on her choice as she saw him handling the situation with the old lady and the little girl. He's good with kids. Then the gates were shut close. Mei felt her eyes getting droopy. The last thing she heard was a feminine voice saying, "Take care of him." Mei woke up late in the evening. She heard sounds coming from a kitchen. She wiped the sleep from her eyes and saw she was in Naruto's apartment, sleeping on his bed curled up with a pillow. She got up and walked outside, following down a hall to where she saw light and voices. She stumbled and saw 3 Narutos in the kitchen cooking and 4 of them playing poker on the table. Well, that gives, playing with yourself, a new definition, she said. The clones heard her and turned around laughing. That was when 3 Narutos came in and set up the table to eat as the original dispelled his poker buddies. The cooks then dispelled, leaving Naruto and Mei alone. Naruto pulled out a chair and let Mei sit before he himself took a seat. He then grabbed a fork and dug into the food. "So how was your sleep?" he asked. She looked at him and responded, "Pretty good. Saw all of your life." She responded ironically. He looked down at the food, "And what do you think of me now?" he asked. She just got up, went to his side, and kissed him fully on the lips. His eyes were wide with shock, but he sank into it and kissed her back, pulling her onto his lap. She broke the kiss and looked at him. "That answer your question?" "Yay, but why? Don't you think of me as a monster?" I have killed more men than anyone in their lives can say. Her only response was to bring him face to face. Yay, but you did it to protect your land and those close to you. If you had done it senselessly, I would have thought differently, but you did it because it had to be done. She then looked at the clock and saw it was already 1 a.m. She took his hand and led him to the bed. Where are we going? To sleep. I'm tired. We can discuss what I say in the morning, okay? For now, you just need to know that what I feel for you is real. After seeing all that you have had to go through, I can honestly say you're the man I want to be with. You're everything I've hoped for out of a man. Kind, caring, strong, good with kids. You understand my needs and wants. You try your best to help whenever you can. I don't care if you have soiled your hands, I want to be there for you. I'll help you clean them, I promise. She said as she snuggled into his chest. He smiled and hugged her close to him, a simple thought coming to mind. I'm never letting you go. No matter what, he thought as he drifted to sleep. It was early in the morning when Naruto was awoken by a knocking on his door. He tried to get up, only to hear a voice, 5 more minutes. He looked to see Mei on his chest and smiled as he ran his fingers through her hair. Mei-chan, there's someone at the door, he whispered in her ear. She slowly got up and headed to the door, grumbling about people being too damn early. She got to the door and opened it, only to find a Chunin there. I have a message for Naruto-sama, he said in a dull tone. Mei called Naruto and he got to the door. The messenger then gave him a scroll and saluted as he disappeared. Naruto unrolled the scroll, read it, and frowned. Mei looked over his shoulder and pulled him close to her. What's wrong, Naru-kun? Zabuza and the demon brothers have been spotted near Wave Country. Looks like I'm taking a field trip, he said as he went to pack. Mei smiled and looked at the helmet on the kitchen table. He might act like he doesn't care, but he does, on the inside, she thought as she headed to the kitchen. Might as well send him off with something in his stomach, and I wonder if there's a tailor that can make me a Spartan dress like that Leonidas' wife. She whispered to herself as she started frying eggs. Half an hour later, Naruto came out to the kitchen. He had taken a shower and put on his golden brown armor given to him by Hercules. Brown chest piece and back piece, a battle skirt, his leather underwear, a small red cape attached to the back. He had all of his weapons sealed into his arms and important documents too. He looked around and smelled something delicious. He walked over to the kitchen and saw Mei there already eating breakfast. She smiled. Can't send the man I love out with an empty stomach, can I? She asked. He smiled and started eating. I like the sound of that. Love, he thought as he finished eating. He went over to Mei and kissed her passionately, pulling her close to him as he wrapped his arms around her. She eagerly returned the kiss and wrapped her arms around his neck. She smiled as he broke the kiss off. What was that for? For being there for me and loving me, no matter what, he replied. She smiled and followed him outside, keeping her eye on him as he saddled Shinny and got everything ready. He led the flying horse outside and was about to get on, when he was turned to kiss Mei. He wrapped his arms around her and kissed back. After 2 minutes, they broke off, the need of air having gotten to them. She looked at him, a blush on her face. Be careful out there, you hear? If you die, I'll bring you back to life just to kick your ass myself. He smiled as he climbed on Shinny. Love you too, he said as Shinny took off. Mei waved goodbye to him and suddenly had a large grin on her face that would have made the cat from Alice in Wonderland proud. Oh, Naru-kun, when we get back, I guarantee you'll be surprised, she thought as she looked at his crappy home. Naruto took out his MP3 player and put the earphones on. He pressed play and smiled, leaning back into the saddle as Shinny flew towards Wave. He listened to You're Gonna Go Far Kid, by The Offspring, Unforgiven 2, by Metallica, and Rock You Like a Hurricane, by the Scorpions. I own none of the songs, so you know, yay. At the start of Pour Some Sugar on Me, by Def Leppard, he turned it off and sealed it back in his arm. He told Shinny to slow down as he saw 5 people walking on an unfinished bridge. One was a silver-haired man with his face stuck in an orange book, a kid with a duck-assed hairstyle, a girl whose pink hair screamed, open season, a burly old man who looked like hell, and finally, a pale-skinned kid with an extremely eerie smile. He looked at them and laughed. The pale kid had some skills, that much he could tell. But the rest were a joke. Even the scarecrow hadn't noticed his presence. He decided to follow them, then saw the duck-assed emo throw a kunai at a bush. He saw the pale kid go to the bush and come back holding a rabbit. Nice job, Dickless, you protected us from a vegetarian, was his comment. Naruto laughed quietly, until he heard a loud whizzing sound through the air. He looked to see a large blade flying at the ninja and the old man. He decided to wait and watch as the fight went on. The kids all froze horribly except the pale one, who drew a lion that came to life. The emo almost went as far as committing suicide, but was stopped by the scarecrow. The scarecrow then unveiled his eye to show a Sharingan. So Sharingan no Kakashi, eh. Things just got interesting. Naruto thought as he saw Zabuza and Kakashi going at it. When Zabuza had caught Kakashi in his water prison, it was over. It was time for Naruto to act. Naruto was listening to Zabuza talk to the genin when he jumped from Shinny. He landed on the water with a crouch and a puff of smoke surrounded him. As the smoke cleared, Naruto held his shield and sword ready. Zabuza Momoichi, the Mizukage has sent me to make you a deal. He announced as he got up. I want make a deal with that bastard Yagura. Zabuza yelled as he charged at Naruto, having told a clone to take his place at the prison, his large blade in him swing. Naruto jumped over the blade and swung his sword downwards, but missed. Zabuza jumped back and looked at the new warrior, his blade and then himself. Well, finally someone who isn't all talk. Tell me kid, where did you get that blade? He asked as he poised himself for an attack. My father gave it to me after I was trained. Naruto said as he prepared his shield for defense. The symbol on the shield didn't matter to Zabuza, but it did to Kakashi. No way. A report said a man with the same shield was the one to beat Yagura, the three-tailed Jinchuriki, he thought as he saw Zabuza charge. Zabuza swung his sword and thought it would shred through the shield, only for the shield to stand. Naruto the stabbed at Zabuza's shoulder, barely making a cut. Zabuza then jumped back and started making hand seals. Naruto recognized the seals and jumped back, wiping blood on his tattoo and doing hand seals. Zabuza finished and yelled as a huge water dragon charged at Naruto, full speed. Naruto then finished his chain seals and yelled, Titan style, harshness of the winter storm. The temperature then suddenly dropped, the water dragon freezing mid-air and falling down with a thud. Zabuza was in shock, as was Haku in the trees. Is he like Haku? Zabuza thought, Haku wondering the same thing. Kakashi watched on from his prison, wondering why he couldn't copy the jutsu. Naruto poured more chakra, grinning as the water in the lake in the water prison froze over. Zabuza then did more hand seals and called out, water style, water bullet. Only to see nothing happened. He looked to see all of the water frozen, even his water clones. He charged Naruto onwards again, only to feel a sharp sting on his neck as the world went black. Haku noticed her master was at a serious disadvantage and decided a tactical retreat was in order. She threw Senbon needles at him, aiming at his neck to put him in a death-like state. She then dropped down. Thank you. I have been hunting him for a long time. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have caught him, she said as she picked up the body and disappeared. Naruto then went over to the huge ball of ice and struck it with his sword, cutting it open. Kakashi popped out, watching the stranger carefully. Naruto then turned and saw the emo kid trying to get on top of Shinny, the horse amusing himself by kicking the emo whenever he got too close. That was when he heard words that got him pissed. He turned to see Kakashi tell the old man that they didn't have to continue the mission and turned to leave. The man, whose name was Tazuna, was on his knees begging, but it didn't matter, the Konoha scum had decided to head back. Kakashi then looked at the oddly dressed man and spoke, and what is your name, stranger? He asked. Naruto. Naruto of Sparta. Naruto replied, smirking as he saw recognition flash through Kakashi's eye. Kakashi then pulled out a kunai and looked at Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, by order of the Sandaime and Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, you are to be brought back to the village. Surrender or we will take you by force. Naruto laughed loudly, then turned and looked at Kakashi. That woman and her husband disowned me when I was a little kid, and now she wants me back. Hell no. I hold no allegiance to her nor that wretched hellhole, he said. Kakashi then bit his thumb and did hand signs, slamming his hands on the ground. Naruto jumped back and a larger puff of smoke was seen. When the smoke cleared, there stood over 50 warriors, all being led by Naruto and another man. On Kakashi's side there were roughly 30 nin dogs, being led by an ugly-ass pug. Naruto the prepared himself, as did all of the warriors. Then Kakashi heard a loud yell. His 3 students had been captured by men wearing jet black armor. Naruto and a man with black hair, a black beard, and more scars than Kakashi could count, walked up. Kakashi, now you know even you can't take down this many men. You're outnumbered and low on chakra. Leave this place with your weak excuses for students and we will not attack. Naruto said. Kakashi gritted his teeth, but nodded. He was then escorted to land by the warriors. Kakashi then summoned a messenger hawk. He had to get these news back to Konoha ASAP. Naruto and Tazuna were walking back to Tazuna's house. After the Konoha nin left, Naruto agreed to protect the bridge builder. They arrived on what looked to be an inn. Tazuna knocked and a beautiful woman answered the door. Yes, oh father, you have returned, she said happily as she hugged the old man. Naruto smiled at the scene, but was snapped back as Tazuna introduced him, well kinda. Yay, and here is the ninja I hired to protect me, he exclaimed happily as he pointed at Naruto. Naruto bowed, "Thank you for allowing me in your beautiful house, Tsunami-san," he said as he walked in. "Are there any fields near here? My horse could use a rest," he said as Shinny whinnied. Tsunami saw the horse and nodded, leading it to an old barn in the back. She led Shinny to an old stall and let him get settled, only to gasp as the horse unfurled its wings and curled up on its bed. She then ran back to the house. When she got there, she saw Tazuna drinking and Naruto giving orders to 3 other men. One only wore leather underwear, a crimson cape, jet black sandals, and a helmet. Brown eyes, black hair, and a beard were visible through the helmet. The other wore full chest armor, a battle skirt, sandals, and a helmet, all in a jet black finish. Sandy blonde hair and blue eyes were seen through the helmet. And the final had full ankle sandals, full chest armor and a battle skirt in a tan brown color, and a blue cape attached to its back. His brown hair and blue eyes can't remember, so sorry, were visible. Tsunami blushed and looked down as Hercules smiled at her. Tazuna looked at Naruto and asked, "Who were they?" "Your security detail," Naruto replied as he went out to train. It had been 3 days since Naruto had arrived in Wave Country and taken the job to guard Tazuna. So far, the last couple of days had been uneventful, as expected. Zabuza wouldn't be up from a near-death state for at least a week. Naruto had used that time to practice his chakra control and spar. He had only met the whiny little $ch of a son of Tsunami a day ago. Naruto sighed as he dispelled the clones practicing chakra control. He headed back to Tazuna's house and summoned 10 shadow clones to keep watch. Naruto was eating dinner with Tazuna and Tsunami, chatting about trivial things and laughing. Leonidas, Achilles, and Hercules were at the living room watching TV when Inari shouted. Naruto looked at him and saw the brat crying. "What's wrong, Inari?" he asked. "You just sit here, eating the food we can barely scavenge and talking to us like life is alright. What do you know about suffering?" "You know nothing," Inari shouted. 2 loud cracks and a crunch were heard from the living room. They turned to see cracked glasses in Leonidas and Achilles' hands while dust of the remote lay in Hercules. They then heard a dark laugh and turned to see Naruto laughing while wiping his eye clean. "That's a good one, brat. You want to know what I know about suffering? My parents disowned me when I was younger than you are. My father ordered attacks on me and my mother watched on with a smile on her face. I usually slept with rats around my body just for warmth. I fought stray dogs just for bones and scraps out of the trash can. You have it bad, but there are people who have it worse than you out there," he said as he got up and walked out. "Where are you going?" asked a shocked Tazuna, Tsunami looking at her son with a glare and Inari getting up to leave. "To train," was Naruto's only response. Tazuna looked at Leonidas and asked, "Is what he said true?" It is. He has had it rough, but he never lets it get to him. It wasn't until he met his surrogate fathers and brothers that things got better for him." Leonidas got up and followed the crying Inari to the docks, the moonlit sea providing the only light. "How?" Inari asked. Leonidas sat next to him. "How what? How he doesn't snap. How he didn't kill his mother and father. How he still 28 out worrying of other people rather than himself. Simple. One day he just got tired of crying. He got up, dusted himself off, and moved on." Leonidas then got up and left, leaving Inari to wonder. Naruto put on his blood-red battle cloak, helmet, adamantium made shin and arm guards. He summoned 25 shadow clones and hanged them into Spartans, all wearing the same thing he did. He then made 100 more clones and hanged them to look like Xerxes meant yay, I finally watched the movie but I ain't going back to change it. The men then charged the Spartans, swords and spears in hand. The Spartans unsealed their shields and spears and got into a defensive position. With a loud thunderous clash, Naruto began to work out his anger. Naruto was asleep on a soft patch of grass, having ended his training late in the morning. He was suddenly awakened to see an angelic face with beautiful brown eyes, black hair, luscious full lips wearing a pink kimono and a black choker with a basket by her side. "Hey, wake up. You will catch a cold out here," she whispered. He got up and looked around, deep gashes in the earth and spear marks on trees the only evidence of last night's fight. He looked at the beautiful girl and smiled. "Thank you for your concern, but I will be fine." "Oh, are you a warrior or a ninja?" she asked, confused because he had no headband, but he had the helmet of a battle commander on. "A bit of both. So tell me, what's a girl like you doing out here all alone at this time?" "Just picking herbs to help a friend get better," she replied. "Mind if I help?" "Sure. Just help me find an herb that looks like this," she said, showing him a purple-looking herb with white in the center. He nodded and started picking the herbs, when he heard something. "So tell me, why do you fight?" she asked. He smiled and replied, "To protect my homeland and those close to me. I would give my life for any of my own, no matter what." "Good. Then you know what true strength is." I believe you gained true strength by fighting to protect your precious people, she said as she got up and took the herbs from his hands. She then turned and began walking away. By the way, my name is Haku, and I'm a boy, she exclaimed. He smiled and took off his helmet, showing his tame sandy blonde hair in a ponytail and his azure blue eyes. No you're not, he said. Oh, and how am I not? She asked sarcastically. Well, he got close to her and took her hand in his, rubbing it slowly. Feel that? My hands are rough and calloused, while yours aren't the same. They are soft and calloused. Your skin is creamy and beautiful, he whispered in her ear, making her blush. She shook her head as he turned and put his helmet back on. Now, Hunter-san, I am here to tell Zabuza that Yagura has been overthrown and there is a new cage in his place, one made Terumi, he said, shocking her. What proof do you have? She asked. He handed her a scroll addressed to Zabuza. If you want to go back to Kiri and be able to live a life of freedom, not of fleeing, then meet me on the bridge in 2 days' time. There I will prove to you everything is true, Naruto said as he walked off and Haku ran. She had to get these news back to her surrogate father. Naruto was tense as he walked Tazuna towards the bridge. It had been 2 days since the encounter with Haku. He had left Tsunami and Inari under the protection of the Gorgon sisters. Shinny had been back in the barn, eating and sleeping until he was needed. When they arrived to the bridge, there was a thick mist covering it. When the mist cleared, there stood Haku with her mask on next to Zabuza. All of the workers were in a prison made by her ice mirrors. Zabuza looked at the blonde, who was wearing a blood-red battle cloak, shin and arm guards made of a strange metal, leather underwear, knee-high sandals, and a helmet that covered everything except his eyes and his mouth, a raven black patch of horse hair on the top of his helmet. So, where is the proof? Tell me before I decide to kill you, Zabuza demanded. Yay, that worked so well the last time, Naruto said as he threw an open scroll on the ground. With a loud poof, lava appeared and took on a humanoid shape. That shape was Mei, who started. Zabuza, the bloodline purges are over. Yagura is dead, and before you ask, I didn't kill him. The man before you did, she said, pointing at Naruto. If you still don't believe I'm me, then I will tell you something only I and the other 7 swordsmen know. There is a seal at the bottom of the hilt of your sword where you hide your porn, she said as she dissolved back to lava and disappeared, leaving a shocked Zabuza and fuming Haku. You keep porn there, she exclaimed as she smacked the back of his head. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle as he saw this, the great demon of the mist being manhandled by a 17-year-old girl. Zabuza snarled at Naruto, but was once again smacked by Haku. So why does Mei want me to come back? He asked. She doesn't. I do. I'm looking to put the 7 swordsmen of the mist back together. You would be pardoned of all crimes and instated as Junin, with Haku as a chunin, if she wishes to become a ninja, he said. Haku smiled and nodded, then released the workers. That was when a loud twang noise was heard. Naruto quickly unsealed his shield, blocking the projectiles from himself and Tazuna while Haku used ice mirrors to shield herself and the workers. Zabuza only lifted his giant sword and stood behind it, blocking everything. When the last of the arrows hit the bridge, they all looked to see Gato standing there with about 200 mercenaries with him. He had a maniacal look on his face as he looked at the couple of shinobi there. Until there was a huge poof of smoke, when 50 soldiers all appeared, with shields and spears held in defensive positions. That was when Naruto walked to the front with Leonidas, Achilles, and Hercules hanged clones. Gato laughed as he signaled his men to take offensive stances. He looked at Naruto and spoke, oh please. Do you really believe that 50 warriors can take down over 200 warriors? He yelled loudly. Naruto only smirked and pointed at a mercenary in the front. You, what is your profession? A blacksmith, what's it to you? He pointed at the man next to him, and you? Farmhand, and you? Swordsman trainer. Naruto smirked and raised his spear. Spartans, what is RPROFFESION? He asked loudly. He was replied with a thunderous roar of, war, war, war. Naruto smirked and looked dead at Gato. See, I have more warriors than you. Gato scoffed and turned. Kill them, he said as he walked away. Naruto then dropped to his knee as a Spartan behind him jumped on his back, spear ready and aimed. He then threw it, aiming at Gato's back. His aim was true and it went through Gato's back, his heart, and his ribcage. Naruto then stood up and took up his shield and spear, getting into a defensive line of metal with his clone. You just killed our meal ticket, a mercenary yelled. This was when the other mercenary spoke up. Well, we can always ransack the town and have fun with the women, he said in a lecherous tone. Naruto growled, but was surprised when an arrow went through the merc's face. He turned to see the townspeople of wave there, bows aimed and ready. The mercenaries looked at the villagers there, armed to the bone with anything they could find, in the Spartans. Fuck this, one yelled as he ran to the edge of the bridge and jumped off, the rest following suit. Naruto dispelled the clones and jumped on the surface of the lake. He wiped blood on his tato and summoned chakra to his hands, slamming them on the surface of the water. As the floating mercenaries watched, the water was broken by a large tentacle-looking Thinji. Then various headed towards the mercs. They tried to swim away, only for some to be nailed in their nervous system points by Senbon needles and arrows, slowly sinking into the water. A loud roar was heard, and the water ran red. And cut. I wanted to do more in Wave, but the Chunin exams got in my mind and wouldn't let me write. So next time, a couple of fun chapters and then off to the Chunin exams. Naruto groaned as he woke up and climbed out of his tent, then stretched out his limbs. Haku and Zabuza were still sleeping in their separate tents. He went to start a fire, unsealing a pot and pouring water into it. He then threw in a few chunks of meat, some vegetables, and some spices for flavor. Konohagakure was a few days away by walk. How the hell had he ended up heading towards Konoha? Flashback. It had been a few days since the completion of the Great Naruto Bridge, as it had been dubbed, and Naruto had gotten a message from Mei. To Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun, Konohagakure's advances towards trying to achieve an alliance with us have become more aggressive. We have caught 2 genin teams trying to infiltrate the village, and have sealed off their chakra and sent them back to Konoha. To show them that Kurigakure's forces are still capable, I have decided to send you, Haku, and Zabuza to the Chunin exams. I know this might be a bit of a sore spot for you, but I will show you how much I appreciate your efforts when you get back into the village. Love. Mei Terumi. Flashback end. Naruto was shaken from his internal rants as Haku sat next to him, a bowl of makeshift stew in her hands. So, how is the great Spartan general taking the news that he's considered a genin? She asked as she dug into her stew. Not as bad as rabbits take rabbit season. He muttered as he finished his stew, Zabuza serving himself what was left of the stew. So brat, has Mei sent you my Jonin reinstated papers and Haku and your genin papers? Yay, I got them right here. The first stage of the genin exams is tomorrow, so we should probably head into Konoha so we won't be late. Won't we be at a disadvantage for being a 2-man team? Haku asked as she finished her bowl and put it over his. Yay, but I can more than make up for it, he said as he handed Zabuza their genin registrations, his Jonin papers, and the official 2-man team notification. Everyone stayed quiet as they cleaned up their campsite, and on the way to Konoha's gates. Naruto-kun, why do you seem so tense? Asked Haku as she saw him putting on his commander's helmet and using his red cloak to cover his entire body, leaving his eyes the only visible thing. Leonida's armor, except used to cover himself completely. Well, me and Konoha don't have the best past, so to speak. I'll tell you about it some other time. He dismissed as they approached the gate. Halt and state your business, please. 2 guards stated, but quickly went on the offensive as they saw the famed, bloody demon of the mist. Hey guys, relax. He's been reinstated as a Kiri shinobi. Zabuza-sama, please show them the papers. Haku said and Zabuza handed the papers to the guards, all the while grumbling about bossy women. After the guards had checked Zabuza's and Haku's papers, they looked over to Naruto. And who's he? They asked as Naruto stepped up and said, Leonidas. Leonidas of Sparta. Naruto said as they looked over his papers, then handed them back. Very well, please enjoy your stay in Konohagakure and best of luck in the Chunin exams. The guards said as the Kiri team walked into the village. However, one of the guards turned to the other and said in a hushed voice, inform Hokage-sama that someone from the Sparta clan of Kiri has arrived. The other merely nodded and shunned Shin to the Hokage's office. With Naruto. Naruto went to the first hotel he saw, the Golden Leaf. 3 rooms please, all individual. He said, I'm sorry, but all we have is 1 individual room and 1 couple suite. Would you like those? Naruto just blushed and was about to say no, when Zabuza just took the key to the individual room and walked away. Enjoy, you too. Just don't do something I wouldn't do, he said in a perverted tone. So I'm guessing praying and charity work is out. Naruto replied as he took a tomato red Haku to their suite. Come on, Haku-chan. In the couple's suite. Naruto groaned as he carried a semi-comatose Haku to their room, and laid her down on the crimson-red bed. For such a petite girl, she's pretty heavy, he thought as he went into the bathroom to wash his face. By the time he came back, Haku was finally up and conscious. Wanna go to dinner, Haku? Naruto asked as he took off his helmet. Sure, let me just get ready, she said as she went into the bathroom. She came back out looking refreshed, and they left. In the streets of Konoha. Naruto was looking around as he led Haku by the hand. No freaking restaurants, he thought as he kept searching, only to suddenly hear a screech of, put him down. Haku, I know we're hungry, but can we go check what's going on? He asked. Sure, I don't see why not. They went, only to see a boy with a Suna headband holding up a small kid. Who do you think you are, bumping into me kid? The shinobi asked. Kankuro, put him down. We don't want to get him angry, do we? Akunoichi asked. He looked to see a girl with dusty blonde hair like himself, her hair done in 4 pigtails, a large fan strapped to her back, and green eyes. If you don't know what they look like, too bad. I ain't explaining. Naruto was about to interfere, only to be stopped by Haku as she grabbed his hand. Wait, let's make an entrance, she said as she put on her Hunter Nin mask and made a demonic ice mirror, dragging him into it. With the mini showdown, Kankuro was about to punch the young Sarutobi, only to suddenly hear a loud poof of summoning and feel a cold blade against his throat. Now, I know you weren't planning to do anything to that poor young child, were you? Naruto's cold tone demanded. Everyone stared in shock as this warrior was hanging out of a sheet of inch-thin ice. I'm pretty sure they guy up there with a bumper sticker for a forehead won't like it, he stated, pointing up a tree. A 12-year-old with midnight black hair, onyx eyes, and an arrogant smirk jumped down from the tree. Damn it, it's a headband, he yelled. Not you, you idiot. Him, Naruto stated, only for a figure with red hair, raccoon-like eyes, the kanji for love written on his forehead, and a gourd strapped to his back. How did you locate me? He asked in a monotone voice. You have pretty big reserves for a normal nin to hide, Naruto stated. Kankuro, you're a disgrace to our village. Let's go, Gura stated as Kankuro dropped the child and left with him. Don't you want to know my name? Sasuke asked furiously. No, Gura replied as Naruto and Haku left, leaving a fuming Uchiha. Who was that? Sakura asked. Trouble, Sasuke replied as he left. Day of the Chunin exams couple suite 8 a.m. Haku groaned as she woke up and stretched. The exam didn't start for another 2 hours, but Naruto had been up and about since an hour ago. She looked at him as he scribbled and made calculations on a desk. She blushed as she saw he was still in his leather underwear as last night. Flashback. Haku had just stepped out of the bathroom after a shower, dressed in nothing but a small t-shirt and short shorts. Shower's clear, she said as Naruto nodded. Thanks, he replied as he stepped into the shower. An hour later, he stepped out in nothing but his leather underwear, the one from 300. She blushed as she saw his semi-wet hair clinging to his face. He wasn't wearing his helm or his red cloak, or his sandals. She was under the covers, and her blush only got bigger as he laid down beside her. Good night Haku-chan, he said as he got under the covers. She only stared as the muscled man laid down beside her, then drifted off to sleep. Her blush only got bigger after half an hour, when Naruto shifted in his sleep and grabbed the first thing in his reach into a bear hug, which was Haku. Flashback end. Haku shook her head from those thoughts as she looked to the clock to see it was 8:30. She got up and went to the bathroom to get changed. By the time she was back in the room, it was 9. She went to shake Naruto from his thoughts. What are you working on, Naruto-kun? She asked as she looked at the scribbles on his paper. They were mostly diagrams of mirrors, their thickness, strength, chakra output levels, and hand seals. I just got an idea for a jutsu from your ice mirrors, he said as he sealed his journal into his arm and donned his cloak and helm. Let's go get some breakfast before the Chunin exams, he said at the entrance of the hotel room as he tied on his sandals and covered himself completely with his blood-red cloak. During the continental breakfast. So what kind of jutsu were you working on when you got up? Haku asked curiously. Nah. That's telling. You might find out during the exams, he said as he finished his last piece of bacon and downed it with cough. Haku pouted cutely, but nodded as she finished off her tea. Entrance of the academy. Naruto and Haku were walking to the academy, when suddenly a large poof appeared before them. They got into battle positions, only to relax when they saw a ragged-looking Zabuza. What the hell happened to you? Naruto asked. I was in the bingo book till a few weeks ago. Almost every nin wants my head, he yelled as HKU giggled at her sensei's misfortune. Oh come on, big bad demon can't handle a few shinobi, Naruto asked as Zabuza sent a glare at him. Well brat, you don't hurry up, you're gonna be late for the exams. 3rd floor of the academy, room 305, he said as he shinned it off. Haku just walked past both of them and headed up the stairs, her hunter nin mask on. 2nd floor. Naruto watched on a confusing scene as a girl with hair that looked like a panda's ears argued against a chunin in a henge. He then noticed the room numbers. Room 305, but we've only gone up 2 flight of stairs, Naruto thought as he motioned for Haku to follow him. They were just about to head to the next floor when suddenly. Drop the Genjutsu. We all know this is the 2nd floor. Isn't that right Sakura? A duck-butt-haired Uchiha said out loud. Yay. I noticed from the very beginning. She bragged as their new teammate stepped forward. He had red hair, piercing blue eyes, small fox-like birthmarks on his cheeks, and was wearing clothing similar to the Yondaime Hokage. You idiots. This was to weed out the weaker teams. He exclaimed as he stepped forward and went ahead to the next floor. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he walked past him. His blood, however, ran cold as he heard the boy's name whispered. Look, it's Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze's and the Yondaime Hokage's last-born child, Arashi Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto just gritted his teeth and kept walking, Haku noticing his sudden change in behavior. What's wrong? She asked. I'll tell you later. He gritted through his teeth as he walked ahead. Haku frowned, he seemed to love keeping secrets from her. I'll find out some way or another. Exam room. All eyes were on Naruto and Haku as they entered the room. They felt a small bit of killer intent on them, but merely rolled their eyes. Haku had been around Zabuza long enough to barely register this, and Naruto had been trained to fight for his life because it was always on the line. Naruto and Haku headed up to seats by the windows as Team 7 walked in. The new kid, Arashi, was suddenly jumped by a blonde wearing purple. Ino pig. Get off Arashi. Naruto watched as they got into a conversation with a Konoha nin, Kabuto was his name. Apparently, he had ninja info cards and asked them if they had anyone they needed information on. Rock Lee, Gaara of Suna, and Leonidas of Sparta. Naruto perked up as he heard his alias. You already know their name. No fun. Kabuto said as he called up the 3 cards. Rock Lee. No nin or genjutsu, but his taijutsu is off the charts. Team members are Neji Hyuga and Tenten Higurashi. Has completed 32D ranks and 12C ranks. As for Gaara of Suna, I can't really determine his exact skills since he isn't a Konoha nin. He's been on 12D ranks, 24C ranks, and even an A- rank. His team members are Tamari of Suna and Kankuro of Suna. It says here he's come back from all of his missions without a scratch. Kabuto said impressed. He was about to read Naruto's card, when it was suddenly encased in a block of ice and shattered. Why did that happen? He asked himself. Sorry, but I got nothing on Leonidas of Sparta. He said as suddenly one of the Oto shinobi launched at him. Kabuto leaned back to avoid the punch, and it looked like he did. But suddenly, a crack appeared on Kabuto's glasses and he blew chunks all over the floor. Write this on your nin info cards. All of the Oto genin will become chunin by the time this is over. The genin exclaimed, only for a sudden poof in the middle of the room to happen, followed by a loud voice. Alright, shut the hell up and sit down. The chunin exams have officially begun. Ibiki shouted. Not gonna bother explaining what he looks like. If you don't know, go look it up. Read and review. I heard someone would give me a cookie, so I updated. I want makuka. Oh, and I already have a few chapters of the exams ready. I'll post them after I get 10 more reviews. I'll check in a week or 2. Later. Naruto groaned as the chunin explained the rules. The test was apparently on a point system. Every time you answered a question, you got a point. If you were caught cheating, you lost. There was a final question that would be given out when there were only 15 minutes left for the test. Wait, why not just outright fail us if we're caught cheating? Unless, they actually want us to cheat. Naruto thought as he saw Ibiki bring out a timer. You have an hour to complete the test. Ibiki said as he started the test. Naruto watched him with interest as he bit his thumb and slowly wiped the blood on his tattoo. He then did hand seals under the desk. Titan style, Eye of the Fates. He thought as he leaned his head down so his helm covered his now closed eyes. While everyone else would think that he was concentrating, his vision was something entirely. Naruto's paw. Naruto's vision started to clear as he looked around. He was now viewing the world through the ethereal eye of the sister's fate, past, present, and future. He could move the eye willingly, but it required large amounts of concentration. Now, to find those answers. They have to be around here somewhere. He thought as he looked around. He noticed people cheating in their own way. Hyugas and the Uchiha had their eye bloodlines active. They were cheating off the girl with bubblegum pink hair. She must be the smart one. He thought as he maneuvered the ethereal eye past a girl using mirrors to cheat in an eyeball made of sand. He quickly scanned the girl's answers, memorizing them, and then flew the ethereal ball towards Haku's eye. The information was transferred as what he viewed, she viewed. While Haku was amazed by the sudden flow of info, it scared her slightly. She glanced around, only to see Naruto being woken up roughly by Ibiki as the information finished transmitting the answers to her and it cut off. With Naruto. Naruto's concentration was broken as his desk was suddenly kicked. Wake up, sleeping beauty. This isn't nap time, Ibiki said as the blonde's eyes snapped open. Fine, but next time you're gonna have to find 3 girls to finish what the 7 girls in my dream started. he replied, making a lot of the girls in his vicinity blush and a certain Hyuga faint from the hidden meaning. Naruto then focused on his test and wrote down the answers he had gotten. He briefly looked up and winked at Haku through his helm, making her blush but not at the hidden meaning. So he's the one who gave me the answers. Wait, why am I blushing? He just winked at me, it couldn't have meant much to me, could it? She asked herself as she finished her test. 45 minutes into the test. Alright, pencils down. Now it's time for the 10th question. First, 2 things. 1. The 10th question is optional. You may or may not take it. He said. Then why would we take it? A random shinobi from Grass Country asked, only to be shut up by a glare from Ibiki. As I was saying, you may choose to take it. If you choose not to take it, you automatically fail. If you take it and get it wrong, you fail and will be stuck at genin rank for the rest of your careers. That's not fair, shouted a red-headed Namikaze. Too bad, you didn't have me as a test proctor before. My test, my rules. Now choose. He yelled as various teams started dropping. No way this guy's word holds true with all of the cages. He's bluffing, trying to throw us off our game. Let's fight fire with fire. Naruto thought as he propped his feet up on a desk. You're an idiot, he said to Ibiki, shocking almost all of the genin. So someone figured it out, Ibiki thought as his anger rised. What did you call me, brat? He asked, leaking killer intent. You're an idiot. No cage is gonna take orders from a nin from a foreign village. And so what if I never make it past genin? Rank and strength are 2 different things. Look at Zabuza Momoichi. Not even a genin and wiped out the whole genin class. He said, reaffirming everyone else into staying. Damn it. No one else is leaving, this kid is good. Does anyone else agree with this guy's view? He asked, the whole class nodding slightly. Fine then, I guess you all pass, he said, shocking everyone else. Then what was the test about? Sakura asked. Information gathering. In your profession, information is the most important thing. It can mean the difference between the success and failure of a mission. He then proceeded to unwrap his bandana, showing various holes drilled into his head and some severe scarring. This is the result of bad information. Let this serve as a reminder to all of you that. Ibiki was then cut off as the window in the room was shattered and a tan ball burst in, followed by a banner that was secured by kunai. The foxy and still single Mitarashi Anko. Exam proctor for the 2nd stage of the Chunin exam. Naruto's heart skipped a beat as he saw familiar purple hair and sexy clothing. Anko-chan, he thought as a smile tugged at his lips. Not an everyday smile, a true smile. Haku, on the other hand, felt a tinge of jealousy. Why is he looking at her like that? Wait, why do I care? She asked as Anko talked. Why such a big group of people this year? Anko asked. You're getting soft, Ibiki. Nah, we just got a good crop this year. Ballsy is hell too. Called me an idiot. Ooh, who's the brat with a death wish? Anko asked as she looked around. The one with the help and the red cloak wrapped around him like a shower curtain. Anko looked at him, and as her eyes saw her face, a shock of recognition flashed through her face. Blue eyes, blonde hair, could it be? She wondered as her breath hitched. Ow. Alright, my name is Mitarashi Anko and I'll be the proctor for the next part of the exams. Everyone, haul ass to training ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. She said, partially put off by the look-alike. Anko, you okay? Ibiki asked as he placed a hand on her. Yay, just thought I saw a ghost from my past, damn it, now all of the genin left me behind. Gotta go, Ibiki, later. She said as she took off towards the training ground. I hope it really is you, Naruto-kun, she thought as she gripped the necklace hidden underneath her shirt. Okay, now I am gonna take the next part of the Chunin exams already thought up, and I am gonna make it a lot more interesting. Do review. The quicker you do, the quicker I put out new chapters. Now, to answer a review. Eric. Kushina may have been the container of the Kyuubi before Naruto, but you have to remember, she had the backing of the Uzumaki clan. They were allies with the Leaf, so neither civilians nor shinobi dared attack her. When they were wiped out, she became invaluable since only Uzumaki can hold the Kyuubi. Add the fact that as the last Uzumaki, Kushina gained all of the financing of her clan. All of the Uzumaki scrolls, and much more. At that point, she was too powerful to be abused. Plus, the Kyuubi hadn't really gone on a full-on rampage, just fought the first Hokage. The Kyuubi was literally their hidden weapon and pride and joy. Now, for Minato. When he took up the cage robes, he took up the position of politician, not a warrior. As reality has taught us, politicians have to gain favor to have power. While the cage vote may have big sway, it wasn't a majority. If he didn't go with the flow and hate his son, he could have been overthrown as a cage by the civilian and shinobi councils. He had to offer the public something they wanted to keep them happy. What better than a pariah? As to why Kushina hates Naruto. Naruto is a symbol of what she could have lost. The ceiling could have cost Minato his life. Now Kushina as an orphan through war knows the pain of losing those she loves, so she clings to them. If she had lost Minato, it would have driven her insane. Naruto, being a carbon copy of Minato and the container of the Kyuubi, is a symbol of the near-death experience Minato had. And she hates the thought of losing Minato. The entire village hates the Kyuubi, so they hated him. And Minato was going through the politician's mindset, not the father mindset. So, Naruto got the short end of the stick. Naruto sat on a boulder as he looked at the now arriving genin and the giant fence surrounding the forest of death. Haku had been staring oddly at him for a while now, but couldn't figure out why. I'll think about it later. He thought as Anko arrived. Alright brats, now I will explain to you what this next part of the exam consists. It's a free-for-all survival match. It will take 5 days. Half of the teams remaining will get a scroll like this, she said, holding up a scroll with the kanji for earth on it. These teams will have to hold up at certain strongholds, and will have to remain there, guarding their scrolls. Then she held up a scroll with the kanji for heaven written on it. The other half of the teams will get a scroll like this. You will be considered strike teams. Your job is to infiltrate said bunkers and take the other team's scroll. Only half of the teams will remain after this. This will test your endurance, stamina, strategy skills, and fighting ability. But first, you must sign a waiver. What kind of waiver? Asked a genin with a puppy over his head and clan marks on his cheeks. Kiba. A waiver that states the village isn't responsible if you die. But what will we do for food? Asked a big boned kid with small swirls on his cheeks and a bag of potato chips in his hands. There's plenty of edible food and animals in there, that is, if they don't eat you first. She said as she turned to see Naruto's eyes staring off into the distance. Anko then threw a kunai at him, the kunai slightly scratching his helm. She then appeared at his side. Come on, now big boy. People who don't pay attention are usually the first to die, and I have a feeling that would be a big shame. She said shamelessly as she rubbed her hand in his cloak and rubbing his thigh. She then had to jump out of the way when 3 ice Senbon buried themselves where she was. Looks like I hit a sore spot, huh? She asked, staring straight at Haku, then suddenly jumped back again as she saw a kunai behind her being held by a tongue. She asked herself as she took it back. Sorry, I thought you might want this back. A grass kunoichi said as she withdrew her tongue back. Yay, thanks. Just don't sneak up on me again, I could have killed you. She said as she put the kunai in her pouch and started handing out the waivers. After you have signed the waivers, you will go to the tents at the entrance of the Forest of Death. There, you will be given your scroll and a map, with the bunkers labeled. Then, you will be escorted to a starting gate. When you hear the go-ahead, you may rush in and begin your planning. After Naruto and Haku turned in their waivers, starting gate 4. Haku-chan, are you okay? Naruto asked as he looked at her. I'm fine Naruto-kun. Why do you ask? She asked as she looked at the layout map. Well, you almost offed a Jonin cause she was touching me. I was afraid she would try something harmful to you. She said, blushing underneath her Hunter Nin mask. Right, Naruto said as he looked at the map. Well, we got the Earth Scroll, so I would suggest we hold up at the bunker near the waterfall. Why there? Because we can have a few summons guarding the perimeter, there's plenty of water for your ice-style jutsu, and if it worse comes to worse, we can retreat to the waterfall where I can set up a hidden ambush. He said as she nodded. The bell then rang, the chain-link fence slammed open, and they rushed in. On the way to the bunker, Naruto ducked under a tree branch as yet another team sailed over them. Damn it, we just can't seem to catch a break. Naruto softly mumbled as Haku nodded. They then went on a full-on sprint towards the bunker, only to stop when a claw suddenly slammed the open door shut. We knew we'd find one of you weak Earth teams if we staked out this bunker long enough, said a ninja from Rain as he and his team jumped down. They were seemingly all male, wearing dark navy blue cloaks, respirators like Hanzo's, and clawed gauntlets. Alright guys, just like we practiced it. You take the girl, I'll handle the guy in the red cloak. The first Rain Nin said as the other two took off towards Haku. Naruto was about to take off after them, only to suddenly jump back as the clawed gauntlet struck where he was standing. Your fight's with me now, he exclaimed as Naruto unsealed his shield, leaving the spear sealed. He then grabbed his sword out of the sheath behind the shield and took a defensive stance as the Rain Ninja charged. With Haku. Haku saw the two ninja charge at her and started forming ice and Senbon. As soon as they were in range, she threw them, only for them to bounce off the metal gauntlet. Damn it, just as I thought, Haku thought as she started forming hand seals. Ice style, demonic ice mirrors. she exclaimed as water started to flow from the nearby waterfall. It then split and formed 8 ice mirrors. She stepped into one as the other 7 made a ring around the 2 genin. "It's time for you to see why I'm in these exams," she said as she started manipulating her chakra in her hand. Instead of forming ice and bond, she formed a large, extremely sharp daggers. What are you?" the 2 genin asked. "I am the last heiress of the Yuki clan, and a child of Sparta," Haku yelled as she started to run in the mirrors, becoming a little less than a blur of green and blue. The genin didn't stand a chance of keeping up with her, especially as she started throwing the ice daggers. The first one thrown pierced one of the genin's arms, making her scream loudly. As the other genin tried to help her, a dagger suddenly pierced his leg, making his scream in pain as he fell to the floor. The once clear daggers were now dripping with the warm blood of their victims, as both suddenly fell victim to a chop to the back of their necks from a pissed-off Haku. As they both fainted, Haku used the remaining chakra in her mirrors to encase the 2 genin in ice from their necks down. She then turned to Naruto's fight, an ice dagger in her hand as she drew closer for a better look. With Naruto. Naruto and his opponent squared off, each seemingly trying to size their opponent up. The Rain Nin started the fight by launching his clawed gauntlet at Naruto's face, only for Naruto to slap it to the ground with his shield and stabbed his sword into one of the links of the chain holding it, sticking the gauntlet there. Naruto then went on the offensive as he charged the Rain Nin who was desperately trying to free his hand. Naruto ran up to the Nin and slammed his shield into his face, then went for a hook to his stomach, followed by an uppercut. As the Rain Nin was thrown back, Naruto wiped blood on his tattoo and went through the hand seals. Titan style, harshness of the winter storm. The temperature all around the 2 of them dropped, snow beginning to dust them. Naruto then went through another chain of hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground, Titan style, revenge of the bloody Yeti. The snow then started to swirl in a mini tornado, a clear Yeti left in its place. However, then its eyes and claws turned red and it grabbed the Rain Ninja by his neck, slamming him into the ground. "Now, unless you want my friend to finish what I started, I suggest you drop your scroll, grab your popsicle comrades, and leave." The Rain Ninja just nodded, scared out of his mind. He dropped the scroll and left, having to drag the 2 frozen team members out of the area. Naruto picked up the Heaven Scroll and tossed it to Haku. "Put that away. I have something to do to make sure this perimeter stays secure." Naruto grinned as he sped up, clearing the sight of Haku. She just nodded and put the scroll away, going inside. With Naruto. Naruto put his hands together in a cross seal and made 4 shadow clones. "Secure the perimeter. If any of the other teams approach or are staking out the bunker, dispel and let me know." The clones nodded and headed out in opposite directions as Naruto headed back to the bunker. The clones nodded and headed out in opposite directions as Naruto headed back to the bunker. Now day 2 of the exam's night time. Naruto groaned as he opened his eyes. Memories flooded his mind from his dispelled shadow clone. Flashback. The Naruto clone had been tailing the sound team that was scouting out the bunker. "Alright, so we will send one major attack to destroy the bunker. Then, Kin can cast a genjutsu to throw them off their game and we will go in and eliminate whoever's left." "Right, Dosu," Kin said, "so when do we start this attack?" "At midnight Zaku. When they least expect it." Dosu replied with an evil grin as he and the rest of his team left to prepare. "Like I said, I don't do character descriptions. Go Google it." Flashback end. Naruto looked at the clock. 11:45, I better wake Haku up so we can get ready. He thought as he moved to the bed where Haku was asleep. He gently nudged her until she woke up. "Nah, Naruto-kun, what's wrong?" she asked. "An ambush is headed this way." Long-range attack followed by a genjutsu with a close-range elimination following. Naruto said as he made 12 shadow clones, 10 hang to look like Spartan warriors, 1 original Naruto clone, and a Haku hang shadow clone. "And how do you know this?" Haku asked as she put on her Hunter Nin mask and adjusted it. "Shadow clone. Dispelled 10 minutes ago. The ambush starts at midnight." Naruto said as the Naruto clone and the Haku clone laid on the floor like then grabbed Haku by the waist as he unsealed his shield and spear and the other clones followed suit. "God, why are you holding me like this?" she asked, blushing madly. "The long-range impact jutsu is first. We need some sort of defense," he said as he placed his shield covering his body, the clones following suit and forming their defense around them. Haku just slid her mask to the side and kissed his lips passionately, holding him close. "For luck," she said at the Star Truck look on Naruto's face and slid her Hunter Nin mask back on, giggling as the Spartans finished forming their defensive dome. Naruto started, only to be silenced by a loud scream of extreme decapitating airwaves. Suddenly, a large wave of air and sound tore through the walls and roof of the bunker, leaving nothing but the two clones laying on the ground and the metal dome standing. As the soft ringing of bells was heard, Naruto and Haku flared their chakra slightly. Naruto watched as three figures approached. With the sound team, Dosu, Zaku, and Kin laughed as they approached the totaled bunker. "See, these losers couldn't even stand the impact of the air waves," Dosu said as he kicked the clone of Haku. Naruto tightened his grip on his spear and Haku crouched on the floor, slowly seeping her ice-natured chakra into the ground. Dosu approached the downed Naruto clone with a kunai in his hand as Kin approached the Haku clone. On the count of 3, Kin. 1, 2, SHLUUCK, the sound of metal piercing skin resonated around the area. Zaku and Kin looked at Dosu, only to see Dosu standing over the Naruto clone near the metal dome, a spear rammed through where his eye was. "Dosu, Dosu," Kin yelled as she tried to go to her teammate's aid, only to find her feet frozen to the ground. "Zaku, help," Kin shouted as the Haku and Naruto clones dispelled. The dome then parted. Haku jumped out and held Kin, twisting her arm to her back and holding an ice dagger to her throat. Zaku was about to act, only to suddenly receive a kick to the face, sending him to the floor. He tried to get up, only to suddenly watch as his hand was pierced by a sword. He tried to scream in pain, only to be slapped by a shield. "Who sent you?" Naruto asked as 7 of the clones pointed their spears at Zaku's throat. We just wanted an easy scroll. There hadn't been any signs of anyone attacking here, so we figured it would be an easy hit." He was then smacked again with the shield. "Don't lie to me," Naruto said as he pushed the sword piercing his hand deeper in. It was Orochimaru. He heard about what your clan head did in Kiri and wanted a body to study, so he could see if he could replicate your Titan style. Zaku screamed. Naruto looked at him, then wiped some blood on his tattoo and summoned a harpy. "Hello, Mary-san, would you please do me the favor of dropping these two off far away from here?" Naruto asked Mary the harpy. "Of course, Naruto-sama," Mary replied as Haku let go of Kin and undid the ice around her feet. Naruto picked up his sword and wiped it off on Zaku's shirt. Mary picked them both up with her talons and flew them to the outskirts of the Forest of Death. Naruto turned to see Haku looking at her map. "Well, now the bunker is totaled. We need to find a new one. Or we could stay here. They said we had to make sure the scrolls survived, not the bunker," Naruto said as he laid on the floor. "What are we gonna do for food and warmth? And what if another team attacks?" Haku asked. "Well, we can always hunt. For warmth, we can start a campfire. And as for another team attacking, I can summon some minotaurs to help take watch with some shadow clones." Naruto laid on the floor, his cloak making a makeshift bed. Haku took off her Hunter Nin mask and curled up beside him. He looked at her through his helm. "What, you didn't think I would sleep on the hard ground, did you?" Haku asked with a wink. Naruto smiled as he made a familiar cross sign with his fingers and summoned 3 shadow clones. They wiped blood on their tattoos and summoned a minotaur, and 2 Gorgon sisters. The minotaur, standing at 9 feet tall with the body of a giant and the head of a bull, bowed. The Gorgon sisters soon followed. "What is it, Naruto-sama?" they said in unison. Naruto got up and picked them up from their bowing positions. "Brother and sisters, you need not bow to me. Medusa-chan, Urail-chan, and Minnows, I have a favor to ask of you. Me and my teammate must stay in this area for the next 3 days, but we may be under constant attack. Can I count on you to aid us in battle and to keep the perimeter safe?" Naruto asked. Minnows replied with a grunt, and the 2 Gorgon sisters nodded. "Of course, Naruto-sama," Medusa said as she and the others took off. "Come back in a few hours and we can all have breakfast together." Naruto screamed after them, then turned to Haku. "Now, you and I have to have a talk about that kiss," he said, making Haku blush. "Now, you and I have to have a talk about that kiss," he said, making Haku blush. "Now." Naruto groaned as he watched the fire. It had been 2 days since the attack from the sound team, and if at all possible, it seemed as if his life had just gotten much more complicated. Flashback. "Now, you and I have to have a talk about that kiss," he said, making Haku blush. "Why? Yay, what about it?" she asked defiantly. "Why did you kiss me?" A beautiful kunoichi kisses you and you question it. Yes, especially when she does it in the middle of a life and death situation. Was it because there was a probability you might die? Because you know I'd be willing to put my life on the line for you, or was it? He was promptly silenced as Haku's lips crashed into his own. He enjoyed it, but forcibly pulled himself away. "It was because of that, Naruto-kun. You're nice to me, you treat me like an actual person, you helped keep me from being nothing more than a gun for hire, and you're willing to put your life on the line for me. Not a lot of people will do that in this world, And ever since what happened with my mother and father, I like to keep those who actually care about me close to me. When you wink at me, I get flustered. When you smile, I blush. You just seem to be, I can't quite say it with words. Haku said as she looked down at the dirt. Naruto smiled and put his hand on her shoulder. Haku-chan, I can understand why you're feeling the way you are. And I feel the same way, you're cute, funny, smart, powerful, and a damn sexy kunoichi. But unfortunately, I'm kind of already dating Mei Terumi. She's the current Mizukage, and I don't think she likes sharing. He said, sadly watching Haku get saddened by the news. Wait, according to Kiri's customs and by laws, the last of a clan can marry whomsoever her or she chooses as long as they are consenting. Haku said with a smirk. Naruto smiled as he laid down on the floor, Haku curling up next to him. You aren't gonna let this go, are you? Not without a fight. I like what I see and I'm gonna fight for it, she said with a wink as she wrapped an arm around him and closed her eyes. By the way, if we get any free time in this village, I expect you to take me out on a date. Naruto's eyes widened, but he remained still. Sure, Haku-chan. Flashback end. It had been 3 days since that night, and this portion of the exams would be over soon. No other team dared attack them once they saw the guards that were stationed around the perimeter of the camp. Naruto then turned to his journal lying on top of a nearby rock. I have the basic points, hand signs, and chakra percentages. It's pretty much done. All I need is some field work on it. Naruto thought. He was shaken from his thoughts by the sound of poof in the campsite. Wow brat, I know I said not to hold back, but this is ridiculous. Naruto turned to see the second stage Chunin exam proctor and his longtime crush, Mitarashi Anko. Is that so, Mitarashi-san? I guess I tend to overdo it. Anko suddenly disappeared and appeared at his side, pressing her large breasts against his back. So you tend to overdo it, huh, Leonidas-kun? She asked in a sultry voice, only to jump back as 2 ice daggers buried themselves where she was standing. Looks like someone traded up. Anko remarked as Haku appeared in an ice mirror holding 2 daggers. Woa, woa, slow your horses. I just came to pick you guys up and take you to the arena for the third part of the exams. This was one of 3 bunkers, or what remains of it, that showed it had both scrolls in it. Anko said as she shook her hands dismissively. Haku pouted and dismissed the ice daggers as she stepped out of the mirror and Naruto tossed both scrolls over to Anko. Shall we go, Mitarashi-san? Anko nodded and shunshined them all to the location of the preliminaries. Preliminary matches chamber. Naruto, Haku, and Mitarashi shunshined in as a sickly chunin named Genma was explaining the need for a preliminary. Whoops, looks like we got here a little late. Here's the deal. There are too many participants left for the next portion of the exams, so preliminary matches will be held. Are you both feeling up for the fights or do you want to drop out? Haku stepped up. We do not back down. We will fight. Naruto merely looked around. 4 3-man teams from Konoha, a couple of loose genin from a Konoha team, 1 team from Suna, what's left of the Oto team, a genin from Kumo, and us. He thought as he nodded at Haku's statement. Anko nodded and went to Genma, told him, and Sunshine to the Jonin lounge. Naruto was broken out of his thoughts as a giant screen descended from behind the sickly chunin. Now, your matches will be chosen at random. They will all be one-on-one matches. If your name is not called, please head up to the competitor's box and wait your turn. Genma said as the screen started flashing through the names. Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi Akato. Those 2 competitors, please stay. The rest of you, head up. Everyone left as Sasuke and Yoroi were left in the arena. Begin. Canon match. And the winner is Sasuke Uchiha. Next is Zaku Abumi vs Shino Aburame. Canon match. And the winner is Shino Aburame. Genma called. The next fight is Masumi Tsurugi vs Kankuro. Canon match. And the winner is Kankuro. Next match is Sakura Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka. Canon match. Due to a double knockout, both contestants are disqualified. Next match is Tenten of Konoha vs Tamari of Suna. Canon match. The winner is Tamari of Suna. Genma said as the board began lighting behind him. The next match is Spartan Leonidas of Kiri against Shikamaru Nara. Naruto got up and was about to jump to the arena, when he was stopped by Haku. Be careful. The Naras are mainly shadow users. They catch you with it, and you're through. Naruto nodded and headed to the staircase. In the staircase, Naruto put his hands in a cross-hand seal and summoned 4 clones. Henge into kunai and make sure you don't jump until I give the signal. This fight will be tricky and I'm going to need help. The clones nodded and hanged. Naruto then picked up the 4 kunai and adjusted them behind his shield. This is going to be a fun fight, he remarked as he stepped out into the arena. Naruto groaned as he saw his opponent pushed to the arena by a blonde girl wearing purple. Shikamaru got up slowly and headed to the middle of the arena, mumbling about troublesome women under his breath. Naruto smirked as he reached the middle. "Are both contestants ready?" asked Genma. Naruto and Shikamaru nodded. "Then begin," Genma shouted as he jumped back. Shikamaru just yawned and got out a kunai. "This is gonna be a troublesome fight," Shikamaru said as he threw the kunai at Naruto and did hand signs. "Shadow imitation technique," he shouted as his shadow connected with his kunai. Naruto then threw a kunai to intercept his, making it land in the middle of the arena. Kunai number 1, in position. Naruto thought as he jumped to the side, getting closer to the wall of the arena standing against the sun. If he really does depend on shadows, he's gonna have to position himself here. Naruto thought as he dropped a kunai behind him. He then raised his shield as he saw Shikamaru throw a kunai with an exploding tag attached. The tag went off, covering the entire area in smoke. "Shit," Naruto thought as he swiftly ran out of the smoke and did hand seals. "Titan style, Stratus Gale," he said, pumping a small bit of chakra into the jutsu as a medium wave of wind blew the smoke away. As the smoke cleared, Shikamaru was revealed without his overshirt, in an odd-thinking pose. "Wait, where's his shirt?" Naruto thought as he looked to see the shirt floating overhead. He unsealed his spear and threw it at the shirt, pinning it to the wall. "Nice try," Naruto said with a smirk. "Had to try," Shikamaru replied as he made another hand sign. "Kai," he yelled as a flash bomb went off behind him, extending his shadow to halfway through the arena. Shikamaru then ran at Naruto, sharp kunai at hand as his shadow tried to reach Naruto. When Shikamaru was halfway to him, Naruto threw a kunai at him, Shikamaru merely deflected it. Kunais 2 and 3, in position. Naruto thought as he jumped away from Shikamaru's technique. Shadow sewing technique, Shikamaru called as his shadow sprouted tendrils and charged at Naruto. Naruto unsealed his sword and held his shield in place as the tendrils hardened and drew closer to him, intent on impaling him. Wait for it, now, Naruto thought as he charged into a small opening in the solidified tendrils. Before they could close the light off, Naruto slashed at his front, trying to escape. As the tendrils grew closer, Naruto used his shield to cover his vitals and began to do hand signs. Outside the dome, Shikamaru grinned triumphantly as he got up and rolled his shoulder. "Proctor, call the match. My shadow tendrils have probably already killed him." Right. The winner of this match is." Genma started, only to be silenced by a sudden drop in temperature. He looked to the dome to see icicles. "Why are icicles forming over your dome?" "Nani?" Shikamaru yelled as his dome was burst open and Naruto jumped out. "Titan style, harshness of the winter storm," he yelled as he landed, sword and shield in hand. Naruto then smirked and dropped the last kunai at the west end of where Shikamaru was standing. "Checkmate," he said as he started doing hand signs. What does he mean by checkmate? Shikamaru looked around and gasped. There were 4 kunai boxing him in. He tried to get away, only it was too late. "Titan style, Hydro's prison," Naruto yelled. The clones then undid the henge and 4 ice mirrors popped up in the competitor's box. What is that?" Sakura asked in awe. So that's what he was working on, Haku thought as she looked at him. Back in the arena. "Not good," Shikamaru thought as he tried to get out of the area. "Unite," Naruto said as ice began to concentrated you under the mirrors. The arena watched in awe as ice tendrils began to float and attach mirror to mirror. Within the span of 10 seconds, Shikamaru was trapped in an encased ice dome. Think Haku's ice mirror, but fully closed. Shikamaru then took out an explosive note, only to stop as tendrils of ice began to come at him. What? How are there ice spikes forming from the dome to the center? Shikamaru wondered. He quickly stopped as he felt various parts of his body being slightly pierced by the ice spikes. Well, aren't you gonna finish me off? Shikamaru asked. "No point now. Proctor, call the match," Naruto said as a small tendril began extending towards Shikamaru's throat. "The winner of this match is Spartan Leonidas of Kiri," Genma said. Everyone was stunned. Shikamaru, the genius of the next generation, was just outsmarted by a Kiri ninja. Naruto just sealed his shield and sword and retrieved his spear. "Congratulations, you're the first to have witnessed that jutsu. It was inspired by a personal friend of mine," he said as he snapped his fingers, the ice dome dispelling. What's it called?" Shikamaru asked. "The deadly ice blossom, just like my friend," Naruto replied with a smirk. Up in the stand, Haku blushed madly. "Tease," she thought with a smirk. Shikamaru was picked up and carried away by the medic ninjas. "The next match is Neji Hyuga vs Hinata Hyuga," Genma exclaimed. The two Hyugas then made their way to the arena as Naruto made his way to the competitor's box. In the competitor's box, Naruto smiled as he saw an angry Haku approach him. She grabbed him and dragged him to their seats. So that's what you were working on. Yep, I didn't expect it to go so well. I guess it was a good field run. Naruto said with a smirk. Wait, you hadn't tested it out yet. You're an idiot, and you like an idiot, so we're even. He replied, making her blush. So I'm your ice blossom, am I? Haku asked with a slight blush. That depends. On whether you like the name or not. Naruto replied with a wink. It was impressive to say the least. Haku replied as she watched the overconfident Hyuga demolish the shy Hyuga. I'll teach it to you later. Naruto said as he watched the Hyuga speak of fate. This guy is full of bull. Naruto said as Haku nodded. In the arena, the winner of the match is Neji Hyuga. The next match is Kin of Oto vs Kiba of Konoha. Genma announced. The match was rather short-lived, however. Kin took advantage of the Inuzuka's advanced senses and placed him in an advanced senses genjutsu. Within the first 5 minutes of the match, the Inuzuka and his matching puppy were on the floor covering his ears, crying. That was anticlimactic, Genma said as he called the match in Kin's favor. Genma then turned to the screen and watched the next names flash on the screen. The next match is Arashi of Konoha vs. Harry of Kumo. The two shinobi faced off, glaring at each other. Alright, I'll start, Harry said as he threw 3 kunai laced with lightning chakra. Arashi jumped upwards to avoid them, only to see another 2 coming at him. He took out his 2 kunai and blocked them, only to suddenly come face to face against Harry wielding a tanto. Shit, Arashi thought as he blocked Harry's strike. As the strike landed, he suddenly disappeared with a poof of smoke. Replacement. Then where? Harry thought, only to be snapped out of his thoughts as he heard, wind style, great breakthrough. Harry stuck to the ground with chakra and held strong, the wind blowing the lightning chakra away from his sword. Before Harry could react, he found 2 more kunai coming at him. He blocked the first one, but the second kunai suddenly poofed to show Arashi a moving Kawimari. But how? Not even Chunin have enough concentration to pull that off. Harry thought as he slashed at Arashi, only for Arashi to pass right through him. Shit, a basic clone with a henge. But then where? Harry asked as he looked around, only to feel his ankles grabbed and get dragged underground. Earth release, double suicide decapitation technique. Arashi called out as he stood over Harry with a kunai to his neck. Proctor, I forfeit, Harry said as he closed his eyes. Winner, Arashi Uzumaki Namikaze. Genma said with pride. Up in the competitor's box. He's smart. He is. It was ingenious to use the basic jutsu like that, but what do you expect? He's the son of the red-hot-blooded habanero, heir of the 4th Hokage, and probably friendly with the Sannin. Probably half of the Jonin are waiting to kiss his ass and train him. Naruto said in a slightly mad tone. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Haku asked as softly as she could. I'll tell you after the exam. The next match is starting. Haku frowned at the dismissive response. Oh, I'll get the truth out of you some way, Naruto-kun. I guarantee it. In the arena. Gaara of Suna vs Rock Lee of Konoha. Begin, Genma said as he jumped out of the way. The match was pretty much one-sided once the young genin couldn't use any nin or genjutsu. He couldn't get past the sand defense, until an older version of the young man told him to take them off. Naruto watched with interest as the boy took off his leg weights and dropped them to the ground. As they impacted, they made large craters. To think that boy could move so swiftly with so much weight on him. That kid has the heart of a true warrior. Naruto thought as the young genin went to attack Gaara at a high-paced speed, attacking from one side, then the next, until he managed to break through the sand defense and executed his front lotus. Naruto watched with interest as Gaara landed on the floor, his sand armor broken. I think that kid hurt himself when he finished his attack. Or is it fatigue? Naruto thought to himself as he watched Lee struggle. Gaara sent his sand to wrap around Lee, and Naruto acted. In the arena. Gaara watched as his sand began to wrap around the genin, but his eyes went wide as the sand suddenly dissolved. What? Gaara asked himself, then looked to where Lee was fallen, only to see Naruto there shielding the boy with his shield and an older version of the kid checking up on the genin. Why have you denied mother her blood? Gaara demanded. Because that young man is clearly incapacitated, and if you had finished him off, he would have been unable to continue his ninja career. Proctor, call the match. Gaara won. Naruto sheathed the sword as Genma called the match. Is he going to be okay, mister? He asked. My name is Guy, and he'll be fine, thank you for interfering on my student's behalf. You being a foreign nin, that could cause some complications. Why do something so stupid? Guy asked, half relieved for his student and half worried for the foreign nin. Because this, Lee, has the spirit of a true warrior. He doesn't rely on flashy techniques or such, but rather his fist and his own body. I, above anyone, can appreciate his willingness to achieve his dreams. But why did he not use any ninjutsu? He can't. He was born with damaged chakra coils, so he cannot mold nor use chakra. Guy said sadly. Then he has my respect, for he managed to make it so far in the exams and in this fight, despite his handicap. Naruto said, this kid reminding him of his days in the Spartan armies and with Hercules. Thank you, my friend. Guy said as he took Lee to the infirmary. Spartan Leonidas, would you please leave the field so that we may begin the final match? Genma asked and Naruto left. Back in the box. Haku watched as Naruto came back up, being glared at by the other competitors. Why did you do that? You know that the Hokage is gonna milk this for all it's worth, especially after the run-in you had with Kakashi-san and Wave. And the competitors here don't seem too happy you helped the competition. I stand by my decision. That kid, despite not being able to use chakra, made it this far. He doesn't deserve to be crippled or killed because Asuna Genin had the urge to get even. Naruto said with determination in his voice. Haku smiled and gave him a smack to the back of the head. You're an idiot who cares too much, she said, then kissed him softly on the lips. But that's one of the things I love about you, she said as the final match was called. The final match of the preliminaries is Haku of Kiri vs Choji of Konoha. Genma called out. Haku smiled and kissed Naruto. Wish me luck, Haku said with a wink as she left, swaying her hips. I am either the luckiest or unluckiest sob in the world, he thought as a chill ran down his spine. Why do I get the feeling someone is going to kill me? Naruto asked himself. In a construction site in Kiri. Mei was standing over the plans for a new clan district, and suddenly sneezed. She grabbed a tissue and wiped her nose. She was dressed in a white dress with a large slit reaching almost to her thigh, her chest covered by loose layers of clothing and secured with 2 belts wrapped at the top and bottom of her stomach. The dress Leonidas' wife in 300 wears, but more suited for combat. I get the feeling I need to burn some guys' balls off. Oh well, back to the construction. She said happily as all the men stared in shock. Poor bastard, they all thought in unison. Back in Konoha's preliminaries. Haku and Choji squared off against each other. Hajime, Genma said as he backed away. Haku adjusted her hunter nin mask and made her ice daggers. I'm doing this for my barbecue. Choji yelled as he did his partial expansion technique, enlarging his hand. He then tried to slam it down on Haku, only for her to jump out of the way. Haku then took out a scroll and unsealed it, water splashing everywhere. Choji tried to slam his hand down on her again, only to just feel water. He looked down, only to see nothing. Wait, where is she? Choji asked, never seeing the ice mirror forming behind him. He then sensed an ice-cold sensation on his neck and looked to see Haku standing behind him, ice dagger positioned at his neck. Surrender, she said. He then substituted himself for a log and landed across from Haku. Multi-size technique, Choji yelled as he turned into a large ball. He then started rotating at fast speeds, pointing straight at Haku. Human bullet tank, Choji yelled as he went at her at fast speed, intent on crushing her. Haku stomped her foot and a bunch of ice spikes formed from the water on the ground. Choji rammed right into them, but the jutsu dispelled as Choji fell to the ground, ice spikes protruding from his stomach. Various medic nin came out to help him as Genma called the match. Haku is the winner. This concludes the preliminaries. Will all the remaining finalists please come down? Genma asked as all of the remaining genin came down. Will all of you please draw a number at random so the final matches can be decided? Genma asked. 1, Naruto said. 2, Neji said. 3, Sasuke. 4, Warashi. 5, Gaara. 6, Shino. 7, Haku. 8, Kankuro. 9, Kin. And 10, Tamari. The matches will be as follows until further notice. Spartan Leonidas vs Neji. Sasuke vs Arashi. Gaara vs Shino. Haku vs Kankuro. Kin vs Tamari. Said matches will take place in a month's time so that cages and daimyos may have time to arrive and judge the genin. This exam is a sort of makeshift war. Naruto groaned as he zoned out of the explanation Zabuza had given them before time. Then Haku smirked as she walked up to him, hips swaying, and in a sultry voice, said, now, about that date. Naruto gulped. He was the luckiest sob alive. It had been 5 days since the end of the Chunin exam finals. All contestants had a month to train to fight against the opponent roster that had been announced, and Naruto was in trouble. Shit, I only have 5 minutes left. He quickly put on a red button-up shirt, his black slacks, and some black dress shoes. He then walked out of his hotel room and looked to the door next to his. Now or never, he thought as he knocked on the door. It then opened to reveal Haku in a short light blue strapless dress. Her hair was down, cascading over her shoulders, and she was wearing short heels. "Hello N. Leonidas-kun. Ready to go?" she asked, barely managing to catch her slip of tongue. "Wow, Haku-chan, you look beautiful." Haku blushed with a small smile. "Flattery will get you nowhere, Leonidas-kun." "Well then, how about we start with dinner?" Perhaps, but how do you want to end?" Haku asked with a smirk. Simultaneously, he replied with a straight face, making her blush beet red. "I'll think about it," was her bold reply, making him blush. "Really? No, you pervert. Now let's go, I'm hungry," she replied as she grabbed him by his arm and dragged him towards the downtown district. Haku-chan, do you even know where we're going?" he asked. "Yay, no, I don't," she said as she nervously scratched the back of her head. Naruto smiled and took out a small blindfold. "Put this on, and I'll take you." Haku eyed the blindfold warily, but relented and put it on. Red Ginger Restaurant. Haku carefully walked into the restaurant as Naruto led the way. "We're here," Naruto said as he took Haku's blindfold off, letting her get a clear view. The restaurant had very dim lighting and was distinguished by the wooden chairs and the dark red napkins, tablecloths, drapes, carpet, etc. Soft music rang in the dimly lit area, the smell of food in the air, giving it a homely and delicious taste. "Table for two, under Leonidas," he said. The waiter nodded and grabbed a couple of menus. "Right this way." Naruto smiled as he and Haku were led to a booth near the music. The waiter handed them the menus and spoke. "Hello, my name is Bob and I'll be your waiter this evening. May I start you off with some drinks?" "I'll have scotch. On the rocks." "And what would you like, Haku-chan?" "I'll just have an iced tea," she said. "Coming right up," the waiter said as he left. "How did you find this place?" "We've only been in the village for about 5 days. Well, you know that guy the first stopped from being crushed to death in the exams. Apparently, his sensei is in good with the owner of this restaurant, so he managed to get me a table. Mind you, the waiting list is about 7 months booked, so it really was a lucky break," he said, Haku not believing him. "So wait, the one guy you help is the one who manages to have solid connections and he hooks you up with all of this?" "Yes, he did," Naruto said as the waiter came back with their drinks. "What will you be having, sir?" he asked Naruto. "I'll be having the seafood pasta." "And you dear?" "Oh gee, I'm afraid I am starving. I'll have the barbecue ribs with a side order of fried shrimp and mashed potatoes," she said, making him look at her with a stunned expression. "You honestly didn't think I was one of those salad and water kind of girls, did you?" "If I did, I'd be in a bar already through my first bottle of scotch and halfway through my first journey song on karaoke." "Oh really? Well then, why did you agree to this date?" "Because I figured a beautiful girl like you deserves a chance, Haku-chan. And the musical selection at the karaoke bars here is horrible. There are 12 karaoke machines, and not one song by AC/DC or Aerosmith. Can you believe that?" he asked in an exaggerated tone, making her giggle. "You know, when I first met you, I just thought you were this one-sided fighter. You seem to have no personality at all. But you have this entire hidden side to you. Why don't you ever show it to others?" she asked. Tell you what, if this date goes well, I'll do better than tell you. I'll show you," he said, thinking to his flask with enchanted liquor. "Fine," she said, puffing her cheeks as their orders arrived. Naruto smiled and dug into his pasta. Haku, however, had another idea entirely. She grabbed a rib and let some sauce graze over her lips as she chewed. Naruto looked up to see a stunning Haku lick barbecue sauce off her upper lip sensually. "What's the matter, Naruto-kun? See something you like?" she asked with a smirk at Naruto's unhinged jaw. "Why, yes," he barely managed to reply. "Well, you can look, but you can't touch," she said teasingly as she eased her spoon with mashed potatoes into her mouth. "Now, you're just teasing." "Maybe I am, but you love it," she said with a Cheshire cat grin spread across her face. "You're a cruel, cruel woman," he replied playfully. Through the rest of the dinner, Naruto listened as Haku talked about herself. How she grew up, how Zabuza treated her, and overall how she felt since she was drafted back to Kiri. "You have no idea how liberating it is to not have to look over your shoulder every night before you go to sleep, Naruto-kun." He grimaced, but nodded. "Yay, Haku-chan. Hey, how about we go for a walk?" Naruto asked as he paid the bill and downed the last of his scotch. "That sounds perfect," she replied. They were about to leave, until a certain Jonin with gray hair shunshined in front of them. "Hello, Leonidas-san. The Council of Konoha would like to speak with you. If you would, please report as soon as possible," he said, then sunshined away. Damn it. Haku-chan, I have to go. Can we meet up at the hotel room? What are you, kidding me? I said I want to be involved in your life, so I'm coming too. I'm sorry our date had to end this way, Haku-chan. I was really having fun. It's fine, Naruto-kun. Besides, who said it was over? After this, you're taking me for ice cream, she said with a smile. I really love that about you. What is that? That you can just roll with whatever comes your way. You're very flexible, Naruto replied with a smile. Not just with time, Naruto-kun. Haku replied with a wink and took off to the Hokage's office. Hey, wait up, he said as he chased after her. In the council chambers, Naruto groaned as he looked around. He only recognized a few of the faces there, like Sume Inuzuka, and her daughter, Henna Inuzuka. Hana-chan. Damn, it's times like this I'm glad I'm not recognized, he thought. The council of Konoha has now assembled. Now, Leonidas-san, do you know why you have been called here? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked as he sat. I have no idea, sir. Naruto replied. You have been called here because, he started, only to be cut off by the arrival of Uzumaki Kushina. Sorry I'm late. Arashi-kun had to eat first, she said as she took her seat. As I was saying, you have been called here because you interfered on a Konoha nin's fight in the Chunin exams. How do you plead? The guy from Suno was about to crush your ninja's leg. Is it wrong I stopped him? He asked, only to be shut up by a loud-mouthed civilian with pink hair. Who are you? My name is Haruka Haruno, now shut up, Genin. You interfered with his fight, the proctor would have stopped it had there been a risk. There was a big risk. He could have lost his leg and had his ninja career ended. Nobody cares. That kid can't even use chakra. Truthfully, he wouldn't have been able to advance to Chunin without ninjutsu. She said. That's enough, Haruka. Sarutobi replied, fully aware that Guy was in the room should Leonidas need to be restrained. Haruka was quiet, but seething on her seat. Now, the council has already decided on a punishment for your intrusion. However, we will forget this incident if you cooperate and tell us what we want to know. Sarutobi said, motioning to Kushina. Naruto and Haku gritted their teeth, but remained quiet. A few weeks ago, my son, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, was encountered by our ninja, Hitaki Kakashi. He was seen wearing your uniform and emblem. We want to know where he is. No. What? She asked. I'm not going to sell out my brother to this village. I know what it's done to him. Naruto said defiantly. Please, this is my son we're talking about. I just want to hold him, she said with tears welling in her eyes. He is not your son. He is a son of Sparta. You gave up any right to call him a son after what you and that man did to him. Naruto replied, making Kushina burst into tears and ran out of the chambers. Treat for everyone. 2 chapters in 1. Sarutobi sighed as he looked at Naruto. If you refuse to cooperate, then we have no choice. The council has deemed it an appropriate punishment that the first 2 matches will instead meld together and be turned into a gauntlet match. Saruto said. Gauntlet match? Haku asked. A gauntlet match is a match featuring 4 fighters. 2 fighters begin the match, and as one loses, another opponent is released. But wait, that's Neji, Sasuke, and Arashi. That's bullshit. It's nothing but a 3-on-1 match. Naruto exclaimed, only to be quieted down by Haku placing a hand on his shoulder. The council has decided. It will be a gauntlet match, with you starting it off. And if you should lose, you will be added to the Konoha bingo book with an A rank and a 5 million ryo bounty. Is that understood? Sarutobi asked. Naruto was about to fight back, only to be quiet by Haku saying, we accept. The council and Hokage have spoken. You are dismissed, Sarutobi said as the 2 genin were escorted out. Let's head back to the hotel, Haku-chan. Naruto said through gritted teeth. The hotel, Haku's room. Naruto groaned as he went to the mini-bar in Haku's room and grabbed 2 shot glasses and a mini bottle of scotch. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? Yay, I'm just well past fucking pissed, he said, making Haku shrink. I'm sorry for accepting the terms for you. It's not that, Haku-chan, it's just that this is typical Konoha. First, they don't want me, now they're searching high and low. And when they don't get what they want, they take out their anger on the first thing they get. Naruto said as he poured himself a shot and took out his flask with the Spartan symbol on it and poured a shot in Haku's drink. It'll all be fine, Naruto-kun. Just wait and see. I have complete faith in you and your abilities, Haku said with a smile. Naruto smiled as he set the 2 drinks in front of her. Haku-chan, you've wanted to know for a while about me, right? How I have my abilities, why I am how I am, and why I despise Konoha. There are 2 shots in front of you. One is a regular whiskey, the other is a liquor enlaced with all of my lives and experiences by the Shinigami himself. If you truly want to explore this, you may drink the shot on the left. If you want to stay friends, drink the one on the right. Naruto sat beside her as she looked at the two drinks. No pressure nor need, Haku-chan. Take your time to make this decision, Naruto said. Haku looked at him and kissed him softly. She then took the shot on the left and gulped it down. Haku then groaned as the shot rushed to her head and she fainted. Naruto took the shot of whiskey and downed it, then looked at the fainted Haku. He then picked her up and carried her to the bedroom. He took off her shoes and laid her down on the covers, pulling a comforter over her form. He kissed her forehead and walked out. I wonder how this will end, he thought as he went to the couch. In Haku's dream, Haku groaned as she got up, holding her head. What happened? She asked herself as she looked up to see almost sealed gated stare back. They held the symbol of Sparta, the one Naruto had on his shield. Am I sure I want this? Haku thought as she hesitated to the gates. He gave me a chance, I should do the same, Haku said as she pushed through. Memories of the beatings Naruto suffered at the hands of Konoha rushed to her, his friendship with the proctor from the Chunin exams, a girl named Ayame, and the girl from the council meeting, him being rescued by his adoptive father and brother. Then, another stream flew in. She saw his training with the Spartans and Leonidas, his love for Cynthia, and his death. She also heard of his child, but that didn't impact her much. This woman really loved Naruto. Then she was assaulted by memories from his training with Leonidas and Hercules, his gaining Shinny, his rise to godhood, his reunion with his dead lover. It was all overwhelming, to know he had gone through all of this, and still kept going. After, his training with the Shinigami came into play, making her stare-stunned at just what he was capable of. Afterwards, she saw his memories of his time in the rebellion and with Mei. She stared at this man, who had lost it all. He not only freed a bunch of people from a tyrant who killed them because they were different, but he did it because he could. He didn't expect any prize in return. She saw his time with Mei and grew a bit jealous, but not as much as she thought. She actually admired Mei and the date he took her on was fabulous. She then went on to his time in Wave and his meeting her. She experienced every warm feeling he did when he saw her smile, when he saw her wake up in the morning. She could feel the respect this man had for Zabuza, only increasing her respect for him. He knew Zabuza was worthy of the titles he earned, and dared not question them. Then she went on to the Chunin exam. She experienced his pain at seeing this place, his disdain for Arashi Uzumaki Namikaze, the child of his parents, and how he really wanted to tell her, but couldn't find the words. She felt his worry in the forest of death, when they were attacked. He felt his worry for her safety, and it made her happy he worried so much for her. She smiled as how happy he was she forced him on a date. As the last of the memories ended, she turned to leave. Wait, like I told Mei Terumi, please take care of him. He may seem invincible, but even he may fall and he needs to learn he can rely on others, not just himself. Haku turned to see Cynthia standing in all of her glory, looking at her. I promise I will do everything I can to make him happy, Haku said as she hugged Cynthia. You already do that, just by being there and being you, Cynthia said as she faded away, and Haku was left in a sleeping state. Morning the next day. Naruto groaned as the sunlight hit his eyes. They fluttered open, and inspected the room around him. I am on the couch, the sun is shining, the birds are singing, and there's an added weight on top of me. Wait, what? Naruto looked to see Haku laying on top of him, a warm blanket draped over them both. Shit, I could have sworn I put her in the bedroom last night, Naruto thought as Haku's foot began massaging his crotch. Naruto managed to put his hands into the hand seal for the replacement jutsu, only to hear Haku say, if you do that, I'm gonna freeze you in place. Naruto looked at her sleepily wiping her eyes. So, yay. I kinda need to move because I have that morning phenomenon most guys get in the morning. You mean an erection? Well, he prefers to be called Pepe, Naruto said as he slipped into a seated position. Haku managed to adjust herself to stay on his lap, and she looked at him. So, about the memories. Naruto looked down at this. Well, you did say you wanted to know more about me. Well, are you gonna leave me in suspense or am I gonna have to play 20 questions? Haku's only response was to kiss him. As soon as Naruto came down from Cloud 9, he only had one question. Are you sure about this? Of course I am. While I was a bit skeptical at first, I've seen what you've been through. And I can honestly say that after what I've seen, I would be glad to be your girlfriend, and maybe more. Haku said. I also met Cynthia. She seemed nice, and for what it's worth, I am sorry you didn't get to see your son. Since she told me and Mei to take care of you, I guess, I maybe, wouldn't mind sharing you. As long as you love us equally. Naruto smiled and kissed her on the tip of her nose. What did I do right to get two beautiful women in the world who really like me for who I am? He asked and Haku giggled. He was about to move in for another kiss, when a knock on the door disrupted them. Outside. Haku, you in there? Zabuza asked as he knocked again. When he heard the moving and rustling of 4 feet, he took his sword out and slashed through the door. He was greeted to the sight of Haku, alone. Zabuza-sama, what did that door ever do to you? Haku asked as she surveyed the damage. Nothing, I just could have sworn I heard a boy in here. Zabuza replied as he checked the hallway closet and every nook and cranny of the apartment. Well, it's just me, and I just woke up. How about I meet you and Naruto at the training ground we were assigned in a few minutes? Sure. Wasn't he living with you? Zabuza asked. He was, but he left early in the morning. You should probably go looking for him. Haku said as she pushed Zabuza out of the apartment. With Zabuza. That was weird, even for her. Zabuza said and took off. Inside. Haku sighed in relief as she heard Zabuza take off and looked up to see Naruto attached to the ceiling, sleeping. Hey, wake up, she yelled. In that split moment, Naruto's concentration was broken and he fell to the floor. Haku winced as she heard the impact. Sorry. Are you okay? I think I broke my morning phenomenon. Naruto said. Haku shrugged and went to get ready for training. 20 minutes later, training ground near Inuzuka States. Haku and Naruto listened to Zabuza as he broke down their schedules. Leonidas-san, most of your opponents have decent skills with close-range hand-to-hand and ninjutsu. You will have to develop some jutsu to make distance between you and them in one of each of the elements you possess. Just in case they have an ace up their sleeves. Zabuza then turned to Haku. Haku, most of your possible opponents are mid to long-range fighters. That is, genjutsu, wind style, and puppets. We will be focusing on your speed, strength, and some jutsu so you can get up close and personal. Naruto, you're adept at hand-to-hand and good with weapons, so you may go develop your jutsu. Haku, run 12 laps around the clearing, stop for 5 minutes, then do it again. Haku groaned. Why did her boyfriend get the easy training? She began her laps, only to turn and see Naruto jogging besides her. Nay, Leonidas-kun, why are you running with me? Shouldn't you be training for your own matches? Haku asked. Naruto pointed to about 7 shadow clones in the clearing scribbling notes furiously. Shadow clones. Anything mental they do, I do. But physically, I have to take care of my body. Now come on, or Zabuza-chan will get mad. Haku smiled at her boyfriend. In his own special way, he helped motivate her. Nay, think you can teach me that move so I can progress with my training? Sure, but they are taxing on chakra. Think you can handle it? Watch me. Haku said as she took off, determination burning in her eyes. Oh, Haku-chan, I hate to see you go, but I love to watch you leave. Naruto mumbled under his breath. Time skip 3 days, 21 days till Chunin exam finals. Naruto groaned as he knelt down, a large crack on the earth in front of him the only proof his new jutsu was a success. 1 down, 3 to go. Naruto said as he looked over the notes his clone made. Okay, coat the hands with chakra to avoid severe burns, and channel lava chakra through. He was suddenly tackled by a white and brown blur. He looked up to see one of the Heimaru brothers licking his face and the other 2 standing behind him. Hana-chan's dogs, then where is? Sorry about that, he's usually so well behaved. Down boy, Hana said as she pulled the dog off Naruto. My name is Hana Inuzuka. Leonidas, right, she asked as Naruto nodded. How did you know my name? I was there at the council meeting, you know, the one where you pretty much got screwed over. Glad to see she grew out of her awkward phase. Naruto thought as he sweat dropped. Yay, I remember. He said. One of the Heimaru brothers then started whining, and Hana sniffed the air. I'm sorry about that, you smell similar to an old friend of mine, but it's also different. So how about letting me buy you lunch as an apology? Hana asked with a wink. Lead the way, Naruto said, until he felt a sudden chill around his arm and saw Haku clinging to it. Oh, and she comes too. Naruto quickly said. Hana looked saddened, but nodded anyway. Ichiraku ramen stand. Naruto smiled as he walked into the old ramen bar and looked around. He was about to sit on his old stool, but looked to see it was roped off. In the middle of it was a picture of him taped to it. Naruto smiled as he sat next to his old stool and reminisced to his old times in here with Ayame-chan. Welcome to Ichiraku ramen, may I take your order? Naruto turned to see an older Ayame, looking beautiful with her hair held back in her apron holding her developing figure nicely. Naruto smiled to himself as he scanned the menu, then was surprised by the options. I'll take a Naruto special. Make that too, Haku said as she sat beside him. Hey there Ayame-chan, Better make that 3, Henna said as she sat down with them. 3 Naruto specials, coming up. Ayame said as she headed to the back. So tell me more about this friend of yours. Leonidas said as an amused Haku listened. Well, there's not much to tell really. He helped save me and the trio from a wild wolf when we were younger, then literally dragged me back to my clan's estate. Afterwards, we started hanging out. He had it pretty rough in the village, but he was still so caring and considerate of me. When I was tired, he would offer me piggyback rides home. Henna took out a piece of beef jerky and threw it to one of the trio. When I was sad, he's tried his hardest to cheer me up. And he treasured me, Ayame-chan, and Anko-chan above everyone else. Since he wasn't popular or liked at all, he made me feel like I was one of a kind and queen of the world. Henna said, a small blush on her face as their food arrived. Sounds like you had a bit of a crush on him. Haku said slyly. Hell, we all did. Ayame said as she started setting the food in front of her clients. Henna had a crush on him because of his kindness. Personally, I liked his ability to stay positive through all this hellhole put him through, and Anko, well he's a lot like Anko. She's hated for something she had no control over too. They were both kindred souls. Then what happened to this guy? I would love to have met him. No one really knows. Officially, he killed his father and ran. Some people say he used the Shinigami to do it, but no one knows for certain. We just do what we can to honor him and keep his memory alive. Ayame said as she looked at the old empty stool. What the hell are you telling these outsiders? A drunk asked as he walked in. That was a damn demon, and we're lucky he left. If I could get my hands on him, I'd kill him for what he did to the Yondaime. Get out of here, Ayame yelled. The drunk then poured out his sake cup on the roped-off stool. Make me. He was about to throw the bottle at Ayame, when his hand was suddenly grabbed by Leonidas. Buddy, let's take a walk and talk about how ladies are meant to be treated. Naruto said as he twisted the mont's arm. Thank you for the lovely dinner, Henna-chan. Ayame-chan, the food was wonderful. Anything you want to add? Chuckles. Naruto asked as he twisted the mont's arm even more, a sickening snap resounding in the small restaurant. I'm sorry. The man cried. Say it again. I am sorry. Now say it like you mean it. Naruto yelled, only to be settled by Haku touching his shoulder. It's not worth it. Let him go, she said. Damn that woman and her soothing words. Naruto let the man go and pushed him out of the stand. Again, I am sorry for this inconvenience. I hope it didn't spoil dinner. Naruto said. No, it's fine. Thank you for sticking up for us. You really do remind us a lot of Naruto. Naruto smiled as he stepped out of the restaurant and began to do the hand signs for a shunshin. By the way, I know your friend very well. He is a good warrior and a great man. He is well and alive, and he misses his best friends. Naruto said as he and Haku shunshined away, leaving the two speechless girls. In Haku's hotel room. Naruto looked around as he laid down in Haku's bed. Haku-chan, are you sure you want me to sleep here? I could just go back to my room. Now, why would you want to do that? Haku asked as she stepped into the room wearing nothing but a dark blue nightie. All the blood instantly left his then laid back on the bed as Haku turned off the lights and climbed into bed. Haku then curled up besides him, interlocking her leg with his and using his chest as a pillow. And what brought this on? Naruto asked. Well, I saw the competition. And what do you think? It's gonna be a tough competition, she said as she fell asleep, a smile on her face. Time skip 19 days. Naruto groaned as he and Haku fell asleep on their bed. They had been training hard for the finals, and it showed. Naruto's jutsu repertoire had grown by leaps and bounds. His strength and speed increased too. Haku's speed and taijutsu had gone off the charts. Adding that to her already deadly ability with her ice daggers, she was really a force to be reckoned with. Think you'll do well tomorrow? She asked him. I know I will. Overconfident much? No, but as long as I have you there watching, I know I'll do great. Haku smiled. It was times like this that reminded her why she liked the man she was sleeping besides. 'Cause he made her feel like she was the most important person in the world. Meanwhile, the underworld. A bit to the left, no the right, the other right, there. Perfect, Hades exclaimed as he motioned for Shinigami to set down the 75-inch plasma screen TV. Why did you make me bring this and the huge screen from the future again? Shinigami asked as he finished adjusting the TV. Tomorrow's Naru-chan's big day. What kind of family would we be if we didn't watch and support him? Hades asked as he had a large recliner brought it. Oh Shinny, be a dear and help me move this too will you? The Shinigami sighed as he picked up the recliner. He was the death god, and second in command to Hades. This was not in the damn job description. Less whining, more moving, Hades said as he finished preparing his entertainment center for the big match. Underworld. Hades and the Shinigami grinned as they went over the plans. Yay, so we're gonna give Naruto a hell of an entrance for his final match. And we have to inform him of the invasion so he knows he has a window of time to escape. Hades said as he took out a scroll and started writing. Pain, panic, Hades yelled. Two little imps came running, one skinny and blue and the other fat and pink. Pain, the fat one yelled, and panic, the skinny one said in a nervous tone. Reporting for duty, Hades groaned as he slapped his own face. Think you two can manage to deliver this scroll? Hades asked, holding up a scroll, to Naruto, and put these reverse summoning tags on the PA system and the huge monitor of the Chunin exam stage. Pain nodded as he took the scroll and the two tags to the reverse summoning. We'll get it done, they both said in unison as the left, exploding in a thick gray fog. Chunin exam stage 3 a.m. Pain and Panic smirked as they arrived at the stage. Here, you put this tag on the PA system, Pain started as he handed one of the reverse summoning tags to Panic, and I'll rig the Jumbotron. Panic nodded and shifted to a snake form, slithering away to the control room as Pain shifted into a small blue jay and flew towards the rear of the Jumbotron. 15 minutes later. Pain and Panic met up at the entrance of the arena. Did you do your part? Pain asked. Yay, how about you? Yay, let's go deliver the scroll and we can leave. Panic nodded as they both shifted into blue jays and took off. 4 hours later. Did you ever ask where Naruto was staying? No, I kinda figured we'd stumble into it. Panic admitted sadly to Pain. Pain shook his head sadly. This was gonna be a long day. 3 hours and 12 hotels later. Pain and Panic were panting. After 12 hotels and 17 women's bathrooms, no relation, they had finally gotten the right hotel. Pain and Panic shifted into the form of flies and flew into the room. They then saw Naruto and Haku sleeping in the same bed. Look at him, I'm so proud. Yay, our little man whore's all grown up. Pain said, wiping a fake tear from his eye. They then both poofed into their original forms and started poking Naruto so he would wake up. Naruto. Naruto groaned as he covered his head. There had been various extremely loud shrieks of perverts, and he couldn't go back to sleep. He then heard a soft poof and smelled brimstone. He would have usually just brushed it off, but then something started poking his face. Shrieks of pervert, annoying pokes to my face, and a faint smell of brimstone. It must be Pain and Panic, he said sarcastically as he uncovered his face. He looked to see the two imps posing next to each other, almost as if they were proud of their introductions. Hey guys, what's up? Hades-sama wanted us to give you this. Pain said as he handed the scroll over to Naruto. Well, that's all the business we have here. Come on Panic, let's go. Panic nodded, but then stopped in front of Naruto and held up his hand for a high five. Naruto reluctantly gave it to him, but then asked why. Cause she's hot. I'm so proud. Panic said as he and Pain poofed away, leaving a blushing Naruto and a smirking half-asleep Haku. Naruto then picked up the scroll and read it. Dear Naruto. Hey there, how you doing? Good. Great. Well, I am just writing to inform you of a few things. Number 1, I am gonna be helping you make a hell of an entrance to the exams today. So, lag for about 10 seconds so the introduction can be set. And number 2, there will be an invasion happening today. Suna and Oto have banded forces to crush the leaf. If you plan on unveiling just who you really are, you have a great window of opportunity to get out. The blunt of the attacks will be near the East Wing and the Inuzuka clan home, the information center of Konoha, and the arena and the surrounding area. Be careful. Take care. Me and Shinny will be rooting for ya. Sincerely. Hades and Shinny. P.S. If you find a psychotic redhead who looks like he has a thirst for blood, try to help him out. You would not believe the amount of paperwork this kid has been giving me because of early deaths. Naruto smiled as he closed the letter and looked at the clock. 11:30. Exams don't start till 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll make breakfast and then get ready. He thought as he carefully untangled his leg from Haku's and went to get breakfast ready. He got out a few eggs, some hash browns, and bacon. With Haku. Haku was sleeping soundly, until a faint aroma hit her nose. Is that bacon? She asked herself as she slowly rose in her sleepy state and followed the aroma to the kitchen. When she got there, she was pleasantly surprised to find 2 plates on the table and Naruto washing the dishes. Hey Haku-chan, breakfast is ready, he said as he saw her. They both sat down to the quiet meal, but halfway through it, Naruto handed her the scroll and she read it. Invasion, escape, ooh, you get a nifty entrance too. Why do I get the feeling this kind of thing happens often with you? Naruto shrugged as he went to leave his plate on the sink and headed for the shower. I don't know, but my luck is horrible as far as how many fights I will face. Haku nodded as threw the scroll into the stove, letting it catch on fire and burn to ashes. Well, make sure you hurry up. I need a shower too. She called out to Naruto. 15 minutes later. Naruto popped his neck as he stepped out of the steaming hot shower. Shower's free, he yelled. Coming, Hiku's said. Naruto turned to see her, but was left with his mouth open. She was wearing a lacy black bra and matching thong. She had the same thing in ice blue in her hand and her usual clothes. She giggled at his reaction and traced her finger at his jaw. Look, but don't touch, she whispered as she stepped into the shower. 20 minutes later. Hiku smiled as she stepped out of the misty shower. She looked around to see Naruto already ready, looking kinda shiny. Did you oil yourself up? Yay, helps prevent infection and some small cuts, he said. She shrugged and was about to open the door when he stopped her. He then made 3 shadow clones and handed demands. Each one of you is to guard one of the following: the information center, the ramen stand, and the Inuzuka clan home. When shit hits the fan, you act. Now go. The clones nodded and dispersed. Now, we can go, Naruto said as he picked Hiku up bridal style, making her eat. What are you doing? Being me, Naruto replied with a wink as he shunshined to the arena. The only proof they had been there was a couple of snowflakes on the floor. In the arena. The clock had struck 1 o'clock on the dot as Hiku and Naruto got to the arena. As Hiku saw all of the people stare at her, she jumped from Naruto's arms. Finally, now we can begin. Genma, the proctor of the exams, began. Now look proud, you guys are the stars of this show, he said to them, then turned to the people in the arena. The Chunin exam finals have begun, he yelled out. Will all of the remaining competitors please head up to the competitors box while we explain the first match? You will be called when it is your turn to fight, Genma said. All of the contestants went up the flight of stairs as Genma started to explain the changes to the first match and what the new gauntlet match entailed. Competitors box. Naruto groaned as Hiku grilled him to make sure he was ready. Now, Hyugas have strong taijutsu thanks to their Byakugan and are not to be trifled with. End it quickly, with the Uchiha. He can read movements and copy nin, gen, and taijutsu, so find a way to disable his eyesight and attack. And the Namikaze. Wild card. Be careful, Naruto replied to her quick quiz. Good, take this, she replied as she handed him a tag with the kanji for flash on it. What's this? You might need it later. But make sure you damn well need it when you use it, Hiku replied. Now hush, it's starting. Naruto followed Haku's sight to see Kushina Uzumaki in the stage, announcing the first match. Stadium. And now, for the first gauntlet match of the Chunin exams. Introducing the Golden Boys of Konoha, geniuses in their own right, and the reason why our future shines so brightly. Kushina started as the theme song. Fighting Dreamers began blaring through the PA system. Uzumaki Namikaze Arashi, she yelled as a hyper Arashi ran to the center of the arena. Uchiha Sasuke, she yelled as the emo king himself walked nonchalantly to the center stage. And Hyuga Neji, she yelled as Neji walked towards the group, a scowl on his face. And the challenger. Underworld. It's time, Hades said as he triggered his reverse tags. Stage. The entire arena went quiet as the low-tech arena scoreboard was gone in a poof of smoke, and so was the PA system. Everyone looked around, wondering what the hell had just happened, until a loud scream started through the entire arena and a poof of smoke enveloped the entrance to the arena. John Cena's theme song, Don't Own, lyrics by Metro Lyrics. Your time is up, my time is now, you can't see me, my time is no, it's the franchise boy. I'm shining now, you can't see me, my time is now, in case you forgot or fell off, I'm still hot, knock your shell of. F my money stack fat, plus I can't turn the swell off. The franchise, doing big bitterness, I live this. It's automatic, I win this, oh you hear those horns, you finished. Naruto smirked as he heard the song start. As he reached the hallway that led to the arena, the smoke cleared. 10 proud warriors stood there, making an archway for him to walk through, and his name flashed onto the Jumbotron. Naruto of Sparta. A soldier, and I stay under you fighting. Plus I'm storming on you chumps like I'm thunder and lightning. Ain't no way you breaking me, kid, I'm harder than nails. Plus I keep it on lock, like I'm part of the jail. Slaughtering stale, competition, I got the whole block wishing. They could run with my division but they gone fishing. With no bait, kid your boy hold wait, I got my soul straight. I brush your mouth like Colgate. Naruto smirked at Kushina's shocked face. As he walked through the archway, images of his battles in the Civil War of Kiri appeared. One of him fighting against Yagura flashed onto the screen. When the council saw this, they knew they were fucked. Cage box. Wait, this kid is the one who managed to kill Yagura. Sarutobi thought as he started sweating bullets. He got even more nervous when another clip flashed onto the screen, this one showing him summoning Cerberus and Pyros. Shit, those genin are screwed, and Anbu then grabbed his attention. Sir, should we detain him? No, if we do, we'll lose business from other countries. Not only that, but he's working for Kiri. We can't risk another war. Sarutobi said. The Anbu just gritted his teeth, but nodded and went back to his post. In any weather I'm never better, your boy's so hot. You'll never catch me in the next man's sweater. If they hate, let 'em hate, I dropped a whole clan. Lay your ass down for the 3-second tan. Your time is up, my time is now. You can't see me, my time is now. It's the franchise, boy, I'm shining now. You can't see me, my time is now. Naruto smirked as he unwrapped his blood-red cloak from his body, showing its defined features to everyone. However, the biggest shock was when he took off his helm. His eyes were still that shining blue, his hair more tame, and the faintest outlines of whisker marks on his cheeks. Your time is up, my time is now. You can't see me, my time is now. It's the franchise, boy, I'm shining now. You can't see me, my time is now. Naruto watched in interest as he got to the middle of the arena and the music faded away, the Jumbotron and PA system were poofed away and replaced with their primitive counterparts. Naruto stood next to Genma, and noticed all eyes on him. Do I have something on my face? He asked. Sochi-kun. Kushina yelled in happiness and tried to hug him, only to stop halfway. She looked to see him holding his sword, its sharp edge pointed at her throat. Never call me that again, woman. He yelled, and Kushina suddenly shrunk back. Had her son really hated her this much? However, a shadow then appeared over Naruto. He unsealed his spear and thrust it up, only for it to be caught by the proctor. Over him stood Arashi, the spear not even an inch away from his throat. Let me go. That's the bastard who killed my father. Then wait your turn to fight him. Genma said. The gauntlet match will begin with Naruto of Sparta vs Neji Hyuga. Will the other competitors please head up to the competitors box? When one of the opponents falls, a name will flash onto the screen. Then, that competitor will rush down here and fight. It will continue this way until all of the competitors fall. Naruto and Neji nodded as Kushina was led away by her son and Sasuke followed them. Ready? Genma asked as he looked at Neji and he nodded. Ready? He asked as he looked at Naruto. He just unsealed his sword and twirled it. Begin. Genma yelled as he jumped backwards. You know, people like you really sicken me. Why? Because we are in the grace of fate and she has already declared me the winner. Neji asked smugly as he activated his Byakugan. No, because you blame other people for whatever the hell problem you have. Neji growled and charged at him, throwing strikes at his arms and legs. Naruto ducked and weaved through the strikes, most of them missing by a centimeter. You treat your own clansman as if she's dirt, and truthfully, she didn't even want to fight you. Well, let me tell you something, this world is a mean and nasty place. And it will beat you down and keep you there if you allow it. Now, if you're a little wimp and let it keep you there, that's fine by me. But the moment you start pointing fingers at others and say, I'm not what I want to be because of you. That's when I step in. Because that's what cowards do. Just because you're strong and can beat down people, that doesn't mean, only strong when you get back up and do what you want, despite what he or she said. Naruto said as he slashed at Neji's side. 8 trigrams vacuum palm, he yelled. Naruto jumped away, barely in time. He turned back to see the wall sunk in where he once stood. Shit, but why didn't he use his Kaden again? Maybe it uses too much chakra, or maybe there's a recharge time. Naruto thought as he did a hand sign and made 4 shadow clones, shocking the shinobi who knew the shadow clone was a leaf-exclusive jutsu. The clones then got on 4 ends of Neji and aimed. Fire! Naruto yelled. The first clone threw his spear at high speeds at Neji, only for him to make his chakra dome. Kaden. The other 3 shadow clones waited until the chakra dome was dispelled. The second clone then shot his spear at Neji, watching him duck under it. 3 seconds. The next clone then threw his spear, making Neji thrust his palm again to change the trajectory. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. The spear was blown away and the clone dispelled. 6 seconds, the last clone threw his spear and Neji did his Kaden again. Okay, a 6-second recharge window, and he looks pretty winded. Naruto thought as he made another 2 clones. Go. One clone cut his thumb and swiped it on his tattoo. Titan style, Artemis Hunt. He yelled. He then jumped underground, actually moving through solid rock and dirt. The next clone unsealed his sword and shield and went on the offensive, charging at Neji. Naruto unsealed his sword and watched as the clone threw slashes and stabs at Neji from various angles, only for him to block all of them. Kaden. Neji yelled as he made the dome again, dispelling the clone in front of him. The clone underground then started moving in behind Neji and jumped upwards, leaving the dirt undisturbed. As Neji stopped his Kaden, he looked around for Naruto but couldn't see him. Wait, where is he? Neji thought. Naruto then made hand signs and substituted himself with the clone in midair. Neji's eyes widened as he heard a poof. He looked behind him to see Naruto coming down with his sword and yelled in pain as it slashed his back open. Ah! Neji yelled as he fell to the floor, writhing in pain. Naruto then grabbed him by his hair and dragged him up. Now, say I'm sorry. He yelled as he applied pressure to the wound on Neji's back. I'm sorry. Neji yelled. Now say it again. Naruto said as he applied more pressure. I'm sorry. Neji yelled, his voice filled with desperation as his back continued to bleed out, his once white robes now tainted red. Now mean it, he said as he was about to crack a few ribs but was stopped by the proctor. That's enough. Let him go, Genma said. Naruto nodded as the screen flashed to life and displayed one name. Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto watched as Neji was hauled away by the paramedics. Sasuke smirked as he jumped from the competitor's box and made hand signs. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke smiled evilly as the giant fireball left his mouth and headed straight for Naruto. Naruto quickly summoned 5 shadow clones and they all unsealed their shields. As the fireball struck, a large cloud of dust was released into the air. Everyone watched tensely, waiting to see if that was the end Naruto. However, as the dust settled, nothing was seen but a large dome of metal made out of the same shields Naruto was carrying. Like that metal dome could hold up against my fireball. That idiot is probably cooked in there. Sasuke said as he approached the dome and cockily knocked on it. See, nothing but. Sasuke was cut off as the dome disappeared in a poof of smoke and Naruto charged at him. Sasuke tried to counter, but couldn't keep up. Naruto dug his fists into Sasuke's stomach in quick succession, gave him a hook to the jaw, and ended it with a spinning kick to his head. Sasuke was sent flying backwards. Naruto swiped some of his blood on his tattoo and made hand signs. Titan style. Magma pool, he screamed as a small pool of magma began to secrete from the ground. He then made more hand signs. Titan style. Pyro's messengers. From the pond, small globs of lava began to levitate and take form of ravens with 4 wings each. Naruto smirked as they honed in on Sasuke and took off. Shit, Sasuke thought as he jumped onto the wall and started running, trying to get away from the burnt lava hybrids. He kept jumping as they got closer, trying to flee until one of them flew in front of him as he was about to land. The bird flew straight into his torso, but Sasuke managed to twist away so it hit him on his arm. Sasuke groaned in pain as he hit the floor. When he got up, he checked the wound, only to see burned muscle and bone. You're gonna pay for this. Sasuke yelled, Sharingan blazing as he jumped back onto the wall and did 3 hand seals. Chidori. He yelled as lightning began coursing through his arm, making an arch over his head. Now, I'll show you the true power of the Uchiha clan. He yelled as he charged ahead. Naruto stared at the Uchiha charging towards him with a smirk. He took out the tag with the kanji for flash on it and activated it. Naruto covered his eyes as the tag went off. He heard a loud yell of pain and looked to see the Uchiha writhing on the floor, covering his eyes. What the hell did you do to me? Sasuke demanded in a pissed-off voice. Naruto watched as the last Uchiha rose to his feet, albeit slowly. Naruto unsealed his sword and ran at the Uchiha. Sasuke, his eyes now normal, barely had time to react and duck under the slash. He threw a kick at Naruto's face, pushing him backwards. Naruto smirked and popped his neck. Come on, Naruto yelled as he ran at Sasuke. Sasuke tried to punch him, only to miss. Naruto then buried his knee into the Uchiha's stomach. As the Uchiha fell backwards, Naruto unsealed his sword and stabbed it downwards, missing the Uchiha by mere inches. Dead, Naruto said as he got off. Genma was about to call the match, when Sasuke got up and made another Chidori. I will not be ignored. He yelled as he charged at Naruto. Naruto turned to see the pissed-off Uchiha coming at him and unsealed his shield, planting himself firmly in the ground. As the Chidori and the shield connected, a surge of lightning filled the arena, making everyone look away. As everyone turned back around, they were shocked at what they saw. The shield Naruto was holding was actually managing to not only hold off the Uchiha, but it was electrocuting him. People saw him holding one hand sign up in front of his face. Titan style, Lithos gauntlets. He then extended his arm as it too was covered by rock-like skin. He grabbed the Chidori in Sasuke's hand with brute force and then threw him against the wall. Naruto then unsealed his spear and aimed it at the Uchiha. As he threw it, time seemed to slow down for everyone. Sasuke's eyes widened as the shield seemed to get closer and closer, but it was suddenly deflected by a hand covered in lightning. Kakashi stood over his fallen student, Chidori in hand. Due to interference, Sasuke Uchiha forfeits. Genma yelled. At this point, Kakashi didn't care. With his lone Sharingan blazing, he touched the Chidori to the ground and began to rush Naruto. Before he could get very close though, he was stopped by a green blur catching his hand. Stop Kakashi, if you attack a foreign nin, it's certain death. Kakashi growled at Guy, but his resolve wavered as he saw 3 Anbu around him. Kakashi sighed, picked up Sasuke, and shunned away. The board then shined the last name, Urashi Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto watched as his younger brother came rushing out of the competitor's box with what seemed to be a ball of chakra in his hand. Rasengan! Urashi yelled. Naruto jumped out of the way in time as the ball impacted in the ground, making a large dent in the ground. Urashi then got up and adjusted his fingerless gloves. Come on you bastard, he yelled as he charged at Naruto. Urashi tried to punch Naruto in the face, only for the punch to be sidestepped and for him to receive a shield to the nose. As Urashi fell backwards from the impact, he managed to flip himself and landed a few feet away from Naruto. Urashi then began a series of hand signs and yelled, water style, exploding water colliding wave. Urashi opened his mouth as literally a sea full of water spewed out of his mouth. Urashi then made more hand signs and yelled, water style, water dragon bullet. A large dragon made of water rose out from the 2 feet of water the stadium was flooded with. Naruto groaned as he swiped blood on his tattoo and made hand signs. Titan style, Litho's rage. Naruto stomped his foot and the ground began to shake. From where he stomped his foot, a large gash appeared on the earth. As the mini-earthquake continued to spread, the gash got bigger and bigger, completely swallowing up the water and the dragon bullet jutsu. Naruto smirked as he saw Urashi charging at him again, kunai in hand. Naruto unsealed his sword and charged, meeting Urashi mid-strike. As Urashi swung, Naruto met him strike for strike. The two kept going at this for a while, but Naruto ended it by kicking Urashi in the stomach. Urashi groaned as he got up and made a shadow clone. He started channeling another Rasengan and had a clone infuse a small amount of water chakra into it, not enough to make it lethal, but enough to win the match. Naruto stared as his brother hit him head-on with the Rasengan. The entire stadium went quiet, the hit actually landed. Everyone cheered for Urashi, but were shut up as Naruto stepped out from behind a tree. He then charged at Urashi and slammed the back of his shield on his head, knocking him out. You're an idiot. You never forget the basics, no matter how tedious they are. Naruto said. The crowd watched as the Rasengan powered down, only to reveal a large log shredded to bits. Naruto was about to move in for the kill, when he was stopped by large chains covering his body and 3 Junin surrounding him. Tisk, figures he gets special treatment. Naruto said as he substituted himself with the unconscious Urashi and walked back up to the competitor's box. The winner is Naruto Uzu. The proctor was quickly silenced by a death glare from Naruto. Naruto of Sparta. He corrected himself, the crowd merely stared in shock. Competitor's box. Naruto smirked under his helm as he saw the types of looks he was getting. Most were of hatred for killing the Yondaime, but Lee and Haku seemed genuinely happy he won his matches. As Naruto approached the seat next to Haku, he was stopped when 7 Anbu decided to surround him. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, you are under arrest. We have orders to bring you into the custody of Namikaze Uzumaki Kushina. The first Anbu said, only to be stopped. I am a ninja of Kiri, and as such any hostilities towards me will be taken as if they are threats to my village. In the stead of the Chunin exams, everyone participating has amnesty, so long as they commit no crime. Haku chimed in happily. The Anbu gritted their teeth, but nodded and shunned away. Naruto smiled as he took a seat next to Haku and Lee, ignoring the stares from most of the Konoha ninja. So how did I do? You did great Naruto Koi. Haku said as she kissed him and sat on his lap. Naruto smiled and held her close to him as the next match was called. Shino vs Gaara. Genma said, only for Shino to forfeit because his opponent seemed entirely too powerful and mentally unstable. Haku vs Kankuro. Genma yelled as Kankuro made his way down. Haku smiled as she stole one LST kiss and jumped from the competitor's box, disappearing in a poof of snow and reappearing besides Genma. Begin, Genma exclaimed as he jumped out of the way. Kankuro wasted no time in taking out his puppet and sending it on the offense, littering the battle site with poison Senbon. Haku smirked as she made hand signs and said, Ice style, shinobi armor. Haku smirked as she felt her stomach, breasts, thighs, and arms coated in a layer of ice. She then made 2 ice daggers and rushed in, ducking under the puppet's hidden blades and its arms. As the puppet opened its mouth and released a cloud on toxic smoke, she slid under it, avoiding everything altogether. She ran up at Kankuro and slashed at his side, making him double over in pain. She then rammed her elbow into the back of his head, knocking him out and severing the chakra flow from Kankuro to the puppet. The winner is Haku of Kiri. Genma said as Haku left to go back to the competitor's box. The next match is Kin vs Tamari. Genma said. Competitor's box. Naruto smirked as he saw Haku sauntering over to him. So how did I do, Naruto-kun? She asked with a huge smile on her face. Naruto smiled. Great, you did great. Haku smirked and was about to kiss him, when an explosion rocked the cage booth. She looked to see the Sandaime Hokage being dragged to the roof by the cage. Naruto groaned as he saw millions of feathers floating down towards them. Temple of Nirvana technique, Naruto thought as he dispelled the jutsu. Naruto jumped towards the roof of the stadium, followed closely by Haku. As they got there, two giant poofs were heard. A giant three-headed snake rose from around the Inuzuka clan home and a large snake appeared near the information center. A large band of sound ninjas broke into the leisure district of Konoha near the stage. Naruto would have kept watching, but had to duck as a kunai from a sound shinobi whizzed past his head. So it begins, Naruto thought as he unsealed his sword and shield and charged into the fray. Near the Inuzuka clan home. Henna groaned as she saw the giant three-headed snake rise. She witnessed as various of her clansmen attacked the snake, only to be swatted to the side with the tail. The giant snake hissed at them and bit at them, only managing to eat a few of the fighting clansmen. Wait, if I manage to get directly into his stomach and pull off a twin fang over fang, we can dispel it at best or get it to throw up. Henna thought as she readied herself. She was about to charge, only to hear a large poof behind her. She turned, only to be face to face with a giant dog with three heads growling at the snake. Henna thought it was another hostile, until she saw the figure standing over its head. That's Leonidas-kun, Henna said, but turned to see all of the dogs in a submissive pose, including her mother's. Wait's going on. That's Cerberus-sama, the guard of the gates of hell. There is no greater honor than that. Soon's dog said. Henna watched in interest as Cerberus tackled the snake to the ground and clamped the three jaws around the three heads of the snakes. Cerberus then bit down, severing the heads and dispelling the monster, and Cerberus then dispelled. In the INT division of Konoha. Enko watched in horror as a snake as big as Manda approached the tower, ready to smash it to pieces. She clutched the necklace around her neck tightly and watched as Ibiki prepared a makeshift suicide vest from exploding tags. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. Enko thought as she knocked Ibiki down and took the vest from him. She jumped to the snake, ready to blow the vest, only to be caught by a pair of strong arms. She looked up to see the same man from the Chunin exams holding her. Hey, what the hell are you? She asked, but was quickly shut up as Naruto grabbed the vest and tossed it upwards, the explosions rocking the village. What the hell? I had that. Enko started, but was shut up as she saw what seemed to be like a giant snake with 6 heads, and 2 arms for support. She saw firsthand as he heads wrapped around the snake and bit into it. She watched as the snake seemed to stiffen to post-mortem extents, and the hydra tightened its hold. The snake was then crushed and cut into 7 different pieces and dispelled. Naruto smiled as he dispelled the hydra. Ichiraku ramen. Ayame yelled as she was pushed into the wall violently by a sound shinobi. She watched in horror as 3 more flaked in and made themselves at home. When her father tried to run them out, they merely kicked him into the wall and started treating him like a punching bag. Well, the invasion has begun and I'm feeling famished, old man. One ninja said with an evil smirk as he drew a kunai. So first, I am gonna have some ramen before I kill you. Then, for dessert, I'll have your waitress. Ayame's eyes widened as the shinobi was about to stab her father, and shut her eyes till she heard a sickening squelch. She clamped them harder, but opened them when she heard some conflict. She saw THW ninja that was about to kill her father impaled on a spear as the other 3 had swords in their spines. She looked as the same ninja who had come in yesterday with her friends came to her rescue, backed up by the weirdest warriors she had ever seen. They looked to be half man, half horse. Secure the perimeter. No one gets in. No survivors. The centaurs nodded and left as Naruto approached her and her downed father. All 3 scenes. Who are you? Ayame, Henna, and Enko asked. I'm hurt you don't remember me, Ayame Heim, Hubby Heim, Henna Heim. The 3 clones replied as they dropped their henge and took off their helms. Nah, Naruto-kun, they said with hope in their voices. At your service. All 3 clones replied as they were suddenly put in a death grip hug by sobbing girls. At Ichiraku ramen. Ayame sobbed into Naruto's chest as he held her close to her, softly thumping her fist against his chest. Why? Did you leave me, you baka? Naruto frowned as he looked at her chocolate-colored eyes and spoke. I didn't plan on leaving that night. But a mob managed to catch up to me. You can guess what happened after that, but my salvation came that night. I managed to kill one of the shinobi attacking me and the Shinigami found that Minato didn't keep his word. I was taken to the underworld. Naruto said, not sure either Ayame believed him. Before he could continue, a loud explosion rocked the stand. Listen, Suna and Oto are invading. I came to make sure you were safe. But now that Konoha knows who I really am, I'm gonna have a huge bullseye on my back. I have to go. Take care Ayame-chan, Naruto said as he kissed her forehead. Naruto was about to jump away, when he heard a moan. He turned to see Kyuki getting up. Where the hell you think you're going, brat? He asked. Old man, I have to go. I'll leave the summons to take care of you, but if any Konoha shinobi see you associating with me, you could be thrown in jail. Oh no, you don't. Ayame and I already lost you once, we ain't losing you again. But old man, no excuses. Ayame, go to the basement and move the box with all the stuff that belonged to your mother. There's a storage seal there. Pump a bit of chakra into it. We're leaving. Ayame hesitantly nodded and did as she was told. Old man, why are you doing this? Because she was devastated after you disappeared. I don't think she can handle losing you again. Kyuki said sadly. So where are we going? Kiri, I have people who accept me for who and what I am there. Father, it's done. Kyuki nodded as he, Naruto, and Ayame stepped outside. As soon as they did, the whole house shrank to the size of a large scroll. Ready when you are. The clone nodded and wiped some blood on his tattoo, summoning 6 more centaurs to guard the family as they made their way through Konoha. I&T Department. Enko sniffled as she held Naruto close to her, afraid that if she let him go she would disappear. Why? She asked through her cries. Why what? Why did you leave me alone? You know the villagers treated me badly for being the student of Orochimaru. When I found you, I thought I finally had someone who could relate. But then you upped and left. Why? I didn't have much of a choice. I was taken that night by my Serpagate brother and father. Then why didn't you take me? She yelled. Naruto groaned as he jumped from the roof of the building after seeing 3 Anbu coming for him. Enko-chan, I would love to explain, but if the Konoha ninjas see me talking to you or even think we have a close relationship, you could be tried for treason. The council already hates you, and this could give them the edge they need to give you an unfair punishment. Naruto said as he landed and took off in a sprint. I don't care, I want an answer. She yelled at him, tears brimming in her eyes. Naruto ducked into an alley and watched as the ninja pursuing him ran past his hiding place. He wiped the tear off her eye with his finger and kissed her forehead. Enko-chan, I'm sorry but I have to go. I unveiled my identity during the exams, and now every ninja is gunning for my head. Naruto sadly put her down and was about to take off, when he felt an added weight on his back. He turned to see Enko mounted on his back, piggyback style. What are you? I'm leaving with you. Wait, Enko, you can't. You'll be put on the bingo book and hunted down. Enko kissed his cheek and smiled, not her sadistic smile, a true smile. I've lost you once, Naruto-kun. I am not losing you again. I'm not gonna be able to talk you out of this, am I? Probably not. Let's go, Naruto said hesitantly as he jumped to the leisure district and joined Ayame and the other clone. This Naruto clone swiped blood on his tattoo and made hand signs. Summoning jutsu. The clone jumped back as a large puff of smoke rose. 3 harpies decked in battle armor flew over the 6 centaurs and helped escort Ayame and Enko towards the city gate. The Naruto clones smiled as they saw the girls talk with one another and act like old friends. Inuzuka clan home. Hana smiled as she glomped Naruto, kissing him full on the eyes widened, but he relaxed and wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her in deeper. I can't believe it. Naruto-kun is kissing me. Hana thought as she broke the kiss and got up, hugging him close to her. Naruto-kun, I'm so happy you're back, she said in an excited tone, but her hopes were shattered as she saw Naruto frowning. You are back for good, right Naruto-kun? I'm afraid I'm not Hana-chan. The people here hate me, and I will not come back to a village that has nothing but abuse and resentment towards me. Hana sniffled as tears began to well in her eyes. Then why are you here? Because I knew this invasion was going to happen, and I couldn't live with myself if I let you get hurt because I refused to do anything. Naruto replied as he wiped a stray strand of hair from her forehead and fixed it before her ear. An explosion sounding in the distance reminded him of what was happening. Listen Hana-chan, I revealed to Konoha who I really am during the finals, and now every ninja is probably gunning for my head. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Naruto slowly put her down and was about to leave, when he felt a hand grip his foot. He turned to see Hana holding him in place. Hana-chan, I really have to. Take me with you. But Hana-chan, you have a family here. You have people who care about you, people who are there for you, a mother, a brother, an entire clan. Why would you give that up? Because I love you, she yelled, then clapped both hands over her mouth. Naruto's eyes widened, and he knelt down to where Hana was. You what? I love you, all right. Ever since I was little, I admired you. You had the determination to smile despite everything the village threw at you. You saved me from the wolf when I was little. And you were caring enough to be there for all of us when we needed you. Hana said, a blush adorning her face. Listen Hana-chan, I care about you too. But I'm already dating the Mizukage of Kiri. Naruto watched sadly as Haku's face fell. She then looked up at him, an odd determination in her eyes. I don't care, I want you. And if I have to fight for you, then I will. This shyness hasn't gotten me anywhere, and I've finally outgrown it. I will fight for you, no matter what. But what about your family? They will understand. My mother married outside of the clan despite her father's wishes because she knew my father was her soulmate. I know you are my soulmate. And I'm not gonna give that up. For anyone. Naruto smiled as he watched Hana seal the Heimaru triplets. Shall we get going? Naruto picked her up bridal style and kissed her forehead, then took off towards the leisure district to join the rest of the people marching out of Konoha. When they arrived, Naruto clone number 3 left Hana with Anko and Ayame and headed to the front. He swiped blood on his tattoo and summoned a giant minotaur to take the lead. With Naruto and Haku. Naruto groaned as he felt the 3 clones dispel at once. He ducked under a kunai and slashed at the sound ninja in front of him. Naruto turned to see another shinobi charging at his side, but before he could react, an ice dagger went through the ninja's head. Naruto turned to see Haku winking at him as he clotheslined the rushing ninja and then stabbed downwards at his throat, killing him instantly. Naruto got up and looked around. Haku-chan, you done? Naruto asked as Haku wiped her ice daggers off on a dead shinobi. I'm ready Naruto-kun. Naruto turned to see the Konoha shinobi and was ready to leave, when he saw Kushina surrounded by 4 Jonin. Damn my conscience. Naruto thought. Haku, can you make me 4 ice daggers? Haku nodded, made 4 ice daggers, and handed them to Naruto. Naruto took aim and shot them down. With Kushina. Kushina groaned as she pulled her sword from the now dead sound ninja. She turned her head up, only to see that she was surrounded by 4 more shinobi. She tried to shield herself as they all charged, but was shocked as she heard the glass shatter. She turned to see 4 ice daggers dig themselves into the cranium of the incoming shinobi. She turned to where the daggers came from, and managed to catch a glimpse of a red cloak and a green yukata as that the name. Jumping off the roof of the stadium. Maybe he really does care. With Naruto. Naruto and Haku sprinted towards the huge parade of mythological creatures making their way through the fighting in Konoha. As Naruto and HKU got to the procession, they saw Hana, Anko and Ayame there. Wait, what are they doing here? They're coming with us, Naruto said as the girls glomped him excitedly. Naruto-kun, we missed you so much. Hana said with a huge smile. Where were you? Ayame asked, tears of joy threatening to fall from her eyes. Come on girls, give the brat some space. Anko said as the girls backed off. She then grabbed him in a death grip and buried his face into her supple chest. Everyone was happy, but the celebrations were cut short as a loud roar shook Konoha. Naruto looked up to see a familiar redhead blocking their path, but his body seemed to be covered partially by sand and his voice seemed more demonic. Spartan, mother wants your blood. Gaara yelled as he charged at the parade. However, he was grabbed by the Minotaur and hurled toward the outskirts of Konoha. Damn it, get them out of here. Naruto said as he wiped some blood on his tattoo and summoned Shinny. Shinny neighed as Naruto climbed on. Naruto grabbed Shinny's reins and pointed him towards the outskirts of Konoha. Get thee out of the village, now. Before any of the girls could argue, they were picked up by a centaur and carried off in a mad dash towards the city gates. Naruto put his helm on and unsealed his sword and shield. Naruto tapped the side of Shinny's head and he took off, heading towards the outskirts to face Gaara. Outskirts of Konoha. Naruto arrived as Gaara finished covering himself in what looked to be like a cocoon of sand. What is he doing? Naruto asked, only to be answered by Gaara coming out of the cocoon with his body completely covered in sand, looking like a dog-raccoon hybrid. Time for the show to begin. Gaara yelled as he made hand signs and spoke, feigning sleep technique. Naruto watched as Gaara seemed to faint, then sand began to swirl around him. The sand began piling up, making a bigger and bigger mount until it took the shape of a larger dog-raccoon hybrid. I am free baby. Shikaku yelled in an insane glee as he swiped his hand, trying to see if everything was fine. Shikaku then turned to see Naruto on Shinny floating in place. You will be the first to die by my hands. Shikaku yelled as he charged at Naruto. Naruto huffed as he looked at the overgrown Shukaku staring at him with a psychotic grin. Sand shuriken. Shukaku yelled as various shuriken made of sand flew towards Naruto. Naruto dug his heels into Shinny and flew, avoiding the sand shurikens altogether. Damn it. Any ideas, Shinny? Nay. Yay, I kind of figured. Naruto then flew around Shukaku, trying to find an opening. Wait, why did Gaara have to perform the fainting sleep technique for Shukaku to come out? Naruto wondered as Shinny flew to avoid a giant wind bullet. Damn it, stay still you insignificant worm. Shukaku yelled as he threw his fist at Naruto, exposing Gaara sleeping in the middle of his forehead. There, Naruto yelled. Shinny, fly around him to his back. From there we can fly directly to the forehead and try to wake him up. Shinny neighed and circled behind Shukaku, avoiding a large sand claw as he landed on Shukaku's back. Naruto watched in awe as giant snake-like tendrils rose from the back of Shukaku, actually forming miniature faces on them. Naruto unsealed his sword and swung it, loosening his arm. Alright Shinny, charge. Naruto yelled. Shinny neighed, unfurled his wings, and took off. Naruto began slashing at the makeshift sand snakes, cutting them at the neck so they just fell into large clumps of sand. Naruto and Shinny got closer, only to be derailed as a large wall composed of sand snakes took position in front of Gaara. They tried to turn left, then right, but soon figured they were boxed in. Shit, what the hell am I supposed to do now? I can't destroy this many at once or I'll be buried, I need to solidify them somehow, but how? Naruto thought as he looked up at the snakes charging him, they seemed to be foaming at the mouth. That's it. Naruto grinned as he dispelled Shinny and wiped blood on his tattoos. The snakes formed a cocoon around him and charged, only to be stopped as the temperature began dropping. Titan's style, harshness of the winter storm. Naruto then pumped chakra into his sword and cut through the now solid sand. As more sand began to swirl around him, he charged chakra to his feet and made a dash to Gaara's sleeping form. Almost there. Almost there. Naruto thought as he managed to get in front of the sleeping Gaara and was about to throw a punch, only for a sand snake to coil around his foot and stopped him. Naruto tried to slice it, only for his hand to be caught. As he tried to break free, more snakes came and coiled around him, disabling his four limbs. Haha, did you honestly think you could defeat me, little worm? Shukaku asked in a maniacal tone. Naruto tried to stretch his left hand to reach Gaara, but found he was just a few inches away. Naruto unsealed his shield on his left hand, the poof of smoke freeing the hand. The fist reared back and punched Gaara, the shield also hitting him. The impact to the head woke Gaara up, and Shukaku's body began to fall apart. No, I just got out. Shukaku whined pathetically as he was sent back into the shield. Naruto groaned as he fell through the air, landing harshly on the ground, just a few feet away from Gaara. Naruto slowly got up, using his spear to support himself. He made his way to Gaara, slowly wiping blood on his tattoo. Summoning jutsu. Naruto said, his chakra level painfully low. A large black crow with 4 wings appeared on his shoulders, the same bird from so long ago. No, get away from me. I will not die by your hand. Gaara said as he tried to crawl away from Naruto. I'm not here to hurt you. I know there's a voice in your mind that tells you to kill, that tells you if you don't validate your existence by killing, you will fade away. You can beat this. No, you're lying. Gaara said as he tried to use his sand, but it wouldn't levitate. As Naruto grew closer and closer, the look of despair in his eyes widened. Naruto was just a few feet away when he had to duck under his shield to avoid a barrage of shuriken. Gaara looked up to see Kankuro controlling his puppet and Temari in a battle stance. They both jumped down and landed in front of Naruto and Gaara. I am not going to let you kill my little brother. Temari said as she began channeling chakra into her fan. See Gaara, there are people who care about you, even despite the fact of what you have done. They will be the ones to validate your existence, by holding you in their hearts and passing down your memory long after you, they, and I are gone. No, they couldn't. The whole village hates would they be any different from them. Gaara slowly got up and tried to stand on his own. Nei-chan, Ni-san, we're leaving. But Gaara, no buts, let's go. And you, Spartan, thank you. Don't thank me just yet. Naruto replied as the crow on his shoulder took flight and tackled him to the ground. Temari and Kankuro were ready to attack Naruto, but were stopped when they heard a loud, painful yell. They turned to see the crow with its beak in Gaara's abdomen, but not penetrating skin. Suddenly, the screams of pain grew as the crow picked out a small head, a priest with an insane grin on his face muttering about killing. The crow swallowed this soul, and went in for the other one. The Sand Genin watched as a miniature version of the Sand Tanuki was extracted from Gaara's seal and swallowed alive. What did you do to him? Kankuro yelled in rage, knowing that when Jinchuriki had their tailed beasts extracted, they died. Halt. Stop right there. Naruto and the siblings looked up to see 5 Anbu ninjas in the trees, weapons drawn. For your crimes against Konohagakure, you are all under arrest. An Anbu with long violet hair yelled. He's still alive, and the voices should be gone. Naruto said as he turned and fled, his chakra levels too low to allow him to fight. After him. The Anbu yelled, 3 Anbu taking off after him. And you 3. The Anbu started, but was stopped when she saw the 2 Sand siblings and the unconscious one gone. Damn it, after them. She yelled as she took off, hell-bent on getting them back. With Naruto. Naruto groaned as he continued to flee, the Anbu hot on his trail. Damn it, I can't shake them and I'm running low on chakra. Naruto thought as he jumped onto a tree branch and surveyed the area. Wait, there. Naruto jumped and sped ahead towards a swamp on the west side of the village. Where did he go? The Anbu asked themselves as they landed on the branch he was just on. You take the swamp, you take Ginkai town, and I'll take the outskirts of Shinjuku Lake. One of them spat out. The rest nodded and shunned away. With Naruto. Naruto ran through the swamp, zigzagging left and right in an attempt to throw them off. Naruto kept running in a circle until he felt his foot begin to sink into the mud. A pool, that's it. He smirked as he grabbed some bamboo shoots growing despite the environment and stood in the pool, slowly sinking into the mud. Non-important Anbu, swamp. The Anbu groaned as he pinched his nose. My god, what is that awful smell? He demanded, but had a duty. He jumped from tree to tree, following some kind of footprints until he got to where they simply vanished. Above, the Anbu thought frantically and fired off a volley of shuriken at a branch above him. Nothing, he said as he started to look to the treetops, hoping to find some trace of the missing ninja. Whoa. The ninja yelled as he felt an arm wrap around his neck and another arm hook over his shoulder. Before he could react, the arm began tightening around his neck, more importantly his carotid artery. He groaned and tried to open the arm around his neck, but it was as tight as a clamp. The Anbu began kicking and struggling to get up, but couldn't. He tried to make a replacement, but the pressure around his neck distracted him from the hand signs. In a last-ditch attempt to get out, he tried to smash the back of his head against his attacker, but found it to be a huge mistake. Leaving his neck open, Naruto squeezed more and more until the ninja fell limp in his arms. Phew, the sleeper hold worked. Naruto smiled and took out a knife, but as he approached the downed Anbu, he just couldn't. Damn it, I've already done enough damage. And Orochimaru can finish off the rest. Naruto thought as he took off, heading to the main road that led to the border between Fire Country and Wave Country. With the girls. Haku watched the 3 girls talking amongst themselves while she waited for Naruto. These were the girls who had at one point meant the world to Naruto. And if the giggles and whispers of Naruto-kun were any indication, then he still held a place in their hearts. Damn it, where is he? Henna asked as she looked to the village, a large plume of smoke the only indication it was under attack. I'm sure he's fine, Enko said as she chewed of a senbon. All of them shrugged and went back to talking amongst themselves until they heard a rustling in the bushes. Enko spat her senbon at the area and began to prepare her hidden snake hands. When Naruto walked out of the bushes, his hair and clothing caked in mud, but his eyes and face were still visible. Haku ran up to him and helped him walk towards the group, then kissed him full on the lips, making the other girls fume. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? Ayame asked. Yay, my chakra is just a bit low. Naruto said as he tried to steady himself. Well, where are we headed? Zabuza asked as he jumped into the group, a bit torn up but still better than anyone else. Where the hell were you? Naruto asked. As soon as the invasion started, I was confronted that weird might guy. He's damn good, I barely managed to get out. Then I searched for your asses for an hour. How about giving me a warning or even a memo next time? Zabuza demanded, whined. I knew we were forgetting something. Haku said with a small smile on her face. Yay, me, Zabuza replied. Well, Naruto-kun, how about me and Ayame cook up something and we eat before we head out? No time, Chuki. After the stunt I pulled in the Chunin exams, it will be better if we get out of Fire Country ASAP. Zabuza, help Chuki with his belongings. Ayame, Enko, and Henna, get on the centaur. Zabuza, you just hop on the Minotaur's back and grab on tightly. Chuki-san, you're with the centaur next to the girls. Everyone nodded and got onto their assigned rides. Haku-chan, you're coming with me. All of the girls glared at Haku as she and Naruto climbed onto the last riding centaur. Why do you need me, Naruto-kun? I need to sleep, my chakra levels are getting low. Someone has to hold me in place. Haku's attitude was suddenly giddy as she reached around Naruto's waist and grabbed the centaur. I won't disappoint, Naruto-kun. Haku whispered into his ear, slightly licking his earlobe. Meanwhile, all of the girls had bloody murder written in their eye as they took off, the offensive centaurs leading the way and the remaining minotaurs leading up the rear. Meanwhile, aim. It was a dark, dank chamber where 10 hazy figures met. Zetsu, has the Kyuubi Jinchuriki resurfaced? Yes, Leader Sama. He was last seen in the Chunin exams in Konohagakure. Good. The one-tailed and nine-tailed don't have to be in order, but the rest of them do. Kakuzu, Hidan, your job is to monitor the two tails. The tree tails has completely disappeared, but it should reform in a year. Meanwhile, the rest of you are to scope the other remaining Jinchuriki. Dismissed. Everyone left except for a womanly figure and the leader. Pain-sama, what's wrong? The disappearance of the three tails has set us back. But soon, we will begin the hunt in a year. And then the world shall know of peace. The figure said, his eyes showing with a ring-like pattern.